追吧！
我要打前锋，听一下，我要打前锋，你们自己追，
打了，打前锋，
两边包，
鳄鱼可以包，
两边包，我位置很好。
八仙，我去正面，
准备打架，
准备打，你可以跳，
我在后面，打架，我的，准备打架。
没事，应该能。
我在干活，
哎，看一下我赵丽杰，
我们俩应该
可以的，
我能救你，我伤害挺高的。
OK， 全死了，对面 OK， 杀，nice，赵姐跟他玩吧，去装，你们去装，看能不能一波了，赵姐
跟他刷伤害，我能刷1年
，OK， 先拆打，一波了，拆，不一定啊，我们没虫啊，
我能断臂，
先拆，30秒，断他，别死就行，捡被动，
说了2个人谁都死不了
，20秒，拆吧，OK， 拆。鳄鱼扛一下，鳄鱼扛一下，扛一个，没有线哦，不一定能拆，先拆吧。可以的，10秒，可以，雷欧娜活了 ，A 塔救 A 塔，雷欧娜活了救 A 塔，5秒 ，A 塔，鳄鱼 A 塔，nice，
要不开一波，真开一波 ，Shadow 就看你了，球给你了，没问题，卷一个 ，OK， 杀一个 Live， 但是后续团战怎么办？救赎撒开来，对手我说的不错，梦魇直接飞了，梦魇飞起来直接1200，再想切 PV God 也死了，但这个时候瑞兹在场面上是配合大树比较能打。
2个大汉加一个杰拉，看一下，
图银币溢过来 ，R 要给泰坦吗？直接给吧，给了泰坦。奥恩在帮忙顶，俊伟先被带走，而且 PV God 交一个中亚把腐败组雷给顶掉了，小后卫对面打残了，山鸡上来咬，2段往前钻，阿 K 带走了对面的打野，山鸡过来一个人卡着双 C， 一剑过来把山鸡给带走，但是团战已经被打成来了一个1换2。帮忙将土交出来，飞机的位置被隔绝，杰斯选择先 TP， 可喜和塔汉打了些伤害在 NP 身上，双剑合一放的非常不错，一个指到了女枪这个大洗的是反唐彩，回身 PV God 先被击杀，但是破坏王能启动吗？直接斩掉猪，破坏王启动了，这边的维克多也倒了，破坏王再斩进去把 Band 的人头拿到，想要换 Live 被挑回来，伤害不够啊，1换5的团。波女枪上去，然后雷欧娜去了波中，哎，但这波有没有机会？沙豆绕过来被阿 K 看在眼里，双方如果打起来是个3打3，杜银币这个时候是有双剑合一的，阿 K 在侧面帮忙延误一下猪妹的位置，双剑合一交出来，阿 K 破天灵顶，直接指进去 ，Care 直接被 W 闪拿下魂魄，回身变成维克托的破坏王在狂追俊伟，俊伟交一个闪，山鸡的 TP 应声落地，奎桑提驾到，配合阿 K 再拿一个头。偏一点，抓不到发条就真的是吴凯看打算发挥。哎，来了，但有站岗的，救一下，队友的救不了了，发条倒了，但是后面线也来了，这个团战能不能留下更多的人？下头再过去，VP 开车，直接一个救护车，但是 TP 下来的兄弟怎么办？哎呀，山鸡取消不了，山鸡直接过来，山鸡配合队友顺势反包 ，back to win。
For a big drop, I can bet what happens next, babe. Hungry for the drama, kind of prima donna, sassy like your mama, yeah. I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. But I'm sugar-coated like I'm harder than you think, I'll break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch but touch or not. I know you wanting more cause I'll keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah.
right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about when you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need grouped together like a mosh pit. We don't stop cause we know they can't stop this. It's nothing new, we gotta do what we do. We got you glued to your seat without using glue. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no further. Look what you've been missing. I'm glad that you're here now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it. You at the right place, look no further. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at us. Take a look at us. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, you like that? We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. Yeah, we got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it. Hey, turn down when you can turn up. Come on, we got it. You at the right place, look no further.
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce, to be honest with you. Plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, cause it's prime time. Gotta sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right. I know that's right. Yeah, I'm costly. You wanna hang? Then we better go shopping. I could change my mind in a heartbeat. Over and out, understand? Do you copy? Don't copy, not me. I'm the cutest little thing like a jockey. From Miami to New York to the Rockies. Yeah, the DJ gonna play what I'm offering, long as the bass keeps knocking. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Leave it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right. Take one look, and boom, you hooked. That's right. I know.
Camera. Right here. Focus on me. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Well, relatively. I can see you. I'm currently very blurry, which I don't. Hello, camera. How do we resolve this? How do we resolve this issue? What do I need to do? Alex, how do I make your camera unblur? Is this your vision without glasses? Yeah, basically, I'm just letting you into what life is like for me on a regular basis. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. I've got some things to put up on the sides while we're here. But we should be getting there shortly. What? Oh, what? I also need to run some ads quickly so we don't have those in game. Do need to think about doing that at some point in the nearest future as well. Why is the camera like this? How do we get this resolved? There's the group stage graphics. I need to get some headphones on as well. We'll fix this from there. Alright. Who's going to win? There's a question as well. I think it's a relatively interesting series. I think it's probably JDG, but I need to actually think about this a bit more. Need the eye candy. I'm here strictly. I just don't. Okay, so it's fine focusing there. Do I just need to move forwards? Is that going to resolve the issue? What's going on with this autofocus? No? Just be 3 inches from the camera. Yeah, that's the plan. Apparently. Why? Can I just... Okay. Well, that's just... So the moment I sit back, it loses focus of me. That's really annoying. It's ridiculous. What? Can I adjust that focus a bit? Okay. That'll do it. I've adjusted the focus. Manual adjustment. Manual adjustment has solved it. Let me move some stuff around. Because I need to get some chats open. That's what I need to do. There we go. Everyone can see me. Hello, hello. Beautiful. Let me pop this chat out as well. I'll come over here. I need to get Olivia's chat up. Is the other thing we need to do? Because, of course, Olivia is joining us again today. Pleasure to have you all over with us. I'm seeing Weibo Gaming fans in chat over in Onivius as well. I can understand it. They got crazy popular, didn't they? They really did. They got some wicked people involved. Needs to come down there. That needs to come down there. What on earth is this? That's brilliant. There we go. That should be all the chats in the world. 3 chats on a separate screen. You'll love to see it. There we go. To be fair, any team that gets a shine, it gets time popular. Very true. There is some serious truth to that. That's off in the way of it, but there's our teams for the day. Of course, JDG have got Shun and Scout. And that should be a really fun duo in general. Also eyes, of course, on Pays, who has switched places with Ruler. And that's always something we need to keep our eyes on, because Pays was a bit of a superstar for Gen G for a couple years, but there was always this question, rightly or wrongly, that he was being delivered an easy carry role, right? Because his team was so good. How much work did he individually really have to do? Was he really worthy of first team? And the analysts were back and forth on it. You know, he was clearly a good player, but how good was the answer? And I exaggerate a little, right? Like, he's clearly a phenomenal player. Interesting stats as well. 100% win rate on blue. Less so on red, but I think that's just blue side being quite strong at the minute. So have to keep our eyes on that. But let me make this full screen as well as I go over here. But there was this kind of question, right, about, well, what happens if he does move teams? Especially because it was bizarre to me that no major LPL teams, or not LCK teams, right, were willing to pick him up. He had to go to the LPL, which was a wild experience. Oh, Longfong nearly. But here he is over in... Here he is over in the LPL on JDG, having taken the position that Ruler left. Just switching places again and again and again, apparently. I remember this game. Oh, Longfong. But you look at JDG, look at Ale. I'm quite excited to see him playing pretty well. ADC stacked to the LCK. You're not wrong, right? I mean, like, T1 have got Smash and Gumayusi on the same roster. Like, that's... You know, that's mental. When Gumayusi is currently the sub? What? You know, that is a 2-time world champion. A 2-time back-to-back world champion. And hell, a finalist the year before that. That is really scary. So yeah, I don't think it should be entirely surprising that it was hard to find a spot. But it's still kind of crazy that Pays, who was an insane AD carry on the best team in the world for the majority of the last year or so, is pretty mental. Couldn't find him. But he's on JDG. I think he's got a lot here that can work very, very well. I think he will be one of the best players in the region. I'm Initialise, Firelance. What is JDG's style? There's a question. Why do they buy Ale but not other top laners? Is a JDG full of divers? There's a really interesting question, fans. And again, I'm Initialise. I'm on Nymaera's channel. Nymaera isn't here at the minute, so it is just me rather than the both of us for the moment. I clearly need a little. I need a little sign. Just write Initialise here. But for now, we can have a bit of a play with it. But yeah, JDG's style is often very related around how Scout and Shun are going to be playing. Because any team with Scout on for me is a Scout team. And Scout is really, really good at setting up his lane states to work with his jungler. And that's either saying, all right, well, my lane is going to be, my wave is going to be in this position so my jungler can come gank me, or I'm going to have this wave in such a position that I can join my jungle to do something. And when you've got Shun on your team, that's really good news, because Shun has been a little mercurial of late. Remember, he was on BLG and then wasn't for a while in a lot of ways. And having a team like that, and then basically having a player like Scout with them, gives Shun a lot more license to play things like his Kindred and Nidalee, which haven't been as world-beating as they once were. But they are still very, very good. Interesting split predictions. Yeah, I can kind of see. I mean, Xiaohu's really good, right? I mean, he had a crap last year by not like really awful 24 by a lot of margins. Like, he ended up being okay because Rainbow eventually made it together at the very, very end. But for the majority of last year, Xiaohu was not the Xiaohu we've come to know and love as the possible GOAT. But yes. But I also ended up getting a bit distracted while I was chatting about JDG's playstyle a bit. The answer is Scout Shun do wild stuff. Ale is an X factor, and then basically Missing and Pays will turn up for team fights. But it is effectively, you are looking at it's still JDG, right? It's just a lot of it for me now is predicated off mid-jungle rather than just jungle bot, I suppose. Not the Pays isn't doing any of this, of course, but it's a little bit of a different question. They're a very good team in general. Alex is checking in.
战队来说，还是以全胜姿态出现是最好的吧。然后，对，
还是期待以全力以赴之姿可以满载而归的。那么也期待你们在场上的发挥。最后一个问题，这是你们常规赛的最后一场对决了，有什么话想要对队友说吗？
Guys, before we get towards things like the game, I'm going to run some ads, so we don't end up with them wrecking our ads. So guys who are not subbed, I do apologize on Twitch, but we need to do this just so we don't end up with ads in-game, which would suck. So we're going to avoid that. Goodbye, pre-rolls.
欢迎勋来到我们的采访席。首先，第一个问题，上一场我们其实算是经历了一场鏖战的。那么，经历了春节假期的一个休赛调整之后，最近大家的手感和状态怎么样呢？
World's LPL Team 25, BOG, TS, AL, IG, and IPJG. Yeah, there's going to be a question there, isn't it? Way too early to be guessing World's teams. I kind of agree. I would say, though, but we've still got some teams that we can go, oh, wow, these guys are quite good. And I think BLG, it would be a shock if they didn't make it. I would argue... Hey, let me pull up my LPL teams a second. Let me make sure I've got rosters in front of me so I'm not making stupid mistakes off not being correct. So, BLG is a very easy lock-in, I think. I think it would be a shock if they didn't make it, right? They might not still, but it'd be a shock if they didn't. I think top esports should, but I think they have been less consistent than I would have liked them to be. I need to keep an eye on people like Cream and Kanavi, that they don't fumble. JDG are pretty good, though again, we've seen some fumbles from them on red side. They've not been entirely flawless. And CV Max is sometimes just a bit fucking weird as a coach, guys. He is. Okay, you know what? Like, I think if you're wanting some dark horses, I think anyone's Legend are really good, legitimately. I think anyone's Legend could be a real dark horse for being one of the top teams. I think I love Thunder Talk Gaming because 1xN's on the roster, and I think Setup's been better than I thought he might be. I don't think he's going to Worlds, but I think they can make an interesting playoffs run at some point. But we'll keep our eye on that one. And IG are weird. Like, IG should be good, right? Like, the JJ is the one consistent member of that squad right now. But if the shy rookie Gala Mako can't turn it around, I don't know what to say. Like surely they could be good eventually. Whose charm is the strongest? Ari or Evelyn? Oh, you're asking me that question as well. So I'm an Evelyn main. Alex is the Ari main. Alex isn't here, so clearly the answer is Evelyn. Allure is just a cooler ability, right? It charges up. You get cool effects. It stuns you for 2.5 seconds. You shred 45% of someone's armor. That's buzz. That's busted. That's busted. 2.5 second stun with a 45% shred to res. Beautiful. Beautiful. Welcome back, Nom Subs, indeed. But the answer probably is Ari Charm. It's more iconic to her kit. It is just really, really strong as a spell. You interrupt dashes, it's ranged pick. It's why Ari is still semi-meta. That champion is just really, really good. I think Alex is just enjoying his honeymoon with Ari. I mean, the shrine is here, so he's missing quite a lot of his Ari stuff. Yeah, Eve Charm is really telegraphed. Yeah, relatively. I mean, the thing that is not telegraphed necessarily is where you are while the charm is charging. You get a little arrow once the charm is charged. But until that point, you strictly should be invisible. Well, assuming you got your passive running, but then why are you doing this otherwise? If you're playing Evelyn, the invisibility is more important. You know she's still in the area. Very true. But where in the area? And but the part of the mind game, right? What you'll often find is, particularly in mid lane or in lanes, is you will put the charm on someone while you're standing behind them, And so they run towards the safety of their tower where you're already waiting for them. So at which point they have to flash over you and you're then still in range of your charm, which is a bit of a dumbass. But yeah, strictly speaking, probably Ari charm is strong. Evelyn charm is very, very strong though, but it's a lot more conditional. And as I said before, of course, welcome YouTube. And more importantly as well, welcome Anivia. Thank you for the restream again. It's glad to be working with you on this. I see you in Anivia's chat. Poltai, good to see you back after yesterday. What about ism with the Weibo Gaming Jayor? I see you coming in to support stuff. And hello from Solo Puppy. Hello. Good to see you. Ari is just stronger in general. Yes, at least Evelyn got some buffs, so she's feeling a lot better than she was. Fabulous. I'm also slightly distracted by ferrets. Oh, we've got new emotes! Alex, that's so cool!
英雄联盟客户端，掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频。
That's so cool, guys! New
微
emotes!
信视频号进行收看，电视机前的
Cheer for your teams if you're a sub.
视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御殿峡谷，蜜心优米，甜蜜来袭，领您优米。
I did hijack the channel. They can't stop me. He's not here.
送货，领国家补贴，下单享8折，参与赛事预测赢好礼，我在场就是主场。莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。OPPO Find X8 系列。
Wait, did I put the wrong one in?
招牌氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄，敢为不凡。
Oh no, have I put the...
官方指定家電產品。
No, we're going to go to JDG, that's fine. No, I've got the correct ones on here. Wish you were on the main cast. Oh, thank you, Ethan.
5年，中国電競以銷量第一。開一局嗎？開就開，保護有度度。
No, I definitely will on JDG.
感謝全場保護的杜蕾斯。英特爾酷睿 Ultra 台式機處理器。 解锁 AI 新境界。
I assume Discord. It probably is, yeah. Probably is. Oh! Exciting things on screen. Ah! Let's look at the cool things on screen. Screens. Exciting. Got our teams coming out. Ooh, their mic is a bit fried. What if we become the main broadcast? There's the question.
WBG Gaming Tap Tap 上单 Breeze 打野天中单小虎下路
They have fried their mic.
辅助航
That is a bad connection on their mic somewhere. Uh-oh. And someone's getting told that their mic is fried.
欢迎北京 JDG Intel Esports 上单
That's not too close to the mic. That is like if you be like, can you hear how the EQ is really off? Like yes, the gain is a bit fried, but there's also something in the connection there. I think one of their wires is gone.
LPL 第一赛段小组赛第4周第2日的比赛 ，WBG TapTap 对战北京 JDG 英特尔即将开始。LPL。
Mecca's got the screenshot for me. I see what you typed in the announcement video, the announcement in Discord, Al. I see you. Ooh, who's our 1v1 today? Who is our 1v1 today? Yeah, we won't. It's a clean feed, Mecca, so hopefully we won't actually have. We won't have the. We won't have the clean feed stuff. Oh, we won't have the mics, the cast stuff, which would be vaguely helpful. I'll come back briefly. Hello. It's just me. I can do this. Alex can't stop me. We're going to get into our side selection game anyway. Think it's Arlo for JDG. That would make some sense. I think he is one of the better 1v1ers out there. JDG Scout is best. Renamed and ready to go as ever. Good to see you. Good to see you. Don't forget his first 2 kills. Yeah, I genuinely got baited by the ring. I go, oh, they got the ring out. So that's the kill, so it's off. But yeah, first 2 kills. Hey, 88 Pies. Good to see you. Ooh. Do you think Shanji or Breathe could have been a better choice for JDG top? No, I think Ale is better. I actually do. I think Breathe was quite inconsistent last year. He became good, but I think he was on a team that was struggling quite a bit. I think Ale was probably better. And actually on anyone's selection was really good. Yeah, so for me, Ale was top 3 top in the league. I think it was Bin 369 and Ale, something like that. Last year. Hey, so you look about the podcast with you and Nymaera, times, names, guests. I'll wait for Alex to come back before that conversation. It'll be soon. I'll say that. And it will be realistically weekly as well, so you'll be getting LPL weekly from us as well, which would be really, really cool. But we've got draft on screen. We'll come back to talking podcast stuff afterwards. It's Arlo. As I say, Arlo. It's my accent, I tell you. I just say Ale. That's how I do Ale. That's just it. It's just it. But okay, we have got ourselves our drafts locked in. We saw Walker banned. It's things like Ambassador. It's things like Drake. All these things always get banned in this one. Ale, like beer. That's a weird cage to that microphone. Who's the best weak side top laner? I mean, the best top laner in general is Bean. It's Bean. Now he's been pronouncing all the top laners. But Bin is just best at everything at the minute. But I would also argue, I think 369 plays a really mean weak side. I think Flandre is a very astute weak side player too. But they're probably our best at that in general. Bin is in fact just better. Alex is correct. Breathe versus... I know they've obviously understandably done Scout Xiao, who is the featured matchup. But I think there is a legitimate argument for Breathe and Ale being a really good one. I was trying to play around the minion blocks. Nah, it's this strategy. And we've gone Clarity and Flash with Grasp. Clarity's really busted. I play with a couple people who... just run Clarity every game, because your ability to just spam spells and go raw damage in items because you don't need a Lost Child or a mana item is very silly. But then, of course, I've just seen that Nivea's gone for a tier anyway, so it just means raw casting ability instead. Scout's last 1v1 wasn't that great. Coming from the person who is supposed to be Scout's biggest fan, that's an alarming sign. My time zone kind of starts to keep with the LPL religiously, sadly. Yeah, there's sometimes that. It's quite late on. Breathe. Stop missing your CS. I know the ARAM towers do slightly different damage. Or at least they used to. Have they normalized that? So, Allah, of course, has gone towards Ignite and Barrier. He's gone for the Conqueror. So, lots of skirmishing, lots of power in a 1v1. We'll be going for kills. Anivia is not the easiest to do that into, especially if Breathe just sits under his turret until time. The only thing I think Breathe needs to be wary of is, of course, you've got a Lee Sin who can just kick you out of the ring and you die to it. So if you get egged outside of the ring, it's over. So you need to be very careful. I would say for the moment Ally gets Merc Treads, it gets a lot harder to Breathe. I see you miss reactivating that Flash Frost, Breathe. There we go. Move that down. Cool. Let's see what's going on now. Just saw some chat stuff on the side. Interesting that Alice started with 2 pots as well. Gone for that ability to trade out a bit. Of course, with the Iron Will, that's the W part 2, you do actually get quite a lot of healing off that. Like, Lee Sin gets a lot of lifesteal off W part 2. People forget that. Especially because it's less obvious when it's being used. Nice Flash Frost. On the wall after Dollar did not have fun there. And again, you don't have trinkets in this game mode. So, you can end up being stuck in places you don't like to. Ollie's healed up pretty well, though. Burn both pots to do it. Door and shield to try and manage. Going on in. Flash Frost again. Breathe. Breathe. Nice combo. Every time Ali's going forwards, he's being hit with the Flash Frost and then walled into the area as well. The Glacial Storm. That's a really nice bit of combo. The red glow, I think you heard shit about not being better. Yeah, that's true. But hey, I sometimes feel like, well, okay. We saw, Doinby die in the 1v1 yesterday. He still won it eventually. Also, Ale, I saw that. And I'll also know that Ale is doing just fine here. He's up in CS. Well, relatively speaking. He'll be even enough in CS. Has got himself a Spectral Cow. When will they start? After this best of 1. But basically this is the side select. So rather than flipping a coin, they do a 1v1, which I think is super cool. Damn, Breathe. Playing this matchup super well. Frostbite is the easiest. It's Flash Frost and Frostbite. W's Crystallize. Oh, yeah, the red glow, yeah, okay, yeah, if it's Lee Sin, it'll be his... In fact, that bit I was talking about, the lifesteal, that'll be what it is. Iron Will is W part 2. And the red glow around him right now, I believe... Ooh. No, it's not going to be the anti-heal, because that's a little heart with the X through it. Could be just the VFX on this skin as well, to be fair. Cripple. No one's played this matchup in lane since Season 2. Genuinely, yes, though. Well, I don't know. Doinby did play Lee Sin mid, Alex. I'm just saying. There's a world where we end up with Doinby on Lee Sin versus someone on Anivia if we see a lot more of it. Nice to see you again, Veer. So there is a world. Okay, Spirit Visage is in. That's healing, that's magic resist. Roa on the other side. Roa in this game mode? Really? I mean, I'm sure it'll stack slightly faster, but fast enough to be truly valuable? I don't know. Yeah, and that could probably what it is iron. It'll probably be iron will being activated on that skin. Visage increases leads W. Should of course it increases shielding as well. So yeah, you get a lot of work off the safeguard. That makes sense. When they were put red glove, they pick up the redemption thing. So it's had it on all champs. There's a green circle. Like I am okay. Well, here's the ring coming on in. Breathe. Doesn't get that much more value there. So we got a Phage and Spirit Visage versus Steel Capped Row with a singular stack and an Oblivion. That shielding addition is going to be really annoying. And I feel like Lee Sin just needs to kick the Anivia out of the ring. That's all Lee Sin needs to do. Kick Anivia out of the ring. And this is a one fight. Good stun. Still fighting in the storm here. Wait for the kick out of the ring. Breathe, try to stay in the middle to make it a hard kick. Glacial Storm just goes down there. I think Arlo wins this now. There's the kick. Burnout. Yep, told you. Told you. Oh, you don't need damage when you can just kick someone out of the ring, baby. Well, well, well. There we go. GG. Welcome back, everyone. I feel like... Yeah... Kick is huge. Kick is huge. Okay, so game will come up shortly. And also means that with Arlo getting the kick, it'll be JDG with side selection. Tankly unbeatable. Honestly, I think it's probably pretty potent in this game mode if you're a good Lee Sin player. There are probably ways to manage it. But that massive level of displacement when you're playing for ring out, difficult. Tristana Tarm. Tristana's probably not bad. The only thing is you're then playing an AD carry into a Lee Sin, which can get a bit dangerous at points. Anivia could wall behind and get kicked into the wall. That's next level. I see it. I see it. Yeah, but so, okay, the kick goes through some walls if you are close enough. You do hit a point, though, where basically if your travel distance isn't enough to get you through the wall anymore, you will get blocked into the wall. So you need to place the wall correctly. But theoretically, it's doable. Alright, draft will be coming up shortly. I need to go close the door. Give me a second. And you have to preemptively wall as well, which can be pretty tricky. So I can turn the camera off and we'll get into draft. So excuse me, guys, while I disappear. And we'll talk some League of Legends. JDG selecting blue side should be no surprise. Cassante Simulator is in full action. Rumble ban to ensure that there will be no rumble in response to the Cassante is a big deal as well. And the Nidalee away from Shun shouldn't surprise us either. Okay, response was Jace Vice. We're seeing a lot of Jace at the minute. Jace into Cassante has also been a matchup that people have been happy to take. You can lane swap with it if you are going the tank runes. And you are often better at surviving than you think. You've got multiple ways to build. You can go full damage, you can go bruiser, you can go full tank. All of these things are options. The response though from JDG is a very swift lock-in of a Nocturne Orianna comp. And this is often a really good way to go in the first game of a best of 5 in Fearless, because these champions, particularly the Orianna and the Nocturne, are much better together than they are apart. Orianna, you can sort of fit into a lot of other drafts, but she's not the terror of the game that she was 5-6 years ago in terms of everyone is playing this all the time. And it's a way to get onto people like Jace in the backline and try and blow them up. And this basically means in Fearless as well, you can have a composition that is really, really potent, made up of champions that in other drafts would just not be as good. You get so much value out of a draft where you go for something like this because it's not taking away from other drafts. And that can be really, really potent, especially if your opposing team then drafts a load of very strong champions that they don't get any value out of. That can be really, really tricky. It's more of a bruiser Jace now. Yeah, we've seen a lot of different builds. Exactly, there is more of that bruiser option too, I agree. You might see that one yet. The Kai'Sa lock-in to follow up with the Vi makes some sense. Also, of course, Pays big Kai'Sa player, so something of a takeaway there. So let's kind of go, okay, what can we do to make this Kai'Sa's life in lane a lot easier? The Varus, the Ashe, two of those instigators with their R's, two very lane dominant champions in their own right as well, taken off the board. Could be bullies to the Caitlyn. Ahri, something that Xiaohu has put a lot of time into. It's great with the Vi. You have already lost the Aurora, so you're looking for something that will pair with the Vi likely. Hui might be a decent ban here. It's a different style of pairing with the Vi, but we have seen a fair amount of stuff like that, because basically wherever Vi goes, you can still follow up the damage. I think in the end they've gone towards the Taliyah, and honestly, thinking about it a bit more, makes a lot of sense. Xiaohu is a legendary Taliyah player, and it works really well with his style of play, so understandable bans there. Also can be really obnoxious into Nocturne. If he doesn't have his shield up, he goes charging over the Unraveled Earth and stuns himself and dies, and it's horrible. Rakan, locked in for Hung, is pretty good. It's also then theoretically a breaking of the Xayah Rakan angle that Pays and Missing might have wanted to look for. Again, not bad into a Vi in those dive combos by itself as well. Yeah, it's interesting there. Mel has enabled an LCP. Interesting. Still not enabled over here. So I don't know whether that will be true for all of playoffs or not, but we'll keep our eyes on that. You need to go tanky, Jace, otherwise you're fodder for Nocturne, Orianna. I completely agree, Alex. I think you're... that's exactly how I would be building too. I think otherwise you are just every time you try to play a side lane. Very, very easy to kill. Kai'Sa at least has tools to run away from a Nocturne Orianna with her ult and her E. You've got a little bit more there. JDG decide to go towards the Xayah with the Nautilus. They've got themselves a lot of dive, and then the idea is, because of course you're leaving your AD carry alone while you do this, and you're into a Vi, you need your AD carry to be able to do some of their own stunts and survive the Ambessa dive. Worth noting here as well, Xiaohu was at one point a big Jace player. We've seen some Ambessa mid around the world. It's not really been her standard option. But are we going to be seeing the Jace mid and the Ambessa top? Or the Ambessa mid and the Jace top? I think it's looking like a Jace mid. Now the question is, of course, I feel like if memory serves, Orianna can be quite obnoxious into Jace. Because she's quite obnoxious into a lot of people, especially if the minions don't mean you get very good shot blasts. Of course, you can all in as the Jace, but Orianna into mid-range champions tends to just win those matchups off the fact that your QW and auto attacks are really, really nasty. But maybe I'm wrong. Alex, you might know this matchup better than I do, so any thoughts on that one? I'll keep some eye on them. No AP from Weibo? That's slightly a lie, because that Kai'Sa, I guarantee you, will be picking up a fair amount of AP, though I grant you, Kai'Sa tends to start on a more hybrid option before building into more AP, but I wouldn't worry too much. That said, K'Sante will be quite happy to build a lot of armor early on, and I think we'll get a fair amount of value out of it. There's our draft, says our squads. Weibo Gaming versus JDG, Ala versus Breathe, Scout versus Xiaohu, Shun versus Tien. These are some huge names. And some of those players have been the very best in the world, TM. Certainly in terms of their ability to win international tournaments. It is some very stacked rosters, even if some of these players haven't had the greatest of last few years. Shun, somewhat benched over on BLG for a while, and was being switched back and forth at Worlds before that as well. Had to re-earn his spot in. It's left the team now. We're heading on to the Rift, and we'll have those story times later, because we have to listen into the fans. I'm sure we're cheering their hearts out. You know it's a good sized audience when you can hear the echo in the room. That's cool. That's cool. That is pretty damn awesome. But we hold the line for a moment. Early game will be an interesting one. JDG potentially looking at a swap. They're going for the late invade here. You're the one with the Nautilus, who is very, very strong at that level 1. Honestly, Nocturne is a bit of a weird level 1 champion. If you can get in range, you do a lot in a 1v1. But that'll be the marker to split. Tien's going for this invade over. Won't start on Raptors themselves. Nautilus not there. The read is correct. The maps are split. And we have got the lane swap. Looks like Weibo are the ones who are somewhat initiating it because their bot lane is up at the top of the map. Aled trying to get into range for that minion XP and will not manage that for now. As Rakan does that W thing, Vi is around. Aled trying to just be in range to get something. Such a difficult place to be in as a top lane. Has started with a footwork. Gets a bit more of a dash for free there, but you don't have that kind of ability to immune CC. Breathe on the Ambassador in a similar state, but has got a cookie in a pot and more HP. But here comes Dive, level 3 on the Nocturne. Not a lot that this Ambassador can do about that. Unspeakable horror is hers. Flash away. Can Pace get the last auto? Needs it. Does get that. Turret shot will be swiftly disengaged, though early on you can see heats up a little bit and people just die. Tien here. Ala did get the level 2. Hop on out from Hung, trying to get as much damage down as they can. Ala backing away, still has the flash. The passive auto from Light. They've disengaged the tower aggro. Tien trying to get an angle on in here. Gets the Q forwards, and it is Light who picks up the kill. 1-for-1 in the top lane. Weibo Gaming had to work hard for it. But they still secure the kill and have to burn a couple summons, but the job is done. Okay. Take our breather. I was about to say a chat in the early game. It'll be an interesting one, because I think both comps kind of spike at the same sort of point. You're looking at a Vi comp, level 6, excellent. You're looking at a Nocturne Orianna comp, level 6, what do you know? And so realistically, we're looking at that level 9 to 11 mark, once items are kind of in, once you've got a little bit of potency in that first ability, and something to back up the base damages of your ultimate. Scout on the Orianna, going for a tier as well here early, wanting to go towards a Seraph, and I think when you are into a lot of dive, a little bit of survivability on the Orianna is advisable. So I think we'll be seeing an early Seraph from the Orianna. We'll delay damage, because it's not going to be a Luden's build or anything like that. But once you hit that kind of 2 to 3 item mark, you'll still be putting out more than respectable amounts of DPS. And a little note there, I see a chat, Evil Merc saying, welcome to the chat, by the by. The Cull looking good value this game. I think that is very, very smart. I agree. I think you've gone for a lane swap. You're not necessarily interacting all that much. You're looking to get towards a mid-game anyway, playing for that mid-game spike when you know the enemy team is in a similar position to you. I think that's very smart. And Paze, in general, is a very good player at gathering resource and turning up to team fights. It was why he worked so well on Gen G. He wasn't necessarily the person who was starting a lot of the early plays for Gen G, but you hit mid-game, you knew Paze was going to be a menace. And on things like the Xayah, on things like the Kai'Sa, Ezreal as well, all of those were his champions. He has always been one of those quintessential JDG, Gen G, teamfight AD carries. Partly why Ruler, of course, is in a similar vein to him in many ways. Of course, different players, slightly different play styles, of course, but you can sort of see why teams kind of have them in similar wheelhouses, even how they execute them is a bit different. Missing. Flashing on out there as well, and of course, I think it's fair to say at points Ruler was considered the best AD carrier in the world. Paze, one of those LCK challengers, upstart players. How dare they come in and take positions away from all of these goats of the AD carrier role? How dare there be new blood in there, and other such sarcastic statements. Still kind of trying to prove himself a little bit. Gen G Never really did get the international success that they were truly, truly, truly hoping for. They wanted Worlds. They wanted everything. They were supposed to be the best team in the world, and FaZe was on that roster, and they reworked it a bit this year. Gen G still look good this year, don't get me wrong, but will they be the JDG of years prior? And I'm not so sure. They look a lot more mortal, a lot more fallible, I have to say. Grubs, not taken yet. Dragon, though, started up by TN early. There's another player with an interesting recent history. At points, the most clutch player in the LPL last year, was looking like, in many ways, the best player in the LPL, at least in the regular season for a while. He was so good. Shockwave from Scout is a sombrero, trying to pull Xiaohu back in, because I don't think they had a command attack available. But a swift hammer blow will knock people. Actually, is it Thundering Blow? Thundering Blow, I believe, is the knocks away. I see in chat as well, T1 look better. Yeah, it's kind of the point, isn't it? DK, maybe look better to my money. HLE still look pretty good. It's not Gen G, the quintessential best team. Unspeakable horror. Flash, but the ult afterwards to follow. No! The Q! Nautilus gets the kill with the Ignite. First blood secure, but at what cost? Flash for the Q. Scout times that about as close as you can get. And it is an execute at least. The kill distribution isn't fantastic. But hey, it's done. Also, Xayah and Kai'Sa have also gotten a kill somewhere else at some point while all this was happening. I don't know when that happened, but something has happened. Oh no, they got that. That's the turret dives. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They got the kills in the turret dives. Like when did they get a kill? I just had a moment of madness. That was a really good counter gank from TN. Does a really good job of forcing a very awkward scenario from Shun. Get a lot of summoners out of it. They don't quite get 2 kills because I think Nautilus unfortunately didn't take any damage. My memory apparently this early on in the morning when I've only had half a coffee is not what it should be. Give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be more locked in, I promise. Still, in a decent enough spot, and the game remains pretty damn even. JDG with a slight lead, but not anything game-breaking as yet. Grubs for Dragon traded. Some decent-ish CS leads. The Xayah doing a pretty good job into this Kai'Sa. I think with a lane swap as well. Sometimes you find that the team that gets to play the normal lanes gets slightly further ahead. And Xayah Nautilus, for my money, probably slightly stronger than the Kai'Sa Rakan early on. Kai'Sa not exactly known for her laning prowess. Can outplay some stuff, don't get me wrong, but isn't what the Xayah sometimes can be with the fact that you've just got that slightly longer range, honestly. And the Nautilus is just very, very potent. It has kind of fallen away a little bit of late. Because if you're going backwards, you can kind of have this happen. Thank you for proving my point. Nice timing. As the flash away from FaZe with the feather call is superb. And Shun does what Tien tried to do. Gets a double kill on the Nocturne. What a counter gank. And FaZe, Nerves of Steel, holds the line. Beautiful stuff. Holy moly, that was really, really good. And FaZe has got a lot of questions about him. How good is he really? There's a lot of, and I say this with love, haters out there. How good was he really on Gen G? Well, he's not there anymore. No, LCK teams didn't want him. Clearly, they were right, all those haters. They didn't want him. Why has he had to come to the LPL? He's still on JDG. He's still pulling off plays like this. He's still a very good player. And this is a really good opportunity for him to prove that it's not just Gen G. It's not just the pieces around him that were making him look good. He himself is still fantastic. And plays like that help make that statement for him. And we'll see how he develops. But that's a good start. Weibo and JDG at 2-0 right now. Shun. Fine. And they'd like to make this one a bit more of an interesting scenario. As FaZe, no flash, no barrier, no ult. It's about to have 3 people find out he's there. But with Shun and Missing chasing a bit further forward and Hunger half HP, I don't think they want that one. Still, though, because that Nautilus fell first, it is Weibo Gaming who got the feat of martial mastery. Objectives and turrets to play for. And JDG will claim the second set of grubs here. I don't think TM's going to want to flash on in here. We'll have ult in 2 seconds. But I don't think they're going to want to do that. Hexplate first as well for Shun. We saw that yesterday as well on the Nocturnes for our LPL squads. They like to make sure that the Nocturne is more of a tanky initiator than necessarily just raw burst. It's not the stride breaker build, which is a little bit more selfish. Tend to see a Sterex after this as well, but it basically means you can go in all the time. You don't necessarily die when you go in as well. A little bit of quality over, quantity over quality angle pays. Ends up in a quickness. Gets the feathers, gets a decent chunk onto light. Turns this one around. The paranoia was popped as well. Wasn't flown forwards though. And pays once again attack, but Nocturne burns the ult to make sure that they're safe and the overdive doesn't come on in. But double ults for just Hongs, I think, is an okay trade, especially with the Nocturne being so valuable. Forces the flash out of Breathe, but it is a flash-to-flash trade. Breathe will have the TP. Missing? Maybe going to want to look to interrupt. We'll have a dubstep ignite. Won't use it. Come on, I'm in Germany right now. Where's my techno? I need the techno depth charge and the dubstep ignite. And where is my DJ Nautilus skin? As another one. Literally deep house. A deep dive into the back catalogs. It's all there. Pepe's is going to get jumped. This is a bit of a miserable one. Reset from Arlo is coming, but I don't think it's going to be quite in time. Decent shield over the footwork, and the barrier is good. The feather pull tried, but light comes flying on in. The light at the end of the tunnel is just a Kaiser flying your way. Nocturne gets a dragon on the other side, but the cross map is a kill on Pays. Man alive, they have been trying to get that Xayah for a little while. Weibo finally succeed, but that weren't easy. Well, I see you, Breathe. Shockwave comes on down. Nocturne ult comes on in. We hold our nerve for a second as Breathe getting some shield, but a flash on forwards for the Umbra Blades passive ensures that the kill goes down. Scout was the recipient gratefully, but Xiao who's here, and the people are very low. And Xiao, who, as this resistance J shows who the people really owe fealty to, the hammer is brought down, and justice is served. I don't know why I've decided that this skin is a judge skin for Jace, but I just have. The kill secured. Nice roam from Xiaohu. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end. But the roam came on through means that Pays gets a lot of time mid, and Arla is uncontested topside. So yes, the roam gets a kill, but it's losing resource and plates in other lanes. And remember, that was into 6 grubs. So the plates have just fallen, but that's a lot of damage to structures you've just given up to the grub stacking team. And a very valid point as well. From Nymaera and chat, Alex saying, look, it was kind of similar vibes to for Pays from Shun as well. Like, both of those teams were on the best teams in their respective regions, the 2 best teams in the world, who did not win worlds, had difficulties converting there, lost to T1 again. How on earth did they do it again? And those players, I mean, Shun obviously was subbed out for portions of last year. There were questions about exactly how successful he was when he couldn't play his style of champions. There have been questions from analysts for years about, okay, yeah, actually, is he that good? Feels like a bit of a flippy player who only plays Nidalee and Kindred to a seriously good level, and everything else is fine, but is he actually as good as people say he is? All those kind of conversations, rightly or wrongly, because I think in some ways they were overblown, led to him getting kicked. Was on the best team in the world. Is not on BLG anymore, is he? Scout doesn't necessarily want to be on the receiving end of this one. There's the public execution with the Ambessa. The shockwave is a little too little, a little too late. Can't miss the public execution if you're already being ceased and desisted. TM picks up the Nocturne afterwards. Oops. Combo picks up a bonus. And I was just talking about Shun and about how this might be an opportunity for some redemption on a squad like JDG to prove he is still absolutely top tier. Replacing Kurnavi as well. Those are big shoes to fill. And that was not a pretty moment for him. Missing. Has the Aftershock procced. The denting blows and a Vault Breaker aren't going to be quite enough to bring people down. And Breeze's going to be given a great opportunity to claim first turret, and that should be... Actually, I apologise, no, it's not, because JDG got it in the top lane. That's how the overdive happened, and that explains quite a lot. In fact, JDG are the ones who got the mark, or the feats of mastery. It's going to become mark of mastery, but no, that's what you get for when you get your level up on champions. Feat of mastery is what it actually is in League of Legends at the minute. And JDG are the ones who secured that, but Weibo Gaming kind of pushed back very well. Even in gold, Herald started. There were quite a lot burned by Weibo Gaming not so long ago, reminder. So there'll be quite a lot of ults to play with. Herald secured. Scout looking for a big chunk, lands a big shockwave that is actually dodged out from, so I spoke a little too soon. Kill secured, but Herald was picked up. One for Herald, probably worthwhile. Pays are missing now into the mid lane. And I've got a little question in chat again. I'm solo casting, but a little bit more space to talk about that. Why did Pays not go to the tower and hug TP for an ally TP in? Or ally TP in? Honest answer, it doesn't buy enough time. You die before you get enough value out of the turret. By backing away, you force people to go further and further and further. And I'm not actually sure whether Ala had TP, is the other thing. So I think by doing that, you actually buy more time by walking further away, because it takes longer for them to be able to pull the abilities. That's the combo we saw, where Scout was a little late on the shockwave. Shun turns up and realizes it's a little too late. And do I reach out? I do a little. While I'm in game, I tend to be more casting focused for the record. Out of game, we'll be reading a bit more chat. We try to keep this one while we're at it, just so you guys back home know what's going on. A little more focused on the gameplay, a little bit more focused on the cast, because of course there is no really official English broadcast anymore. It's just us co-streamers out there doing this. So in-game, try to take it a little bit more seriously, try to take it a bit more of a cast. It's good practice for me too, not gonna lie. I quite like doing it this way. So that's the other reason. Sorry guys. But as I'm solo casting, a little bit more room to have a look at chat occasionally while I'm in-game. But yes, absolutely. I've got all 3 chats open. Anivia, Nymaera's Twitch, Nymaera's YouTube. Of course, I'm Initialise. You can follow me at Initialise Casts. Please do. On the various socials and Twitch myself. I'll be casting G2 Hell this evening as well. Should be a good time. Got a little bit of a scuffle around the river, but it's not really over all that much as yet. Dragon was secured by Weibo Gaming. So isn't really all that much to find. Light at 2-0-1 has managed to finagle their way back into the game somewhat. Jace going for the Shojin. Interesting to see what they decide to build second. With it being the mid lane Jace, and with that being a Caulfield's Wallhammer in inventory, it's likely going to be the Muramana, so it's not going to be a tank Jace realistically at all, which is interesting. And at this point, look forward a little bit. Tower. Attacked, but not taken down. And we just kind of hold our lines a little bit, as we're kind of waiting, realistically, on the next dragon to spawn, or people to overshove for turrets. And JDG might be doing that a little here. I'll let them breathe with no turrets around them. Just going to be playing their dash around a lot, but not do as much damage as you think they would. Pathmaker used. Breathe gets a decent shield, though, with the Repudiate. And I think that puts Breathe into a slightly better position, but Pays was coming. Public Execution comes on down, and the dash on through with the footwork means that Breathe goes down. Was never really a 1v1. The honor has been besmirched for top lane, but the kill was secured regardless. Black Cleaver picked up for Shun as well. Making sure that some of those armor stackers won't be quite as valuable, but of course with the top laner dead, and Xiaohu not having TP, actually, as well, that is absolutely Atakan, and I feel like Weibo saying, look, we can't fight. There's no way that Jace can join. We're going to try and play for turrets instead. Get value now and just weather the storm of Atakan. So Sorg Pen boots on light, I'll notice as well. And when you've gone for the Jace build, it's going to be a bit more damage. When you're going for what will eventually be pretty potent Kai'Sa Void Seeker build, that upgraded W is missing. Goes between the uprights, so that shockwave was opportunistic. Scout tried to pull the Vi out of the Vault Breaker going over the wall. I see the angle. It doesn't work out, and it looks a bit silly as a result. But I see what they're looking for. But the skill shots don't land. Players are going to trade out in the mid lane. Still got the withdrawals available. Weibo Gaming actually in a pretty good win rate spot because they got all those turrets. Chinese Orianna sounds sleepier than anticipated as a complete side note. And Breathe, remember, has no grubs, so we'll be scary enough shoving at this, but we'll not necessarily have that much opportunity to shove out without people coming to stop him as yet. Still in a decent enough spot. Pays with the withdrawals, and the thing is, JDG get all these withdrawals. I've not really managed to get all that much with it. They got what? A tier 1 bot, most of tier 1 mid, but not all of it. Very frustrating. And if you're going to get the Atta card, especially this early, you have to ask what you've done it for, because you've not managed to get an objective fight out of it. You'll often see people leave Atta card until Baron spawns or a major dragon is spawning, and then use it to guarantee the fight afterwards, or certainly making it very difficult to play the fight around it. Or you wait until Baron's an opportunity. Shockwave was early! Oh no! They airballed the combo. Light has to barrier and ult, so there's that. There's a flash away from the Pathmaker on Arla, from TM, rather. Means they're in a bit of danger. Into the backline, though, goes the Vi and Ambessa. But they turn it around on the Vi, and JDG, despite fumbling, doing all right here. And remember, they've got the withdrawals still, so they can play this without just fine. But the withdrawals have just timed out as I speak about it. Arla tried to get Light. We'll get that big shutdown. They've still got all out to work with. The Untofo strikes keep landing. Hung not having a lot of fun there. Shun over the wall. Means something. That's a big, what? A 2 for 3? Oops. Oops, not the best Atta card we've ever seen. And again, when you are in this kind of game state, even is not good with Atta card. Even is not good at all. And this Kai'Sa is getting increasingly scary. It's nearly at an Ashes. That's when the W upgrade comes on through. And the whole profile of this champion changes. That's an airball! Wrong kind of ball from Orianna. And at that point, understandably, Weibo looked to try and chase it. It's a good flank angle from Arla that forces the flash out. But at this point, they're saying, look, we can potentially play this fight. Let's go. And they still get into the backline. Scout, remember, has used all of their tools. And Ambessa Vi as a combo, the public cease and desist. Public restraining order. Maybe that's the combo I'm going to call it now. Does a lot of work. That's exactly what I'm calling it. Public restraining order. That is the combo. I'm making it official. You can't stop me. Hear ye, O casters of League of Legends. That is this combo of Vi Ambessa. But, like, JG, you got out of cover. You make this play, and you fumble, and you all go, oops. And now you're in a position where Jace has got poke items. Kai'Sa is, what, half a wave, a couple waves away from what will likely be Nash's Tooth. Yes, your Zaya's doing fine. It's farmed up well. Got a couple items. We'll be at third item shortly. Probably a... if it's a BF, still probably a Bloodthirster. Trying to survive the dive a bit. Would make some sense. A little less crit, but a good survivability. Then you end up in a position where JDG are outranged very significantly there. Because you're having to deal with the poke, and there's the W upgrade from the Kai'Sa. So you're going to have to just sit there and take the bait and the poke, and then you are going to have to go forwards. And the Nocturne going forwards with the Nautilus leaves the Orianna out to dry. She's gone for the arm guard to try and mitigate the re-engage that Weibo will be doing, to try and mitigate that public restraining order. But I don't know how easy it's going to be. Maybe Ala with this ridiculously tanky Jace, not Jace build, Cassante build with the Unending Despair and the Thorn Mail and everything else will be really, really obnoxious. But I don't know, guys. Third item to complete for the Jace as well. I think that change in profile in terms of the range, in terms of how much damage this poke's going to be doing, is going to be really annoying. You've also got 3 black cleavers. So even though no one's actually built like a true armor pen item yet in terms of like a Lord Doms or a Cyril the Scourge or something like that, a Last Whisper item, armor's not going to survive all that long. Even on, you know, this Cassante, even on this Nautilus, you've got a lot of ways to stack up Black Cleaver real fast. All that armor ain't going to mean too much once the 5 stacks are fully in. Alrighty then. Missing lands a hook. Doesn't mean all that much. That's JDG looking to take control over this river, clear out these wards, and force an engage from Weibo. But again, it's red side for Weibo, who could just throw poke from miles away. And now we play a bit of a waiting game. W number 1 lands. I also see people bullying Nymaera in chat. Keep doing that. It's very entertaining. Highly recommend it. And he can't stop me, because I'm here. When's BLG playing, Alex? For those who don't know, he made a slight misspelling in the announcement, suggesting that BLG might be playing today, and they're not. Heh. Silly Alex. Making mistakes in his own Discord. Who does that? And I was wrong, by the way, on the Bloodthirsty build. Will be the GA. Going towards that second life option. In fairness, when you are looking at a pretty one-and-done combo with a Vyambessa, even the Kai'Sa coming flying on in, the GA actually does have quite a lot of value for getting his eye around to another set of cooldowns, another ability to get a barrier, an ult, something to go again. That could be pretty valuable for ensuring the fights are a little easier. Means that the damage in armor pen will be a little ways off coming forwards, though. Gone for that more survivable route. I'll note there's a couple wards deep behind JDG right now. Check the minimap, you can see them both, which could prove pretty scary if they want to pull a teleport flank. Still, Soul in 30 seconds. Weibo Gaming now got JDG in a tricky spot, as Shun, caught out rotating, will get some unspeakable horror. Turned down, but the public execution turnaround is Breed. Don't need no one to set up for it. And the Nocturne's dead. That's your smite just dead. Caught out going through their own jungle. Hung tries to find an engage on the back end of it. Gets a knock up on the Nautilus. Well, battle dance over the wall, and Weibo got exactly what they came for. Breathe finds a wonderful angle. And Shun, I don't think he's missed, beating the allegations here. Yeah, Scout was the one who pulled the R trigger, right? He messed up the pull on the shockwave, but it hasn't been as pretty as you'd like from this Nocturne who got so far ahead. Shahu's flashed on forward onto Scout. Hung is waiting with the flash and the quickness on there, so there's no room as an instant charm comes on down. Arlet will find their way out with the Pathmaker and the All Out, but that's your mid-jungle dead. Scout is down. Soul is secured. A Weibo could just turn right back towards this Baron. Paranoia, at least with this Hex Plate build, will be up very, very shortly. And they can look to go again. They're going to have to a JDG. As Weibo Gaming have all the cards here. Misses the hook. That's a little ironic. Pays, gets some decent feathers though, and they've killed off Xiaohu. Pays, barrier, try to trade this one out. The public execution will ensure the GA comes on down as Breed actually ends up going through him, because of course it's the last target. Pays goes over the wall, up into the air with the feathers, gets a decent pull, just gets one! And that might be enough with the smite going down. Pays does the Lord's work. But unfortunately, Light is alive on the other side. But the health bar's just low enough. And Ala just scary enough with Scout respawning. They can't do the Baron. I think he is just about held the line for JDG by getting by somehow at the back end of the play. GA value. Said it might be. Dies the first time around, but then still has the flash. Then still has the ultimate. This is where it all starts off. Shun caught off, heading towards the Baron, joining his team. And Cassante shoving waves, was not expecting Breathe to be there. And to be able to just one-shot. Lands the public execution. And Ambessa does Ambessa things. And what happens in this play? Because JDG are obligated into playing. Missing misses the hook. They go on in. They force the Nautilus down. It's looking pretty good. But Shun, I guess, was swift enough to respawn, to get out here with a paranoia. They can still play, but just dies again. And you're thinking, well, it's 2 deaths on this Nocturne in a row. Surely we can play this. But Tien just can't stay alive. With the smite going down, they don't actually get to turn on the Baron. So, we now look another Baron setup. JDG forced to come on in. And we've already seen Weibo punish this pretty well. Even if they didn't get the Baron, they still realistically won the fight. And there is no GA on pace this time around. Or Flash, or Barry. There is on that Vi. It's Ambessa split pushing away. Still a terror. Weibo Gaming forced away into the pit, but Ambessa... There's the shockwave combo. JDG gone to the backline, hung his dead. But it's only the Rakan. Not exactly the greatest target, but hey, you get the kill. Pay's going to try and trade out in the mid lane. They get that turret there. I think Pay's was just about in range for local orders. Ala finds 3 people. Will Pathmaker briefly, flashing away. But ain't that tanky anymore. Even the command Protect does not have enough. And that's a bigger kill than the Rakan. You have to field jump onto Sky, who goes golden, but the Blasco gets them in. Pays goes up into the air to dissuade that engage with the cease and desist, but it means Pays isn't there to do damage. And Light and Xiao, who certainly are, and Tien will one-shot, or certainly 1v1. That Xayah on the other side. JDG split apart, and some face-checking has been occurring for Jingdong Gaming. And Weibo Gaming have been punishing them for it. That has to be game. They've got 30 seconds realistically on spawns. They've got a wave and a lot of damage. Game 1 is Weibo Gaming's. Surely it is. The Nocturne Orianna combo was not clean from JDG. A number of fumbles. They got the grubs. They were looking like they were in a decent spot this game, but then Weibo began to find the picks they needed. Their carries got to the point where they began to outrange, outdamage. And for me, the stars of that one were Tien, were Breathe. That Vi and Bessa combo was so obnoxious. Timing the Atakan buffs falling off, getting into the backline and that play around the Raptor pit after the tier 2 play gets them a phenomenal game 1 win. And Bessa at her best. It's good stuff. Hello, welcome back. I'm Initialise. I am a caster that casts on Nymaera's channel. I am his older brother. We cast together. We got into League of Legends together. Nymaera isn't here this weekend, so it is just me. I'm getting some solo cast angle from myself. Good to see you all. And we are having a good time so far. It's been good fun. We had a great series yesterday. It was good to be back. Weibo Gaming win game 1. They had a good time with that one. I'm indeed Initialise. I do indeed cast. It is a good time to be here. Please do follow me on my socials. Initialise casts. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, all those other things. It's a good time. On the other side of that as well, please do make sure you're following the channel. Follow Nymaera. He is here. All the socials are in the links you need. Anivia, thanks for coming and joining us with the restream as well. I see you over on YouTube. Please come and show some love over to us. Show some love over to Anivia as well. Been really cool to have this combo here with us. And yeah, we are casters that are brothers that cast League of Legends. Alex isn't here. I'm sat in his room casting the game regardless and making sure we keep up the content train. We have indeed got a podcast coming up soon, which will be really, really cool. Very excited to be doing that with Alex too. Yeah, I think that's most of the notes there. He is in chat. Do say hello to him. Appreciate the casting, smashing it. Thank you, First Kaiden. I see you over there. And again, I've got all 3 chats open. I see you, Unga Bunga Gamer on YouTube. Over on Nymaera's one there as well. So it's quite good fun. I've kind of got like 3 different chats open, trying to make sure I'm paying attention to you all. But I hope you're enjoying it. Please do enjoy the follow. Again, it's really cool to be able to do this for the LPL, especially because the community is fractured at this point. We don't have an official stream in the same way we used to. There is literally Alex saying hi chat in chat. give a wave at him. Where do we start with this game? It felt playable. You had the Nocturne Orianna. The Jace should have been a very viable target. They fumbled that tier 1 dive early on, you remember? Didn't quite work out the way they were hoping. And then on the other side, the Vi Ambessa combo proved really, really nasty with the Kai'Sa and the Rakan. And I think it was a winnable game for JDG, but they get nothing out of the Atakan. And then Weibo Gaming begin to claw the game back very, very swiftly. A good caster. Appreciate your commentary. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I believe I've got the skills. You need a certain amount of ego to be a caster. It has to be said. Certain amount of self-belief. And also just a lot of fucking work. I have cast a lot of games of League of Legends. Alex calculated how many games he cast last year. It was pretty obscene, guys. We were like casting at least a game a day. At least. It was pretty silly. Pays tried. Actually, credit to Pays. That Xayah tried. But honestly, Scout, Shun, not good enough. The Orianna fumbled a number of shockwaves. The Nocturne fumbled a number of engages. I think Shun was better than Scout, but that combo was not it. Yeah, 1.5 games a day. There you go. For Alex. Here's the highlights. Have a look. I'll turn my cam off so we can look into these. Okay. So this was the top play, where the Nocturne ult comes on through and you think, yes, JDG, this is the combo. What a gorgeous punish play. Pays holds the ultimate until Shun can come on, join in when Weibo have overplayed their hand. This is what they need. And then they managed to pull it off this time around, trying to get Arla here in time. The footwork nearly keeps Pays alive with the barrier, but Light joins just in time with the killer instinct to make it pretty tricky. And there is our public restraining order. Can't get within 100 feet of this combo or you die. And Ambessa Vi, what a combo. What a silly, silly combo. Just trying to imagine how many words you two have spoken on air. I mean, quite a lot. We do a lot of the yapping. It has to be said. We do a lot of the yapping. It has to be said. Yapping be big. Although, this Cassandra play nearly got very scared, but this was the moment where the game broke. Breathe, finds Shun in the jungle. Does not get feared. Finds a great public execution angle where Shun cannot dodge. If you look at the angle there with the way it is across the wall prevents Shun dipping right away from it. He cannot dodge left because that is still in the path of the public execution. It is such a good angle from Shun. It means, not from Shun, from Breathe. It means that Shun is dead to rights. This was close work. Pays does go down. Gets dropped at the end of it all. The Jia comes in and then you're thinking, oh boy. But still has the ult. Still has the ability to try and play someone in a 1v4. Pays damn well tries. And I think, you know, if anyone was going to get a participation award, a you tried your best award, an honor your opponent's award, it probably is Pays. That Xayah was really obnoxious. She can Vi ult Xayah. Yes, you can do that. In fact, in this play here, that's exactly what happened. The problem was, Pays was then split off from his team. And Pays was required to do the damage, especially as Scout was dropped pretty low afterwards. When you've isolated the damage on one side and it's just the Vi who's doing it, not exactly pretty stuff for JDG there. Oh, our MVP surely has to be one of the jungle or top laner, right? Right? Oh, and thank you for the follows, guys. I'm seeing who you think the best top laners are in Onivia's chat as well. So let's have this discussion while we got an opportunity. Best top laners for every region. So Visoda in Onivia's chat is saying for top in LCK, it's Keen for him or for them. Actually, I don't know. You could be a robot for all I know. Who knows who you are in real life? Bin for LPL, Whippo for LTA, Broken Blade for LEC, and Aja for LCP. I think that is a pretty reasonable list. I think you could see some arguments. I think it is pretty clearly Bin for LPL. I think it's probably pretty clearly Aja for LCP as far as my money is concerned. And I say that as a big Evie fan. I don't think he's been playing that well this year, but I think the whole Hawks roster needs a bit of a look into. This is why we say them when we don't know them. I know. Legitimately, I went, why have I done this? I don't know who you are. Nymaera showing it's a very important part of casting. If you don't know who someone is, you have to be very careful with the pronouns you give them. Especially when it's amateur stuff where you get a lot more mixed participation, which is great, but it means you just don't know who people are. This is a great Vi game. Tien, another player, a little bit like Shun, that has got a bit of a reputation, doesn't he? Was on top esports last year. They were looking shit hot. Shit hot. They had Jackie Love. They had, you know, Mako. They had this insane roster of talent. You're going, oh my days, top esports. You could be the team to beat. And then playoffs happened. And it wasn't very pretty. And we saw a pretty mediocre showing at international forums. You're going, okay, well, what is the ceiling on this team? And Tien, this player who is known for being a regular season god, who basically seems to have had the monkey paw moment of, you will win world champions in 2019, be the best player in the world, break all the ankles and all of Europe's heart. But ever afterwards, every finals you are in, you will choke. He's the king of silver. He is the second best. He is a choke artist. All these stories about how Tien cannot get it done when it matters. When the game is important, when it's about him, he's like, Tarzan looks at Tien and shudders at what he could have been. Like, there are still new levels to hell, Tarzan, you have not reached. That is the kind of player that this guy has had. Like, how many times? Like, there is a ridiculous, I have a graphic somewhere. Some for top lane as well. Yeah, I think that's the other person. I would have been tempted, honestly, to give it to Breathe. I think that pick off on Shun was the critical moment, and he played that game very, very well. So I think that's a fair split. But that's a big one. But yeah, I think Tien is still a player who is really, really good. Changed teams again. I think Tien still has it. And I think the problem is you get these narratives around you about not being good enough in the most insane scenarios of your life. And people just assume you're not a good player anymore because of those small moments. And I don't think Tien has been that bad in the last few important games. And I don't think he's been the issue. I think it's people like Jackie Love and Mako absolutely giga-sprinting in playoffs last year. It weren't pretty. Mako in particular was the worst I'd seen him play, possibly ever. And that's tough to see. So yeah, I think Tien, another one of those players with a lot to prove. For themselves and nothing else. I think for people who know, the knowers, Tien is still a phenomenal player, one of the best in the world. There's another opportunity to try and shake off those shackles and that aura behind. But there you go. I'm going to get myself another coffee. And we'll have another discussion about those top laner options as well. I see Thanatos option for LTA. Seeing an option for Doran and LCK as well. Has been playing very well for T1. In fact, T1 in general, Doran has synergized very well, very fast. Been a good pickup for that team. Also, Fluffy saying, this guy's so handsome. I can get behind that. Yeah, it's praise me more, people. I'm very easy to like, very easy to, what's the word? Like, get on the good side of. Like, I'm very bribable, guys, is the honest answer. Anyway, turning the cam off briefly. I'm going to go get coffee. I'm going to run some ads as well. I went to do it on the stream deck, but I can't do that on there. Because it's not my stream deck setup. We'll play that one. Shut up is such a good emote. I love that one. That's phenomenal. Oh, it's fantastic. Right, running some ads. There will be no pre-rolls for the next game. Key. Let's go. Coffee required.
因为现在其实还是存在换线的可能性，然后这个版本可能还是换线厉害和打团厉害的上单会更加合适，就是所以可能这些英雄会更好一点。下一场对阵的京东战队，他们的阵容也是看起来比较有实力的队伍，但他们也是算是大换血，就是大家都是要重新开始磨合吧，就也挺期待跟他们交手的。就希望自己就能保持就以前的那份冲劲吧，就希望今年能跟队友好好拿个成绩。
Okay, we're back. Hey chat, did you miss me? I missed you. It's BB No Caster. Here to bring us back for game 2. I need this one up. Don't forget to hydrate, everyone. I see that in the image chat. We need to turn this over to no cam. Because we got game 2 coming up. The bans come on through JDG, still on blue side. Remember, they got Cassante Simulator, and they didn't win the game. First pick, Nidalee. Okay. Worth noting, Tien, another one of the big Nidalee mains in the LPL. There was that crop of junglers who became huge Nidalee players. Tien, Shun, probably foremost among them. Of course, Kanavi was a player, is a player. Looking at Tarzan as well. There's a few of them out there. That is a bold choice. But here we go. That one comes on through. Tien thinking about the Lilia. Another one of those champions that has been beginning to crop back up a little bit. Can match the Nidalee in farm very well. Destroys Raptors very fast. Zyra, again, are the ones that can try and match the Nidalee clear. Pretty good as a disengage option as well. It's going towards that one. A bit more of a consistent AP jungler. Lilia, a bit more of those, one of those more pocket pick options. Renekton for Arla with a Nidalee would be a combo. One of the more famous ones at that. And of course, Shun, that on the Kindred. Specifically talking about the Nidalee here, of course. Probably his two most iconic champions. What he made his name for, when all he would do is go into the enemy jungle, fight over camps, and win or lose the game off it. He got a bit of a reputation for it back in the day. That, by the way, is a blind Lucian lock as well. No support locked in with it, and I think that might force things like the Namis and stuff to go away. Light is a player, but it's also worth noting Xiaohu is one of the OG Lucian mid players. In fact, he might be the OG Lucian mid player when all of the rework stuff happened, because he killed Faker's Orianna with that back at MSI a few years back now. And it is definitely a flex. Keep your eyes on that one. Are you going to be obligated to ban out Nami and stuff here? Or are they just saying, look, we bet you this is the Nami, this is the Lucian mid, and we're happy to play it? And when you've already got the Zyra who's going to be clearing super fast, the Lucian's pretty good at doing that thing, which is gaining you prio in mid lane early on. AD carry mids are just good at that. You trade out super well, you can force lane super hard, you can join the Zyra in making plays elsewhere on the map, making Shun's life a little harder on that Nidalee. Yone and Victor off the table, two big team fighting options for Scout, and two of his preferred champions. The Yone in particular was something he put a lot of time into last year. It's another good pairing with the Nidalee and the Leona. So you can see that option being potentially pretty scary. On the other side, JDG getting rid of those Instigator AD carries. It's going to be a Varus battle. They're just going to say, look, we'd still want to take the risk, get rid of the Nami, and make it harder to secure a good bot lane pairing. The Rel instead. Okay. So now, decisions have to be made. Are we locking a support here? Are we saying something like the Nami and threatening still that flex? Are we locking in an AD carry and denying that flex? Options are available. You know you're into a Leona, so you have an idea about what the bot lane matchup is. You could lock a Corki here, potentially, as well. No, they banned the Corki. I take that back. You can't do that. The other option is something that could flex between mid and bot as well. Ziggs kind of fits that role. You can flex Ziggs mid, even if it has been much more of a bot lane option. The other thing here is it's a takeaway from Paze, who is a massive Ziggs player. It's a takeaway from the combo as well, as Ziggs Leona is realistically Ziggs' best combo. They've also, you'll note, JDG got rid of the Rel, aware that might have been a bit of a combo as well. As the Rel Ziggs combo, also pretty potent. I don't know what, we're going to backlock in mid. Once upon a time, Scout was notorious for his Syndra. Been kind of cropping back up a little bit here and there. Not really anything near the first round high priority champion it once was once upon a time. They've gone for the Hui instead. And it's another big team fight ult. You've got the Misfortune, you've got the Hui. Whoever gets locked down by the Renekton or the Leona will have the Hui Nidalee poke to manage, the Misfortune ult to manage. There's not a lot of people on this team for Weibo Gaming right now that can deal with that combo. Pyke certainly can't. So that combo will hit really, really hard. But on the other side, Pyke. We saw Pyke yesterday morning in the LCK. Keria pulled it out, and we saw some absolute scenes of warfare between a Lee Sin Pyke combo, kicking people in one direction to get pulled out of the air by Bone Skills into executes. It was magical, but it was requiring a level of mastery over the champions to make it work. And Pyke is one of those champions that needs you to be snowballing early, because you just don't scale the same way as other supports. You fall apart. Later on, you become so easy to pick. You don't get HP. You don't get armor. It's all converted into damage and execute threshold. You want to be using that passive. You want to be giving some plunder and booty over to your team when you get those kills. And man, oh man, you are asking to make sure this early game, this mid game goes well. But on the other side, Renekton in Italy? Again, another one of those combos that wants to snowball early. I think we're in for a very fractious early game, folks. Can the Renekton Italy get off the ground? Will the Pike combo get off the ground? I think if it comes through to team fighting... I think JDG have got a slightly easier time of it. Leona Misfortune Hui, easier to pull off for my money than the very, very squishy combo Weibo. Yeah, you got a decent combo there yourself. The damage is certainly there. Everybody from Weibo can carry. And if you manage to get at least some people that survive, it can be okay. But none of you are going to manage the poke very well. And none of you will survive if you get hit by a solar flare. That's for sure. To the Rift we go. JDG Skybox. And the chance to make it true. JG's home arena, but Weibo fans still here to play. Those are some very loud players, and you can understand why. There are some huge names on these rosters. Huge names. Hold our breath for a second. Reminder, of course, that Xiaohu, when Weibo Gaming were forcing their way through playoffs last summer, after a very miserable start to the summer split in that play-in stage, Solution, that was one of those major picks, but an option is Hung, hit with a javelin cost at level 1. Not always the most fun. Bone Skewer goes wide. And they were looking for a lane swap with Weibo Gaming, but instead we're going to see a bit of a scuffle over the Raptors. Shun smites the first set away. Xiaohu's here, though. Where's the way? Flash forward for the Bone Skewer over the head! A Pike gets first blood. Oops. Invade goes a little awry there. Hung puts the body on the line and makes it work. Well, Leona was the one that died at least. It's not someone who would be farming, but still, that's a bit rough. And giving Pike first blood. An initial cut to a number of the teammates there early as well. Oh boy. That first back is going to be... That's going to be something. And that's what you need to do when you're running the Pike. Everyone can carry, right? Everyone's got the damage. It's just a very squishy comp. I think the team fights might be a little tricky unless TN gets a really, really big ultimate off, because Solar Flare into the wombo from JDG. No one tanks that. No one tanks that. But if you play out these fractured skirmishes, it still plays out super well just off the fact that everyone can do damage. That's really scary. If you get ahead of the game, everyone's going to be making life real miserable. Sung got himself a Phantom Undertow for level 2 when looking for something. See a little disagreement from Nymaera and Chap as well. Just because they got more consistent damage. And I can see the angle there. Everyone, as I say, can do that damage. And you can certainly split push away with the Jacks as well. I just fear a little bit for if it does come down to organised fights, how easy it will be to get that consistent damage down when the poke and the range is really good from JDG. The Solar Flare is just not something that Weibo can tank for free. I certainly hear the argument. It's not like they're wrong either. Missing, gets a shield bash and Hung. Dashes back on out. We'll use the grey health to come back to being okay. And of course, we've got ourselves Elden Ring Misfortune. Sorry, I mean Broken Covenant Misfortune. It's such a cool skin line. The Broken Covenant Cho'Gath in particular is just such a cool concept. I love that skin. I also quite like this one. In fairness, MF has just got really good VFX on a lot of her skins these days. Nice double up. Oh, Pace. Oh, Pace. That's not fun. Gets hit by a lot, but now Hung's actually in danger. Flash on forward, probably get the kill. Doesn't want to burn it. And enough with the deep water dive to stay alive. Nice. Grasping roots over the wall. Missing in danger. The plant's not quite enough. The red buff burn is. Now Tien can keep walking. Another use of the deadly spines. Reads the flash. The grasping roots catch it, and Tien, 2 kills on the board. It's starting to go very wrong for JDG very early. The Pike has done the work. The Zyra has followed up. And there was a little bit of a debate in the draft about whether it be a Lilia. And I just remember Tien Zyra from last year. Why on earth would you think about any other champion? He's just so good at this champion. Red buff burn is so nasty. And the problem is with the Leona going down, Pace can't stay. The deadly spines land, flash for flash, and the grasping roots read is exceptional. The thing is, if Pace had backstepped, he's going to be in range of the plant. He's going to be in range of the grasping roots plant as well, which slow you, so you're still going to die to the red buff burn anyway. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Well rubbered Tien. Hasn't lost out on farm for it either. I think gets that reset off, pulls away, comes back with a juicy back of some of those fated ashes. And some boots and all those books in inventory as well. I would have gone for a Dark Seal, personally. I think that's a really good buy on a Zyra generally, but I can see why it might be a bit risky this game. A lot of people can block you from a significant distance. And it's going to be a very difficult game for this Nidalee to match the Zyra, right? Because one of the things with Nidalee is you want to get ahead of the curve and stay ahead. You want to invade, take camps, be ahead of your opponent. Make plays happen with this Renekton. But Zyra is one of the few champions that can match you in farming. Who's going to be a much better scaler, a much better team fighter than you. Yes, you've got a poke comp with that Hui as well. That gives you some ways to play out the game. But you are going to be behind the curve relative to your opposite number, and that's not at all where Nidalee wants to be. Missing, got hit by another bone skewer. This bot lane has not been surviving the bot lane 2v2 very well this game, especially compared to last game. Xiaohu gets hit with a Severing Bolt, pays down low though as Hung goes into the back line, and that just means a very dead misfortune. They kill off the Zyra on the other side. It's a big shutdown. Xiaohu nearly low, goes down. Scout picks it up. 2 for 2 right now as Shun needs to keep hopping away with the pounces. Bot lane survives from Weibo Gaming, but Shun needs to keep roaming. The deep water dive. Hung can walk real fast here, looking for a bone skewer. Can he read it? Oh, Shun, you've gone human form again. Gets the primal surge. Bone skewer misses. Over the wall we go. Flash from Hug. He wants this. Javelin toss goes wide. Could look for a phantom overtow. Over the wall we go. How far will Hung go? Gets the key. Gonna deep water dive. The heal is solid. How on earth is this happening still? Shun is still here. Tien misses the grasping roots. We're still here. The problem is Shun's not being able to reset. So somehow, some way, we come right back out to where we started, and Pace is back out. Worth noting, Weibo Gaming, of course, get the feats of martial mastery off all of this. But the shutdown goes the way of the Hui. Nidalee stays alive. And we end up in an okay-if space. Xiaohu will not find a face-checking Nidalee. Go back towards the grubs. So number 1 was secured before there was just a sudden bar brawl. Someone insulted someone's mother. And, you know, understandably, words had to be shared very aggressively. So let's have a look at the start of this play. Because JDG start the grubs, but the health on Pace is immediately jumped by Shai, who doesn't actually have that much mana. But Scout finds a sick combo himself. The Spiraling Despair with the full combo does a lot of work. And Scout's untouched for all of this. And the Nidalee Hui is still a lot of damage if you can land all your combos. And then Shun goes on a journey. And Hung tries to find him, even flashes to find it and can't quite do it. But yeah, there and back again. A Vestaya's tale by Shun, the Nidalee player. Drums in the deep water dive, they say as they went into the mines of the red side jungle. Now known as Moria. Speak Nidalee and invade. All these other Lord of the Rings puns I can come up with on the play. On the fly, not the play. One of these days I'll get the right words at the end of my sentences, guys. And we've not seen a Nidalee Renekton combo. Dice to match the Counter-Strike. Breathe. Needs to be a little wary. Grandmaster's Might. Traded for Dominus. Breathe is the one who comes out worse for wear on that one, especially with the Empowered W doing a fair amount of work. And that allows... I was about to say an invade, but that's just Tien, so it's not even invade. He's still around with Xiaohu. I'll try to threaten Breathe. But with no idea where the Lucian and the Zyra are, a little tricky to get that much more value out of this. Scout, looking to go towards a Seraphs, and again, I think I understand it when You will be one of the primary targets to bring down. A way to survive the burst, I think, makes sense. Could also be a Blackfire Torch. Often is the build on the way right now. Blackfire into Leandries is just so much burn, so much continual damage. And again, if Scout is accurate this game, no one will tank the Hui damage. No one will tank it. Maybe eventually the Jax will get to somewhat that ability, but everyone else is just going to suffer a bit. You've got a Ziggs, and that's some way to try and match the poke a little bit. But 1 poke versus 2, not the easiest in terms of the Nidalee as well. Going to be making sure your skill shot accuracy is excellent. Light, of course, is a fantastic Ziggs player, so certainly have that option for him. And he's a player who's been on Weibo Gaming now for a very long time. And when the team has sucked, when players like Xiaohu have sucked, and that's an odd statement to say, Xiaohu's sucking? What the hell has happened? Hell, he went top lane and still was a killer on Syndra top, for the Lord's sake. But that hasn't really been the case last year for large portions of it, was it? Xiaohu was very mediocre. It was his worst year on record by a long way. Hell, there was a few mid laners who had some very underwhelming years. I mean, Faker, despite winning Worlds the majority of the year, wasn't really performing that well, at least in regionals. But Light was the shining light of Weibo. Never had there been a more consistent player for this squad of absolute wild people. Remember, this was the team who had the shy top, went to World Finals, they giga-inted top. What a finals that was, huh? What a finals that was. We'll hold the line for that. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far, guys. Nymaera is here in spirit and in chat. It is just I, Initialise, solo casting and radioing out to you across the airwaves and internet waves. What are those at that point? Digital waves? Something like that. The metaphor breaks down past a certain point, guys. We've got ourselves 18 seconds till grubs number 2. Nice interrupt. Means Xiaohu doesn't get to back. And I suspect, with the way he's not built boots yet, might have been able to get an item off that. At least another component. Rough timing. Nice interrupt from Shun. Who has done, in fairness, a decent job about coming back into this game after that last fight. I was worried that TM would just get ahead and stay ahead. Flash. Forwards. Missing still goes on in. Forces double flashes. The solar flares are a bit wide. And that now means that Leona is sure to die. But Xiaohu's traded for it. And now Shun can look to get back around. Needs to be very aware of the grasping roots. Gets away from it. And the crushing maw won't quite land. But a big kill onto that. Lucian. Hung. Looking for a flash. Bone score and pays not far enough away. Tries to turn it around with a bullet time, knowing they can't get up, but it won't quite happen. And Hung has been popping on this pike. The additional kill is big, and Pace shows a very aggressive route to join that and gets punished accordingly. Arla, though, will be able to claim this bot tier 1 at the very least. Overcome JDG to try and fight this at the end of it all regardless. They're back. They're not leaving. Hung is really low. Needs to leave, and now Light probably needs to blast cone out. So they can't secure all of the grubs. That'll mean a 4th one to JDG, and therefore the might spawn as well. A little bit sloppy there. I hope we get a replay, because it looked really good. The moment you pick up the Lucian for the Leona, you're going, fantastic, job done. We can play this. And then Paze chooses the most aggressive route possible to join this. So Missing goes on in, gets TN's flash. Jumps forward onto Xiao, who goes over the wall. Forces the flash there as well. The solar flare isn't spot on, but it doesn't matter because the damage is done. A flash pounce ensures that Xiaohu falls. Takedown's enough. You kill off the Lucian. You get on out, and then Paze thinks, right, we can play this. I'm going to look for a massive bullet time angle here. But then Hung goes, mate, are you sure? Bone Score flashes, and it's just a straight line flash. If Paze had gone a different direction, might be surviving, and that ain't great. 0 and 3 on the misfortune. It isn't what you want to see from this player who is trying to prove he is worth replacing. Ruler again, that he isn't just some coddled AD carry there by the grace of his teammates. That's not what you wanted to see out of this game too. Had a good game 1. This has not been his game so far, and part of it as well is just Hung having a mean old Pike game. 303 Merc treads and a Durkin already. This Pike is going to be really obnoxious really fast. Take a breath for a second here. JDG is still close enough in gold. It's not been a blowout. And that's still going to be a problem for Weibo. Again, you're running with the pipe. Breathe. Hit with a spiraling despair. So half the HP goes. Here come the rest of Weibo Gaming, though. They want to try and trade this. Missing. Pull back. Remember, it doesn't have a flash. Needs to be a bit wary of how deep they've gone. Breathe. Hops on forward. Solar Flare onto light. Into the massive damage. The Ziggs is gone. Dead to rights. Ale with the dominance. Gonna try and get under the turret. Hung also popped. Nidalee gets 2. They finally trade back onto the Leona, but the damage is done as Shun picks up a triple on the Nidalee. And the Weibo Gaming, they were roaming first. They turned around. They turned around. Ale's TP gets them in. Flash over the wall for the Grim Visage. Ensures the plant has a nightmare too. 4 dead. And JDG come alive. Xiaohu alone survives Weibo Gaming to spread the tales of horror to the rest of his clan whenever they may spawn. Pays wasn't even there and gets mid-tier 1. Oh boy. Oh boy. They'll get top tier 1 as well, and suddenly Weibo are into a Nidalee, into a Hui with no turrets, with a incredibly squishy comp. Scout might die here. Needs to have a good Grim Visage. Beyond the minion wave. Should be safe for now. That's a bold place to back. Trying to bait possibly Zala coming up. If you can start a fight here, might end up in a pretty interesting position. Not going to bone skewer him. Okay. So we look here and they try to get the hook. And at this point, light comes on over, has flash, doesn't flash the solar flare. You have flash there, at least going by the spectator. If you flash that, then maybe you can play the trade. Ala teleports, is there before Xiao, is there before Tien, but you've lost everybody topside, and now you're still playing a 3v2 with all of the health bars still available and a range discrepancy. We come back into live, missing, gets enough for shield with a locket to buy some time. Eclipse is ridiculous. Oh no! Phantom Undertow just shy. Mega Inferno Bomb just shy and missing. Walks out to safety. As all the skill shots miss, Shun goes forwards. Xiaohu low. The Severing Bolt behind. Not gonna quite tank, but Tien on the wrong end of it all is inside the Spiraling Despair. And the Zhonyas, that arm guard early from Shun pays dividends. Allows him to keep diving forwards. 404 enemy jungler, not bound. Scout and Shun with the beautiful scoreline. Oh, baby. Oh, Weibo. It was looking so good. Tien was looking absolutely terrifying on this Zyra. The bot dive was fantastic. Your pipe was 303. Everything had gone right. And now suddenly, the game looks very different. So what happens? Missing. Steps on forwards. Gets hit by the Grasping Roots. Gets pulled back with the Bone Skewer combo. And they're thinking they can kill this. And then every skill shot just goes wide. The Death from Below. Wide. The Mega Inferno bad. Walked out from. And then Weibo Gaming have gone too deep. They went chasing for the Leona. And Shun sees the angle. Dives on forwards with the smite. Xiaohu down to 20% HP. And Tien, yes, gets in what looks like an okay ult for a second or two. But the Spiraling Despair behind is nightmarish. And no one can tank these combos. Scout. Now 604. We're back to live. They've got enough grubs in a wave that Weibo Gaming can't step forwards here. What are you even going to do there, Hung? You have to pull away. Threatening with a Bone Skewer that they just don't care about anymore. Not at this point. Not without anybody to follow up. Herald summon mid lane, and this is going to keep going. The Renekton's charging up top side as well. This could end up with all the inner turrets falling in the blink of an eye. I'll grab another Herald. The Eye. Leona. Out. Oh, hang on. Driving lessons. Driving lessons. Oh, not bad. Okay. Get over towards the red buff. The final inner turret remaining is being safeguarded by Breathe, who's not really been a part of this game. Has been on Jax while the rest of his team has been dying some silly deaths. And we pull away. Dragon. Starting up. This would be second Dragon for Weibo Gaming. Shun's coming on over. He's got a full Zhonya's now as well. Especially when Shun has been diving so deep to make these plays. Zhonya's allows you to do it and bait out things like the Strangle Thorns. Hung goes down to the deep water dive, but JDG are flanking. Scout throws down that Molten Fissure. Light now coming on over, trying to back away. Grim Visage, and the Spiraling Despair is flashed out from. Heist secured by Weibo. They get a double teleport out of that, by the way. Missing. Just about okay. The damage is pretty mean from Weibo still, but an Eclipse is enough. And actually, it's given Breathe time to get towards this tier 1. JDG really wanted to punish that, and they fail. And the tier 1 falls. Another objective bounty. Honestly, for Weibo Gaming, that's not a bad little sequence. Get a lot out of JDG. Don't lose anything yourself. Get 2 objective bounties. You need to keep playing like that for now. Now the scouts come up here. Breathe might have overstayed a little bit. There's Atakan up here as well. Weibo Gaming coming, but Shun's around as well. Breathe split off from his team. They're trying to pick up this Nidalee, who goes golden. And that's the CC down. Shun can keep going forward. Is missing. Goes into the back line. The Jax is dead. Breathe picks that one up. Or Breathe is dead. And Breathe is last. It's a last gasp. But Tien, dead. The takedown comes on through. Hung finally gets an execute, but it's onto the Leona. Runs away. Xiaohu now in a dangerous position. The Severing Bolt gets a bit of a slow. The autos keep coming on through with the bullet time alongside Ale on this Renekton to secure the kill. Yeah, you get 1 back, but the damage is done. You've lost 3. You've lost your jungler and your solo lanes. And Atakan is up. JDG looking in firm command of game 2. Remember to hydrate, folks. I just did. And if I can do it while I'm doing all of this by myself, you can too. Just saying. Alright, Atakan's coming. Hung. A last gasp on the way. Gets a decent poke onto Scout. But at this point, he's got a Zhonya's. He's got a Seraph's. Not bad timing for the Mega Inferno bomb there. I was about to get real scared. But they get away with it. And we look again, because they just walk. The Severing Bolt interrupts the back. The Severing Bolt interrupts the back. They see the Comet go down. They know what's happened. And at that point, Breathe is dead. Shun is here. They try to pick off the Nidalee, who's gone Zhonya's second. It's not easy to lock them down. Your CC is very limited for Weibo Gaming. It just is. The Zhonya's buy so much value in this game. You can't lock down the Nidalee freely. Hung at least gets 1 to spare some blushes, but there ain't all that much blood left to blush with. Xiaohu falls afterwards. A bullet time is there. Pays has not been the main character this game. Hasn't had to be. Died a few times early. He's come right back into it. It's just fine now. And the rest of the map is making unusual flash plays. That one doesn't quite work. Spiraling Despair. It's not coming out. That's just the... what is this skin like? Is it Abyssal? Umbral? Whatever this one is with the cool inky skins. I can never remember the name of it. But the deep water dive looks a little bit like Whale. Got baited there for a second, but the Zyra is gone. You've got Atakan revive, so you don't care that much about dying. Bullet time gets another. Breathe. Breathing heavy. Running away. The horrors are coming to find you, and Allah. It's a crocodile in the river. I've seen that movie before. It's one about piranhas too, somewhere out there. They're in your homes now too. And the base is broken. Who needs a Baron? You got 4 grubs. You killed everybody. And you can break the base just fine. Inhibitor down. And that's a much better use of the Atakan than we saw last game for sure. Missing. Not going to find the reset on Xiaohu, who has struggled to find value on the Lucian this game. Don't get me wrong. It's very hard for him to be safe. Every time he's tried to go forward, there's been Severing Bolts behind him. There's been Nidalee's diving for his head. He's always been the target to get chunked out. Tien, 2, 6, and 6, has not gone towards the Zhonya's or anything themselves, has struggled to keep themselves healthy and safe to put out the damage, especially when the rest of the team hasn't really been able to keep them safe. And there was a world after that early game where Weibo got ahead, stayed ahead, and just did so much damage that this Pyke could run over the game with the rest of the squad, but that hasn't happened. And the itemization has made things very tricky. Hung doesn't have flash. Solar Flare on the other side onto Tien. Just about staying alive for a second, but it's all it will be. Ala goes to 503. No deaths for the top side of the map for JDG. Nearly at a death cap on this one. He's gone very defensive. It's a Seraph's. It's a Zhonya's. But it's not really stopped the amount of damage that's been done, has it? Even to such a squishy comp, the defensive items still do all the damage. Ink Shadow. That's the name. Thank you very much, DW25. I see you in Nymaera's chat. That's the name of that skin line. Breathe is, again, not really living up to his namesake. Shun will follow after the Counter-Strike ends. And Shun had a rough Nocturne game. Scout had a rougher Oriana game. We had conversations, particularly about Shun, about you just got kicked from BLG. You aren't playing on this team that you were the remaining member on, that you were supposed to be the star on, until it turned out that maybe you weren't. And then Knight joined that roster, and arguably you were the weakest link at points. Weakest enough that people switched you out. That Way was playing, not you. And you go to Worlds, you go to Finals, and it doesn't work. And you leave. You join JDG and you have games like that, and there's a certain amount of pride that you have to show that you are worthy of being on a top team. This is what you want to see. You first pick the Nidalee. First pick a Nidalee and deliver like this. That's a statement. Shun playing a superb Nidalee game, especially when it started rough. That Zyra got ahead of you. Should have stayed ahead of you. That hasn't happened. And now this Nidalee is 3,300 gold ahead of the opposite number. That's hard to do into a Zyra who farms so fast, so well. Gets involved so much that she's quite hard to keep out of a game. Could still be threatening, of course, and Hung on a flank here. Unfortunately finds enemy team, but it's Smoke and Mirrors plays from Weibo. They have to look for this kind of thing. A deep water dive comes on through. Get out to safety. Just trying to be as obnoxious as possible because Weibo Gaming can't play a fair fight anymore. They can't look for a 5v5. They have to look for Smoke and Mirrors, for picks, for people overstepping. They have to pray for a miracle. There isn't a Soul coming up, but there is a Baron. Now Weibo going to feel like they have to come on over. Tian has Flash. How aggressively do you want to play this? Ola going to come and try and stop the Zyra getting on in. Face checking. The Ignite comes on down to 6,000 HP. Tian being zoned off by two members. There's the Strangleforce into the backline. Hung is cold. The Meek is indeed the Pike. There's nowhere to go. Not on the list anymore. There's missing solos out. Xiaohu. That one goes down. A revive from Ala, who's got a GA at this point. Breathe into the backline. Gets a counter-strike. Might be able to do some work here. It's pretty scary on this Jax. But Ala gets a huge amount of healing. And Shun takes him down. Tien now running away. Light running away. It is dark, dark days for Weibo Gaming. And apparently, it wasn't supposed to be the year of inconsistent. Or consistent inconsistency. They were supposed to be consistent. This might be one of the worst games I've seen from them, unfortunately. They have fumbled and fumbled hard after that start game. Well, that game start. Nice pickup from Hung, who has, in fairness, had a pretty solid Pike game to himself, but it's not going to stop the end of the game. We're 1-1. And the series is drawn to even. Welcome back, one and all. I'm Initialise. I'm not Nymaera. I'm not that guy. He's my brother. It is his channel. We co-stream the LPL on here. We cast the LPL on here every damn day of the week. It's a pleasure to have you all in here on Twitch. It's a pleasure to have you all here on YouTube. It's a pleasure to have you all here on Anivia's YouTube as well. Seeing a lot of people over there. I see you all out there. Thank you for coming and joining us. Welcome to Anivia's crew as well. Our second day of doing this. It's really awesome to have you over there and celebrating the LPL with us. It's a cool matchup. I'm glad it's delivering. I was worried after the start of that game. I was worried after game one that it might end up just being a Weibo Gaming slash... I needed a better phrase there. Shutout. That's the word I was looking at. Shutout. But here we are. The game be done. We're back to even, and some of the players we asked to step up have done. Missing as well, I think, on that Leona. You can see it in the fan vote currently, getting a lot of votes early, and I think he did actually have a very good Leona game after the rough start to it. Managed to get away with murder so many times, quite literally. Did good work. Jungle gap was a little bit, and I think especially after what was a really, really good start from Zyra. Tien absolutely broke the bot lane's ankle with that early tower dive. It should have been done. Didn't happen. Well, I'm interested to see the MVP is. I feel like it might end up being Shun. It was a very good Nidalee. Lucian was useless. I think the Lucian became useless because we never actually saw good setups anymore for Lucian to be the one going forwards. Lucian was going backwards, and that is a bad time for Lucian, especially in a comp like this. And there's so many ways to follow up with bullet times, with solar flares, with Hui's like entire kit, with the way that Shun was playing this Nidalee as a diving Nidalee. That wasn't a poke Nidalee, really. It was a, I am flash pouncing into the backline and then going Zhonya's, having taken 60% of your HP. Very, very rough. Okay, Steady, get ready for Silver Scrapes. Yeah, it might be. But you're feeling a little bit better, JDG Scout is best. We might be looking at a pretty good series here. Let's have a look. And there it is. There's a damage. Oh, Shun. Pays did very little this game. Didn't have to. And that Lucian. Pyke doesn't tend to have that high damage numbers, guys. He doesn't. Because a lot of his damage comes from the execute. And that doesn't count the damage. It's just an execute. You don't actually do damage with it, necessarily. But Shun there on that Nidalee. First pick. Proves his worth. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Who do I see winning the series? Oh, man. I think it will be tight. I think across the regular split, we've not seen that many games yet, it's part of the problem. I think I might give the edge to Weibo, but Scout and Shun and Ala are really good. So, you know, it's not like, I mean, the bot lane's also pretty solid, right? Like, it's a good team, so I could well be proven wrong. I think Weibo have, what we've seen so far this split has been a little more consistent for me. Though I say that, and I think this game, this draft, was a riskier draft to pull off. Any Pyke draft is, any no frontline draft is. When you've gone full damage, you can have games where it looks like this. And yeah, and we are going to have stretch champion pools, as Alex is saying in chat, because we are guaranteed a game 4 minimum. And that means champion pools get very weird. That means drafts can get very weird. And that makes it quite hard to predict. I think I'd still give a slight edge to Weibo, but I don't think it's a meaningful one. These are two very evenly matched teams, so a lot of it is form on the day. And the thing is, we've now seen 2 games where both teams have fumbled in execution that's given leads back over to the enemy team in slightly different ways. One was earlier than the other. Yeah. So so I think that's a really interesting point from Alex and Nymaera, who's obviously owner of this one. My younger brother, by the by. Said, like, look, both teams have really, really big effective champion pools. These players have been playing for a very long time. They play a lot of weird stuff. That's not what's in question. It's how many coherent drafts you have with these weird champions available to you. How many drafts do you have available? I don't know if that's easy to say. That's harder to know. Do you have enough compositions that make sense despite your ability to play these ones? But yeah, I suspect we might be in for a 5-game banger, which would be really exciting, guys. Fingers crossed. Yeah, so I'm going to say Zoe might end up seeing some play. I'm seeing some people hoping for that. Scout Zoe was legendary. That Showmaker, BDT. There's a few of those big Zoe players who were really, really, truly fantastic at that one. That's a very good shout out. Shame we don't have the Yagoat available. He was always the Zoe god in the LPL. So look, who's the MVP? I think it should. Personally. Though there's a few players I could see the angle for it. Whew. Where's my coffee gone? Where did I put it? Over there. I keep changing which map the coffee is on, and so I get really confused where my coffee is. Like, where's my coffee? There's like 3 different places it can be, and they're in quite different positions. Drum roll. There we go. Shun, 7-0-12. 83% kill participation. Most damage in the game. After the start they had as well. Yeah, that one's alright. That one's alright, Shun. This was the play that brought them back. The solar flare lands. They bring down Light before he can use any of his kit. And it all falls apart in short order for Weibo Gaming. We have new emotes for those in Twitch. Alex calling them out. Make sure you're using, you can Gyro for your team. And that's pretty cool. And Shun and Arlet play this one out real well. The takedown. Quite dangerous at this point there, Shun. Ha! Ha ha! With the 0 crossed out to put a 1 in. Very sweet. That's a fun sign. That's a fun sign. I like that a lot. Hope they pick Teemo or Shaco. I doubt it. I think they are very fun in solo queue because they're a lot harder to track. In organized play, your boxes and shrooms are just perma-cleared out. And you are largely quite immobile. And also, Shaco hates being invaded. He's great at invading, but he hates being invaded. If you interrupt his box start, if you interrupt his first camp and he's just kept behind, Shaco doesn't clear that fast until he's got some gold in. He really doesn't. He requires early kills to be a threat. Otherwise, he just doesn't farm the same way. And that is very hard to guarantee at a pro level. Oh, camera, why will you not focus on my head? I'm right here. But there is some things like Breathe is a big carry player. We might see Camille or Fiora or Gwen, and that would be exciting. Cameras want to focus on its streamer. I see how it is. Loyalty. Zed though, Rick, yeah. Unlikely to see Zed, I think. If you're going to see an assassin mid, I mean, maybe. I think the way Eclipse works now probably isn't as good for him as it once was. Cyclo Sword isn't the best item ever, which is his other item. But you do start to see angles for things like Samira, things like Draven bot lane, especially when a lot of your easy answers into those champions go away, and when you can ban out a lot of those other options. You can start to do things like Samira Rel and really mess with people. You can do, what else is kind of fun and fearless on that front? I want to play the Gothic remake. I want to play the Gothic remake, JDG Scatters Best. I am very down for an old school RPG remake. So it's out relatively soon, isn't it? Not miles and miles away, is it? When is the Gothic remake out? Properly. Where does it do? Well, it's going to be in 2025. Oh my. Ending of the year, there we go. Oh my days. 2001 game. 24 years. THQ Nordic as well. March should be a demo. I might play the demo, but I'm also realistically, I'm going to want to wait to see what it's going to be like. Fully. Atkan and action combo. Ooh. That might be a fun option. Yeah, I mean, like, we've not seen a lot of Akshan. Not since his release, really, but there's definitely, and I can see it. You can also start to theoretically get some weirder junglers here as well. I think Tien and Shun have enough in their back pockets. Like, we might see the Kindred from Shun's always fun. One day I'll see an Evelyn in pro play again. That'll be the dream. We're on 15.3. She's been buffed. I don't think she's that great right now. But she's been buffed. Cool. A dream for me would be Kled to be played again. If you go, I mean, you were here yesterday when Doomby played the Kled in the 1v1, weren't you? I know that's obviously not in-game, but we did have Kled. Doomby won the 1v1 with it too. That was yesterday's 1v1 if you weren't there to see it. And you're on Anivia's channel, so the highlights will be there. Full VOD will also be over here. Oh, and apparently, guys, a bit of a look behind the scenes. Been chatting with Anivia and Alex Nymaera. Apparently, some of the champion select music is copyrighted. So, whenever this position is like, despite this being a clean feed, despite this being the clean feed, there's still copyright audio in here, which is kind of wild. We might need to send a word off to production to the guys behind the clean field. A lot of it is not champ select music. Okay. So yeah, so which is really nice. We've got copyright audio on the clean feed. It's really obnoxious. We'll have to find some ways around it. Might mean we're muting during breaks and playing our own music. Might mean we have to just chat to the producers and just sort of say like the people providing the clean field and say, hey guys, by the way, this is copyright audio. Can we change this soundtrack because it's problematic, or find a way for it not to be copyrighted? But that doesn't extend to us. Yeah. But that's just it for co-streaming. You'd think it would. Slight issue in the schedule. And Dream wasn't here for the full stream yesterday. There you go. So go watch the 1v1. It's happened. It's happened. Don't really sound contrast run. True enough, I suppose. I still think it might be worth asking, say, hey, by the way, this is copyright audio. Is there any way this could be changed? It's slightly annoying. No harm in asking. Maybe they've got other options. And generally, Riot is pretty careful about having non-copyright audio in their breaks. Generally. There was a little bit with LEC when they had the Song of the Week stuff with Spotify. When we had the Madonna Sick It cover and that kind of thing. And you stay on my mind, think about you all the time, want to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I won't tell song as well, where they had the really weird dance breakdown with Ender and Quickshot and Law kind of losing their minds, and Dracos as well. One of the most bizarre bits of content the LEC ever did. But we're back. People getting ready to go on stage. We need to turn the cameras off shortly. Lights are flaring. People are sitting down. We're getting ready to go. Man on your screen, Shun. What a game he had. What a game he had. What a statement after that game one. There's another man who had a bit of an interesting 2024, didn't he? Xiao, who dragged his team by the scruff of the neck through summer, but the rest of the year was not pretty. It was not pretty at all. But Champ Select is here. The cams will disappear. And we get ready for game 3. 1-1. Two very different games, but The result ends up being the same. The team with the lead squanders it somewhat. Atakan in game 1 led to nothing, and the turnaround was strong from Weibo Gaming. JDG, on the other hand, managed to find a way back in after the Pike, and Zyra got snowballing and brought us to this even state of affairs. But of course, it's not like many other best of 5s at this point in a series. There's 20 champions that are just no longer available to be played. And that's before all these initial bans come on through. Varus, Rumble, Ezreal, the bans from Weibo Gaming, trying to ensure that Paze doesn't have as an easier time in the bot lane. And again, he is a younger player. If anybody on this team of JDG is going to have champion pool issues, you imagine it is Paze. Double AD carry bans on the other side. The Ashe and the Kalista lane dominant options off. Skarner off. Aurora is available. Rumble not. Aurora being considered. Xiaohu or Breathe, both potential pilots for that. Whether they have the license to play such a highly coveted champion is a different matter, but locked in nonetheless. The killer bunny rabbit with the sharp, pointy teeth. Locked in for Weibo Gaming response. Potential Corki, been banned a lot this series. Very, very strong, is a flex. Could go down towards bot lane. Rel, up and available, is a very strong pairing with it if they want to lock that one in for that bot side. And again, a lot of our engaged sports getting a little thin on the ground here. I think if you lock in the Rel, you obligate Hung into an Alistair, probably. Or vice versa, I suppose. Victor, instead, happy to take up either option. Was banned last game. That is a very, very big team fight combo from JDG. But on the other side, it's Aurora too. This is a lot less early game focused than our last game. Objective fight galore here. If you get your setup, both teams can do a lot of work. Tien's not Lee Sin, also legendary, but I'm saying the Shinsa. A legendary option for him, was so good on this champion last year. I know it's just a hover, but certainly I think a realistic consideration. But they say no, don't want to go to the jungle. We want to lock in a bot lane that can guarantee some shove. The Caitlyn locked in. They do go back to that Shinzao. There's your points of pressure early. Shinzo can skirmish, can make sure that bot lane has some coverage. Caitlyn has different pairing options too. Hung can look towards some more of those more unusual options. We saw Shen the other week from Lehens. Lux, of course, famous with it. Bard, bit of Karma's been done before. You can go towards, what I would have said, things like the Nautilus, but that's not available within banned away. And on the other side, JDG lock in the Pantheon. It has occasionally been run jungle, over in the LEC in particular. Could still go towards the support role too. Options available. Who did I think they want to win? Oh, you say it's to win? I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be 5 games. I think I might give Weibo the edge just about. But I think it's so damn tight that you could go either way and it would not be a surprise. The manner in which it happens might be. But I don't think either team winning would be a huge surprise here. It's a very even matchup. Bans coming on through towards support. That Elise away from the Caitlyn makes a lot of sense. Great in the lane swaps. Deadly with the Caitlyn. You dive a lot better than a Lux as well. You might actually want to ban the Lux here. Especially because you've got 4th pick. You can look for an Alistair on 4th pick. They'll ban the Gnar instead and say, okay, if you want the Lux, you can do it. But are they going to ban the Alistair? It's the other major engaged support option available. Rakan, Nautilus, Leona, Rel, all off the table. The Pike, even. Just off play. Will Mel be enabled for playoffs? I actually don't know. Honest answer, I don't know. Wukong banned. Shun, obviously an excellent Wukong player. It's pretty good into the Shinzao. You can end up in his Thunderdome and throw it out just fine. You also just scale super well. You team fight super well. Of course, you've got the Pantheon locked, it's worth noting. So you don't actually have to pick the Alistair here yourself. You keep the flex open by locking in the Scion. The Pantheon Corki lane sounds just fine to me early on. Braum. Oh yeah, that makes sense into the Pantheon. I see it. Caitlyn Braum, definitely potentially quite dangerous lane if you land the passive. Caitlyn's ability to follow up, very, very scary. And then you get frozen, the champ goes under. Can be a bit of a kill lane. Not necessarily a poke lane, not necessarily a shove lane in the way that a Lux or a Karma or what, or at least I suppose these days would be. But still a fine combo. And we said in the break, we might get the option to see some of Breathe deeper champion pool, some of his carry option. Back in the day, he was arguably the best Camille in all of the LPL. I think that crown has been stolen from him by the likes of Bin by now. But Breeze's Camille is truly a special treat for all of us back home. And now we see, is the Pantheon a jungle? Or is it a support? Nico being hovered here. Be another engaged tool to join in with the Pantheon. We have seen a fair amount of Nico. Most potently with the Callista, but it has been done. Nearly didn't work out yesterday. Buster shot away a number of times by Care on the Tristana. It wasn't enough to stop NIP going to a 3-1 victory. And the Nico became pretty obnoxious. And when you got Pantheon and Sion as your double semi-globals with Nico coming from weird angles, this Caitlyn and Aurora need to make sure they watch their flanks. Don't get Jurassic Parked. Do not get Clever Girls, or you will have a bad time. On the other side, Aurora, Caitlyn. Whew, that siege is nasty. Shinzao Braum is your front line. Camille is a split pushing option. You got a great 4-1 with some decent divers. You got ways to keep your backline safe. Track the Pantheon. You're in good hands. Good team fight there as well. On the other side, man oh man, that wombo ability of the Pantheon Nico just drop in. Could be very difficult if this Braum, Weibo are not on the ball. Managed to game, what was it, 1? Yeah, that was the right. I had to think about who won which game, which order. Managed to deny the Atakan shove, managed to find some re-engages in. Riff we go for game 3. Crowd has it from here. And we are, of course, in Jingdong Gaming's home arena. This is their stage. It's their venue. Home field advantage. Always feel lovely. Weibo Gaming had to go on a bit of a journey to get here. China is a huge country, guys. And the flights are never short. We're going to be looking at our 3rd lane swap in a row. We're going to be getting the even lanes. I feel like Caitlyn generally wants to take the matchup. Often been the case. The Nico, of course, not a melee champion. So a lot better into Braum than I think the Pantheon would have been, who would have hopped forwards and then realised that Braum goes, cool, let me literally make you cool. And Hung, you're playing Santa Braum, and that's great. But it's February now, mate. What are you doing? Wrong time of year. Tries to deliver a present to Missing, who doesn't want it. Wants the coal instead. Very rude of him. Here comes Tian. Level 2 gank on the Xin Sao. Pantheon started top. Wanted to be aware that there could be an invade. And that is a very dangerous angle. Flash for the passive. Missing has to flash on now, but at least pays in a deadly, deadly spot. Doesn't have a cleanse. Can't get far enough away. There is no Valkyrie. They want to donate the kill over to someone valuable. And the Shinzao will be the one that picks it up. Hung blows both summoners, but on the other side, pays. Down flash. Missing down flash. Heal. Nice play from the Shinzao. We'll go back over towards his Krugs. And Pantheon won't look to invade to the other side of the map. Wants to make sure that he can get down bot lane and try and return the favor once he's finished clearing. Why did Pace flash there? I think was hoping that he could maybe get away. I don't know how far off level 2 he was. Maybe he was hoping if I could survive a little bit longer, get a minion death, get a Valkyrie. Can get away to safety. Maybe. Red buff slow made it very tricky. Maybe with missing over the angle, there could have been an option for some barbs coming on through. Shun clears red side, comes find Tien on those Raptors. Steals away a little bit there, not a huge amount. But it's going to be behind a camp in terms of clear speed, but the damage is done. That is a huge lane state now for the Caitlyn. As Ala eats, breathe with getting that shield up, but actually times out a lot of that with a solid weight on the decimating smash, but has to be a little wary with that precision protocol, no, tactical sweep coming across. I apologize. Not a lot of mana for breathe though, nonetheless. Scout. Tien's just not farming. He's just ganking. Whimper comes lightning, shoots damage back. Who needs to farm when you can set up every lane for success? Let's into a Pantheon, who has decided, I want to just get all these camps down. And Tien changes up the plan. This isn't a farming jungler. This isn't the Zyra. This is a red buff into level 2 gank. Go get my wolves. Wrap around gank mid. Get the flash. Get this scuttle crab. Reset. Look to try and pick up the camps as they respawn on the other side. Yeah, you're down some camps, but I think in a lot of ways you are pretty happy with the double kills. And the damage having been done. Missing. Be very quiet. It's wabbit hunting season. Elmer Fudd. Were they right? Wabbits. Wabbits! Wascally wabbits. They got away. Gets away with it. Motherfuck again. This is just as wolves. They've just seen him on Raptors. It's like, the Blasco keeps him out of vision. Tien, that is glorious. Scout thinks he's safe. That ward should have kept him safe. In any reasonable world, that ward keeps him safe. Tien is just better. Regular season Tien, folks. He's backed up. He's just not stopping. This man is a menace. He's a gremlin. He's the menace from your nightmare. Missing is going to be put on ice. Light shows the light to Missing, who briefly turned into Kato. Like, look, you wouldn't hurt yourself, would you? And Light goes, I see through the lies of the Jedi. Dark side Light. Looking more like a Death Note wielder than a Jedi right now. I mixed my references there. I don't even apologize. I am fueled by pop culture and references, and that's all I have. Breathe. Hits an estimating smash, has about time. Shun finally gets a gank off. Xiaohu just out of range. Throws a weirding. Over towards the grubs we go. Tien is down a level. Worth noting. He's actually in a really good spot though, because he's got the tunneler. He's got the longsword. So in an okay spot. Want to try to take at least one here. Where is Shun? Has flash. Could look to come in. Try to throw the meteor spear out. The problem is, you'd still be diving into a Caitlyn who's got shove and can roam a bit faster. Breathe. Nice ult to deny the decimating smash damage. Gets the shield as well. Trying to force Arla to potentially burn their own ultimate. Precision Protocol Part 2. Electric Camille Boogaloo gets the ult interrupt on the hook shot, but Arla's got no mana, by the way, so can't keep trading in the mid lane. Going in between worlds, and Scout does not find pleasure in another world. This ain't a light novel, and it is the killer bunny rabbit. And the teeth are sharp and pointy enough to bring down the Herald of the Arcane. Victor Nation, why are we doing that? That's the question we have to ask now. 0 and 2. Scout kind of got done in by the most creative gank of all time from Tien. We'll be looking to VOD review that absolutely obscene blast cone. Gets punished after the level 6s come through. And not much to be done on Weibo Gaming. Off to the races in Game 2. That is the feat for Martial Mastery. And there's that replay in inventory. It's a good charge on in. The Between Worlds does enough work. And an Aurora that gets a lead is a terror in the mid game. Once you get those 2 items, you just do so much work. You just do. Especially with the changes. You do a lot of damage with your basic combo. And when you guys start to be able to be an aggressive pick champion, basically, it's very difficult to mitigate. Especially when you're looking at some of these champions. This Victor ain't really going to have a lot to say till a little later on in the game when the Seraphs and stuff comes on him. I refer you to Doomby in game 1 just yesterday. Did a lot of work on that Aurora. Wasn't even close by the time they were started. Fight. Okay. Crescent Guard comes on through, but there is the Grand Starfall. That means that Tien swiftly ends up in a 1v4. All over a Scuttle Crab. Nice pick off and a nice shutdown. Who did that kill go to? Corki. Great news. Pace picks up the first kill of the game for JDG. And an important one it was too. I don't know whether they can do the dragon off it. Cost them a flash, cost them an ult. Tien will be back on the map shortly enough that it might still end up being a little too even a state of affairs to really force the dragon. I've got requests from chat just to call Xiaohu the Webbit. And we might, that reference might be coming back mainly because it entertains me. We'll probably also end up with a Monty Python reference or two. So, you know, don't bear with me, guys. Like, come on. You've got to be discerning with when you pull out your media franchise references. I'm missing. Steps on forwards. But it was me. Nico Dio. And we head back over towards the dragon. Teleport comes on through from Xiaohu just to make sure nothing wild happens. We'll be heading back towards mid lane afterwards. Pays. Trying to get this wave. Will not be attacked too heavily. Should be okay. And away we go. Let's breathe. Doing fine on this top side. Lost a little bit there on the reset. It's got the teleport still to their name. And again, Camille getting a free time into this Scion. Hasn't been put behind. One of the reasons that Camille really fell out of meta is she just doesn't have that many good matchups anymore. It's the honest answer. A lot of the skill matchups just aren't as good for her as they once were. But Scion, still one of those matchups that can be just fine, and you scale freely in there, you get your grasp, and with the game being played elsewhere, Weibo haven't been able to impact it. And that is great news for Breathe. Not anywhere super scary yet. It's level 8, nearly level 9. Matching the farm well enough. I think had a slightly frustrating back after that attempted 1v1 down bot. Still has the flash advantage. But is in a perfectly fine spot this game. And that is not what you want to see on a Camille. If she gets the 2 items for free, oh good god. Bad times be had. Grub's number 2 setup. First set were claimed by Weibo Gaming. And again, you're the team with the Camille and the Caitlyn. You want as many of these grubs as you can muster. Tien has a smite. Smites one away. Here comes the ult from Arla, who misses it. Between Worlds comes down from Xiaohu into the weirding. Puts a lot of damage to the backline into missing. But wait! The webbing comes on through! And gets brought down. It'll be a 1-for-1 as Shun picks that one down. Hang on though. Pays will be not enjoying his pal Light's damage. The barrier is solid. Basscode away, stays alive. Shun claims at least one of the grubs. And because they split off trying to kill off the Corki, Light's left off in a difficult spot. Shun gets the Grand Starfall into the backline. Cleanse a little late. And Shun gets enough done with the Meteor Spear. Sorry, Comet Spear. To get the work done, you lose 4. And Xiaohu's just respawned. So that's well played. JDG find the fight they were looking for. Little bit of an overchase onto the Corki there. Might have made things a bit easier. Still, 5 grubs secured. Caitlyn gets a lot of plates. And it did end up being a 5v4. But Weibo Gaming, that was a little sloppy. And Shun, despite the early start to the game, 2-0-2 now, has managed to use those mid-fight Grand Starfalls very well. First turret secured. And that is your feet secured. Never have there been a stronger kicker than Weibo Gaming. thought they'd lost this, Curse, but I see it in chat. Nymaera with the Weibo throw one fight after a great early game, Curse. Nope. It's still alive in here. And kicking, quite literally now with the feet of strength. But have a look at this again, because it starts off well enough. Ala goes on in, doesn't get Tien, and then Xiao, who goes into the backline, gets a big Aurora ult into the weirding, and then hops forwards and immediately gets stunned. The Pot Blossom comes on through, and you go 1 for 1, but that is a support for your mid laner. And Pays gets away with damn murder. The barrier is good, the blast cone is better, and all the while, Shun and Tien are trading out here as Scout gets a massive Arcane Storm as Tien's trying to play for that last grub and not playing for the fight. So you've lost your Shinsat with all the damage. Hung is split off by this Scion as well, and despite the cleanse, Pays cannot get the damage. Sorry, Light cannot get the damage, and Pays even gets to come back and claim a kill, despite being on 5 HP. Messy, messy stuff, and a little bit frustrating. And this Corki that had everything blown at level 1 is now 2-1-1, is ahead of the Caitlyn. That gold lead you had has disappeared. You've still got grubs. You're still going to be just fine in this game because you have got the Caitlyn. You have got the Camille. Your 4-1 split push will be obnoxious as hell. But how freely are you going to get to use it now in the mid game with a Corki and a Victor? With the Grand Starfall and the Nico flanks to watch out for. How easy will you be able to get to build towards these turrets? Even the Scion, right, with the Decimating Smash, has a lot of wave clear themselves. Your use of grubs isn't going to be as free as it might have been if you've been the one on the front foot with the lead. You don't have that anymore. Ah, dear. Well, teleport's still coming on through. Ola has to flash away as the teleport comes on down. And you can still look with all of those grubs to swiftly secure another turret. Turrets trade in the bot side. Scout doesn't have teleport, so you can look to shove onto tier 2 here and probably get a fairly decent chunk. Pays trading out in the mid lane with Xiao, who isn't really going to get that much shove. And with 6 grubs and the door coming on down, I don't think you can stop the tier 2 falling. JDG, you can't be here. Not anymore. The Pop Blossom comes on up, but we're missing a Weasel. And he's the one who gets popped. Ola doesn't have flash anymore. Or sorry, doesn't have ult anymore. And we'll just get Hextech Ultimatum. Will surely fall. Gets a decent Decimating Smash, but he can't quite get it. Will hookshot over the wall to secure it nonetheless. Hung just about alive. The turret shot secures one back. Have you gone too deep? Between worlds goes Xiaohu. As Ala's zombie is there. And Shun tries to dive on in to save the lives and falls himself. Weibo Gaming, right the wrongs. Find a much better fight. Breathe dies, yes, but gets the kill doing so. And you get a lot out of it. Missing Shun and Ala all for the one singular death of Breathe is pretty good going. And you get the tier 2. And you get the ults. I think you take that. I'm looking forward to the replay here, because JDG aren't quite quick enough on the draw. Pantheon is still on Dragon. That's why he's not here. Tier 2 falls, and Weibo force the issue. They get the stun onto Missing with that hook shot. They get the kill. Arla's stunned up with the passive from Braum. And you think Arla with the flash on out, maybe with Pays here as well. You could trade this, but Arla still falls. Shun is still in a pretty tricky spot as Xiaohu teleports in just close enough. Between worlds is there. And that's enough work to be doing what you need to. Scout eventually joins, but of course didn't have the teleport at the time, was mid shoving up that bot lane. And 2 turrets plus the kills is great value as far as Weibo Gaming is concerned. They're going to try and fight over this Herald. Tien got a blast cone, can get on in, nicely timed. Gravity Field though will force him away, won't be able to get in or not in. 5v4 reminder. Weibo don't want to overplay this, but they're going to force the teleport onto this tier 2 because Breathe could do a lot of work with a teleport away. That now gives the 4v4 flashback from Xiao, who wanted to get onto Missing, who flashed to get the Pop Blossom, but this is support Nico. You don't have damage. And you'll die for your sins, and it means this mid lane tier 1 is in danger. The teleport meant that Breathe just walks on over to that mid tier 1 with the rest of Weibo having been on that tier 2, and Weibo Gaming. Smoke and Mirrors works out well. Xiao forced really hard to make it happen on that Nico, but the damage is done. Yeah, you get the turret topside, that's great, but all your other turrets are down. The top tier 2 is down as well, and Weibo Gaming, despite the fumble on that team fight around second grubs, are still in a pretty good spot and are now managing to use the grubs, are managing to mitigate the wave clear. by just playing the map a little wider when JDG group up for these objectives. Arla in danger. Is not very tanky, but here's the Grand Starfall. Tien, the Crescent Guard's about to fall. And they can't get the Scion this time around. And look, I get why Scout has gone for the scaling option. He's going for the Leandries next. He's gone for the Saras because you have everybody diving for your head. And you are going to be target number one. You are the easiest, realistically, to pick of the main carries. And the Saravs helps keep you alive, you playing for that mid to late stages. And in fairness, for all it feels like the plays of late have been Weibo Gaming favoured, the gold lead is 1,000 gold, not even that. And when you've got a Corki, when you've got a Victor, your scaling is pretty damn fierce. Caitlyn Aurora scaled just fine. But as far as 5v5 team fights, Victor Corki is pretty damn hard to beat with a Scion frontline and some decent enough initiators to make their lives easier. Of course, the other side of that is Camille's now at 2 items and has 5 grubs. If you go for a 5v5, how many structures do you lose in the meanwhile? And again, that Saras makes a lot more sense when you realise that Camille could well be problematic in the backline and in the side lanes as well if Victor's asked to manage those. If you want to get to those 5v5s in a way that you're going to be useful, the Seraphs might be obligatory. Well, Black Cleaver now secured. Second item on in for both of our junglers. Not quite completed, notably, for Xiaohu or Light, who actually have fallen a little bit behind in the farm for making all these plays and all these rotations. It means they've not been sat down and farming. Paze and Scout have been doing that just fine so far this game. We got ourselves 5 seconds until Drake number 3 spawns for the game. Both of our teams with 1 apiece, and Ala will ult away. Doesn't want to get caught up by the Braum passive, which would have been a little problematic, I grant you. So the Dragon's been started. And JDG say, well, in that case, we'll take this opportunity to get the shove through mid. Try and claim some of this topside vision, because Atakan is an option. And that could be problematic. You can see exactly where Scout is right now. With wave shoved and all that vision kind of disappearing, JDG, how aggressive are you feeling? You're the ones with the item advantage right now in terms of completion. Might not be an awful time to force if you feel the urge for it. Weibo with the stat-assisted advantage, and that's a J... but we'll see whether it holds up so well. Seen those numbers change back and forth a few times across these games. The numbers are just that, not a guarantee. I think JDG's window for having that item advantage is shortly closing. Don't think he'll be waiting all that much longer for this Caitlyn and Aurora to get it. Herald summon in mid. Going the other direction. They see... I'm assuming that was a deliberate, yeah, we can't do this moment. Xiaohu off on the flank. Gets the ult. It's on to Scout. That's pretty valuable. Forces the flash on him. Now they've, because the Victors had to flash away, gonna try and find an angle on in. Xiaohu manages to stay away from Arla, who still gets a big knock-up. Pop Blossom is pretty good. Shun flashes for the shield vault, but Xiaohu gets over the wall, going across the veil, dodges the Comet Spear, but is a long, long way away from his allies. But on the other side, JDG have split away, chasing the Wabbit. Don't follow the White Rabbit, this ain't the Matrix. They managed to pick up Braum finally, but they'll lose one back, and the turnaround with the Hextech Ultimatum means Pantheon falls. Tien inside an arcade store doing a lot of work as Light tries desperately to pick up a few people. And it ends up being a 3 for 3. Xiaohu still here. Gonna siege onto the tier 3. He's a madman. He just won't be stopped. 5 grubs as a teleport on Breathe. How much damage can he get done? Light gets the reset off as a result and can get that shove into the tier 2. What a weird old fight. let's have a look. So Xiaohu initially finds the engage. It's not quite into as many people as they're hoping, but they still get Scout, still force the flash. Breathe then goes forwards and kind of has to leave. Ala's TP is interesting. We end up in a really weird spectator bug moment there where the ult effectively lands onto 2 people and Shun and Missing go hell for leather of 2 people that Ala hit. But Xiaohu escapes. And that means that JDG have kind of split away and Weibo see an opportunity to re-engage. The Crescent Guard forces Ala back on in. The Wind Become Lightning claims him. And it ends up in this pretty good spot. But the problem is, the damage is still good enough and the door time's out that you can look to go forwards. And the damage from JDG is still pretty good. Breathe realizes he's not getting out, so has to go back onto Shun. The Arcane Storm is still deadly. The problem is that Light was still there and able to trade back out well enough to make it an even state of affairs. Still, that is the Victor. Let's continue to farm up 1,600 gold because of the shutdowns he's picked up and just the ability to farm, despite Xiaohu being 3-1 and 3. You're looking at this Caitlyn, who's, yes, is ahead, but not by a huge amount. The Corki will be getting towards a 3rd item in pretty short order. Caitlyn, at least 2.5 items, and Weibo going to say, okay, we just need to force a fight now before things like scaling can prove problematic in these team fights. Breathe. Splitting away. Scout has teleport, so does Breathe. And off of Atakan, go Weibo Gaming. Breathe needs to be a bit wary here. Being jumped on by 2 people. Gets the Hextech Ultimatum to ignore the stun, but there's a Gravity Field waiting for him. Needs to be a bit aware, but will ult out. Nice! Sorry, TP out. I apologize. Now TP from Scout to the other side. Breathe escapes, but did have to burn the TP. And Scout's now top side. Breeze's not going to be there for a hot minute. Shun, with the Grand Starfall, can be there in a pretty short order. Air support available. Xiaohu looks for the angle. Finds the Between Worlds. Goes on to Missing and does unspeakable damage with the weirding and the 2-fold Hex. Damage done onto the Nico, who just ain't tanky. Is a long, long way away from an arm guard or Azonia's right now. Tien, though, being engaged on the retreat, does have the Crescent Guard. Buy some time to step on forward with the Audacious Charge to get out of the gravity field. Breathe. Jumps forward, but Ala tanky enough at this point to not be under threat, but the Crescent Guard being popped. Still potentially a bit deadly. Ala down his own ultimate, though. Shun down his. Lots of ult popped to not get much more than half for Xin Zhao's health bar. The game remains very tight. Weibo Gaming with a nominal lead, 2,000-ish gold. How much does it matter at this point? I just don't know. Arm guard secured for Scout. Been there for a little while. Building towards a Bloodthirster as pays. And this Song gets tankier and tankier. Dragon secured. Caitlyn autos it from over the wall. She can do that. And gets Weibo Gaming to Soul Point. When actually you've got a lot of damage dealers. The increased damage and survivability at low HP totals could be pretty valuable in the JDG. Atakan, though, is started. Remember, they know they were on Dragon, so they can force it pretty fast. Down to half HP. The empowered blast cones, though, mean they can get in over. 5 seconds on Xiaohu's ult. Looking for the angle. Ale was taken very low, but not down. Atakan secured, though. Weibo not in range to properly steal. Can't quite get there in time. Between Worlds, Arlo loses the withdrawal. But 1 withdrawal for the Atakan. Pretty good going. What can you do with it, though, JDG? You need to get some value. You need to get some of these structures. You need to force a Baron fight, probably, to really get value here. Because if all you do is stall, it's not going to be good enough. No Dragon to play for. But as we said, Baron is up, and that would be a prize. Let's have a look here again. Arla has all of their resist shreds by Atakan. Xin Zhao nearly gets here in time. So let's have a look. Xiaohu gets a monster combo. That Sion's not tanky, by the way. He's built armor. And the smite comes on through. Shinso can't quite get there in time. Xiaohu will go across the veil and between worlds to ensure that Arla gets isekai'd to somewhere else. Shun looking for Xiaohu. Can't quite find it. Victor, the third item. Baron started. And here we go. With those withdrawals, this is going to be a really difficult fight. Breathe no TP. Sion does. Can you keep Tien out of the pit, though? Well, that's been more of a question. Xiaohu looks for a bit of a chunk, gets it onto Missing. 90 caliber net goes wide. Tien into the backline, gets onto Pays. Crescent Guard Shun out. The Pop Blossom isn't fantastic. Look for the ace in the hole. Brings one down. Scout deletes Aurora, though. Down to 2,000 HP. Shun going to be forced withdrawal. Will have the Grand Star full surely available. High feed required, but goes down. Tien nearly dead to the Baron. Stays alive. Scout goes golden. The ball is up. Gets the withdrawal. Weibo have to back. They only get Xiaohu in trade. Breathe. Hextech ultimatums. Will need to flash away. Has got a hook shot over a wall. Gets a bit of healing. Actually doesn't even pick up any of the honey fruits. Says no, to see this blast going, don't have time. Weibo Gaming lose no one. No one. Aside from Xiaohu. And stop the Baron and get all of the withdrawals. That is a win. JDG do not force the Baron correctly. The wrong people died. If Scout had died, if Shun had died, they could rejoin. Everyone else didn't have that opportunity. They can turn back to Baron, though. And try and play it out again. And even fight. Round 2. Fight. It's Mortal Kombat, all right. And I think the results will be bloody for the game, that's for sure. Hung throws out the Q. Ola buying time. Where is Tien? Trying to find an angle and in. The Baron goes down. Second time was the charm. Arla taken very low, though. Immediately lost. You lose a member of the Baron Shower looking for an angle, looking to get something. Gets a twofold hex, has to flash away as the Arcane Storm comes across. Scout missing at half HP. Do Weibo want to force harder? No. No, they don't. Pays back towards his mid lane. Does TM want to try and get something there? Won't quite find it. Missed the win, becomes lightning. I think on that Raptors was wondering, I think, whether Pays was being greedy on the reset there. Seeing some conversation in chat. No, I'm not Nymaera. I'm Nymaera's brother. I cast with him. We started casting together. Really about 5 years ago now. I'm a play-by-play. He's the color caster. We do the LPL co-stream together. Alex is not here this weekend. So it is me who is solo casting these ones. And actually, you have seen us in the same room together. Quite regularly. On this stream, in fact. I live in the same house as him. We do this stream together. So, yes. It is not Nymaera. It is his older, cooler brother who's just, you know, that slight bit of an upgrade. You know it is. He's not really here to defend himself. And I'm the older sibling. So, I get these rights. Sorry about that. Breathe. Gets away. Nice angle with the hook shot. Tien maybe looks to punish. The Baron's still there, though. And they get a fair amount of hooks. Tien eats all of the damage in the world. Breathe goes back forwards. Arlo takes pretty low. But again, that's the tank. And your two carries are forced immediately back. Ow. Ow, the damage from this Corki and Victor really beginning to hurt. Pays, though. Gets on the wrong end of a combo from this Aurora. Cam Dragon up. This would be solved for Weibo Gaming. Do they want to play this? I suspect the answer will be at Breathe, no teleport. We'll be out here swiftly enough. Hung. Throws up the door. Control wall procced. Tien on a flank angle. They know that Xiaohu is here. Ace in the hole. Lands onto Scout. It's not blocked. That one sucks. No teleport either for the quick reset. Xiaohu's got himself some of those empowered honey fruit as well. So back up to full HP. Breathe on an angle. No flash, but a hook shot. Could look to get onto Scout. Could be a valuable moment. The door comes up. The Ghost Fisher is Air Dragon is secure. And that is Soul for Weibo. Arla into the back line. Going to be split off, but so is Breathe. Waiting for the hook shot out. And the Sion just isn't tanky at this point in the game. There's enough there with the Brawn passive, with Caitlyn throwing traps down. But you just sit there and eat damage. Now they go towards this bot lane. And Baron earns little. Gets a tier 2. Interrupts the reset. Xiaohu and Scout. Shun and Scout, rather. Finally get one up, but now that means they're not here. Can Shun Grand Star fall back in? Not going to be forced to. Weibo are hunting to catch someone on the reset. Well, not the best Baron play from JDG. They're still scaling just fine here. It's a third item done for Corki Neely towards the fourth. The same deal for Scout. And they can still win this game in the late game scenarios, but losing Soul still kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. And the Glacial Fissure means that Shun just cannot get on through. Braum Q is all that's required to secure the Soul. Hung can hang with the best of them. Ola then caught in the back of the pit as Breed gets to walk out to safety. They get a kill, they get the Soul. Pull away. 4th item now done for the Caitlyn, nearly at 5. Light. Kind of through the mid-game troughs that sometimes Caitlyn's can find themselves in. Here's a legitimate hyper carry threat themselves. Especially with the Braum in front of them. Rapid fire to enable some of those headshot autos to really sting. Ace in the hole. Missing on a Nico. 0, 5, and 6. It's been 1 or 2 decent picks, but the problem is Nikos from behind are not the same as Nikos from head because they can't get towards things like Zhonya's hourglasses, and they just become something of cannon fodder in these fights. Even if the rest of the team has been scaling super well, you won't necessarily. And this Camille, 3.5 items. Got themselves some, is it Vanguard Striders? Is that what the name of the upgraded Noxian boots are? I can never remember. I've not learned the boot names. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a failed play-by-play, apparently. Not been put that way, but you've got 3.5 items there on this Camille, who, again, ain't exactly getting weaker as the game goes on. Would be loving some of that additional tenacity, that additional damage at below 50% as well. And yes, you can respond to the wide map plays. You've got the Grand Starfall. That's great news, but I don't know how easy you win a 1v2 right now. Certainly not sure whether you get the kill. I think Camille will just back away most of the time. Oh boy, 25 seconds on Baron. Longest game of the day. Arla looking for Light. Grand Starfall. Light flashes away. Stays alive. Missing. Nearly dead. Shun can't quite get onto Light. Will get body blocked by Hog, who says, stand behind me, Mr. President. Missing just about alive on the other side of the show, who's not quite here. Not here, but could look for a monster angle at the back of it if he can find the angle. Tien might need to go over the wall. Everyone stays alive. Hung and Light, though, down to key summon as Shun went flashing for it. Missing went flashing for it. All the while, though, look who's in the picture. Breathe is shoving. Xiaohu looking to get damage at the backline. Needs to flash on out. Gets a Grand... Sorry, the Grand Star forward. The between worlds and escapes for now, but to what end? Xiaohu needs to run. Trying to split between the turrets. Pays is there. Will die surely. And they do get the kill on Xiaohu, but it comes at the cost of the inhibitor. Xiaohu went to interrupt the backs. At the cost of their own life, it's a shutdown going the way of Pays. And that would be a fight for 45 seconds without the Aurora. But the inhibitor's down and Breathe ain't leaving. It's Smoke and Mirrors, it's split map play, and JDG, yeah, your team fight's great, but how easy will it be to force a 5v5 that is decisive enough to pull away this Camille? Xiao was always the king of Smoke and Mirrors. In the LPL, at his best, he played the map, played Fog of War better than nearly anyone else in the world. Won him an MSI or two against teams like T1 and SKT before their rename. Doing again here on the Aurora, hopping around. And everyone else going on Wabbit hunting season. Ain't aware of exactly what they're costing up. As Scout gets the slow. Gravity Fit, the Arcane Storm comes down as well. Breathe, I think, might actually be in the 1v3. I'm not sure he'll win this one. Trying to buy some time. Gets the Starex Shield. Trying to buy Star. The Hextech Ultimatum is pretty solid. Gets the Tactical Sweep. Flashes away. Aurora teleported for that. And that wasn't a bad little showing. Death Cap on Victor. Might be enough to manage the Camille, it turns out. Here we go again. Over towards the Baron. Hextech. Oh, I'm sorry, that Arcane Storm down. Arlo with no ult either. Shun with the Grand Starfall. It's nigh on impossible to keep out of this pit. Are they just flipping it? They are. Shun's got a Blast Cone! He got into the pit. It doesn't matter. He'll go down. And Weibo just say enough of it. We flip. That's the plan. Into the backline goes Breathe. Missing. Taken to 2/3 or 1/3 HP. Loses 2/3 of the HP. And Elder's about to spawn. And you just lost your jungler on the flip. Oh, Weibo Gaming. They smell the burgers, and it tastes good. Now JDG have to fight with their backs against the wall, down a critical member. As Elder Dragon sporting, Tien goes in, and Scout goes golden to one end. The Crescent Guard is in, and Scout eats the wrong end of a pair of scissor legs. Very unsafe, really. How on earth do you walk on soft ground? And squishy bodies, for that matter. As Victor, realizing that maybe Hextech wasn't the greatest invention of all time, even as the Herald of the Arcane. Missing, gets out alive, but I don't think for very long. Goes golden, not bad. But again, it's just delaying the inevitable. A Precision Protocol Part 2 does the work that the rest of the team started, and Pays alone survives. But JDG can hold no longer. Baron, Soul, and 4 members dead will lead to the end of the game. Weibo Gaming do it. And JDG was scaling, but unfortunately not enough to pull themselves out of the grave they made for themselves at the end there. 2-1 Weibo Gaming. Though it got down to some very intriguing late game side lane scenarios. In the end, fuck it, we flip. It's just better. Like, legitimately, Pantheon was in that pit. If Pantheon steals that Baron, oh my god. Like, don't get me wrong, I am sure Weibo had timed the burst to be very difficult. It's never entirely an even 50-50. I am sure they have timed the smite with everything else. Yeah, I try to remember, but I think Missing had a no good game for the first time this split. Yeah, possibly. I don't think it was particularly clean, was it? Tough. Not great. I agree. Kind of expect better of him. The Nico didn't really work out. If that had been, God knows, Arel and Alistair, but, you know, those aren't available right now because they've been banned. We're getting to fearless positions. Series point for Weibo. Nico into Camille Aurora is crazy. It's a little bold. It's a little bold. I think I see the idea, right? Is that you counter engage, right? Aurora and Shinzao and Camille go forwards, and you aha! And it works as a really good combo with Pantheon and Sion, right? They go forwards, you join them. Big CC, Victor, and Corki do buttloads of damage, and we kind of saw it occasionally. But the problem was, I think, because they didn't snowball, because they didn't hold the line, it took a long time for Missing to get towards an arm guard. Like, if that Nico has Zhonya's, I think the game is very different. Honestly, I argue you might have been better off rushing Zhonya's this game rather than the Rocket Belt. Pays on Zeri will carry. Might be that. We are getting to that part of the draft. I think Zeri is becoming increasingly likely, yeah. Jinx still an option as well. Oh boy, those are some big champions off the pool. Victor, Corki, and you still couldn't win. The Aurora was really annoying on the other side too. TN's early game was fantastic. Then there was the great early game leading into one team fight angle around the Grubs. God bless Weibo Gaming, never changed, quite literally. Sejuani and Tione is next draft. Maokai 100%. Yeah, both those haven't been played. I think that's a very valuable shout out. Slightly less bruisery carry junglers, which I know both of them are really good at, but you might starting to go towards more of the utility team fight options. Definitely a possibility. I think those are very valuable. Wukong might be another angle. I think it got banned the last couple games as well. Yeah, Wukong banned. Might start slipping through, just staying banned. I think now the one wants to give that up. Oh, they're doing decent work there on the side. I see you, but Light managing well. And again, it's like, this game was like, you saw how long Weibo was stalled at that kind of gold mark. Back and forth for about 3,000 gold for a long, long time until that final fight does it in. Baron ends the game, basically. They go down to the flip. They don't want to let the scaling keep on going. And it works out. Just about. Yeah, I agree. We are getting towards those angles, but the hyper carries might start popping out of bot lane. And Pays is very good at a number of those. The Zeris and Jinxes of the world. Let's have a look again. This is TN. finding that ridiculous... Actually, no, is it the early gank? That's just another kill they get, yeah. That won't have been off the ward. I see Xiaohu jumping on missing every opportunity they can get. Flash out of the Pot Blossom. Missing follows, but has no mana. Immediately dies. Man, tough game to be Nico. Smolder, another option. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Need some Ramos okay action. If it becomes AD heavy, maybe. Ultra Prime tried it into Zeri. Amumu into Zeri, also very good. Might see that one. Tantrum is just very good into her. A Tantrum steel caps and warns Mail and Zeri just to sort of sit there and cry as she tries to Q you and does nothing. I wonder whether Xiaohu might get MVP here. For me, I think it was probably Tien. The early game pathing was super cool. But I think Aurora, the later the game went on, became increasingly valuable. And I think that's also a very worthy choice. I'm seeing a lot of people in chat looking towards tanky options, and I kind of agree. Definitely a possibility. But I feel like, as well, if Breed is feeling comfortable enough to draft a Camille, things like Fiora, things like Gwen, things like Vladimir become increasingly an option. Do we see a Gangplank even? It's not great in lane swap, but hey, Gangplank has been in lane swap metas before and been okay, even if it can get a little miserable. Excuse me. Yawning away here. I just saw a little message from Nymaera who's coming up with some great combo names that are not stream worthy. I'll tell you a little secret for behind the scenes. All casters struggle to turn the casting brain off. We all have this option where it's like, okay, you know, what's a fun quote? What's a fun line? What's a fun combo name? And some of them are very entertaining, but just not allowed for cast. They're not allowable. And Alex had a great one. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Can't be said. Just have to imagine. But just know that we're constantly workshopping. I'm personally a fan of the public restraining order for Vine and Bessa I came up with earlier today. I think it's a good combo. There's a Shinzao angle. Tien. Good game on the Shinzao. And those early game choices really help Weibo Gaming get rolling. Some good team fights. Solid smite secure. Can't ask too much more. Oh, look at them. There we go. Woo! Nice work from Tim. Oh, there we go. Look at that little picture. Ain't it adorable? Seven out of 8. One for bot as well. Bot? I mean, Caitlyn played alright. Fair enough. So it turns out that Ambessa autocorrects to Am-Esse, which is very annoying. Ambessa. Thank you. Whew. Not miles off what could be our deciding game, guys. Okay, gonna run some ads for the Twitch viewers. And importantly as well, thank you very much for the sub from RGS Tipsy. It is super appreciated. Thank you for that one. All of the support matters, means the world to us. It really matters to us as well. Thank you to I'm Still Terror as well with the sub. Really, really, really appreciate it. If you guys do have primes to drop, please do drop them here. Drop them on my channel as well, Initialise Cast, if you've got the spare option. It really makes a difference to myself and Alex in terms of doing things like this LPL co-stream. Your support helps us keep doing this. If you've got a sub to throw, if you've got a prime to throw, if you've got some donations, please do throw it at the channel. We love you. Thank you for coming and watching here. Thank you to Olivia. Thank you to YouTube. Appreciate you guys all out there as well. It is super, super appreciated that you come and view these things and try and throw the support in where you can. Gonna run those ads now as well. To milk you all for the money. Back in a minute or two.
诺克萨斯人总是爱念叨力量至上什么的。我不仅会赢，而且会赢得很漂亮。这儿是我的场子，滚出我的老家！我跟那些烂人打斗的场面不全是演的。新年快乐，妈。
Oh, we're back. I'm back. Hello. How are you all doing? I am Initialise. I am the caster. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast together. He is not here today. He is off this weekend elsewhere. And I am holding down the fort while he is not around. And we're ready to go get done. I have refilled my water. Delicious, life-giving water. And we're ready to go for what could be our final game of the day. welcome, the match is over. Game 4 now. Yeah, what's the score? It is 2-1 to Weibo Gaming. Weibo on the verge of victory here. Tight game 3 that Weibo Gaming came out on top of. And Taewon Weibo. Weibo have been very consistent this year, though, Curvin. It's not the Weibo from last year. Though there was a bit of a fumble in the early game here, but they've been playing really well. And JDG are running into a bit of an issue where missing isn't hitting as hard as we'd like. And sometimes just a little bit of JDG being a little uncoordinated around some of these key rotations, basically. They've been a little slower, they've been a little less tight, whereas Weibo have actually been pretty good about getting to plays faster, getting the players in a better rotation, and that has got some stuff done. Has Anivia been talking through my chair, Poltak? Is that what's going on? And thank you for the follow, I see you. Fat chubby seal, all my days, adorable. And of course, this is Nymaera's channel. Please do throw the follows. Please do throw all the support coming this way. Follow it over at mine as well. You'll find me in the description at Initialise Casts. Come join me. Come say hello. Come do cool things with me. It's really, really cool. And they're actually better this year? Yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. But the lights are on. So enough from me. We're going to game 4. Can Weibo close it out? That's a question we'll have to be asking ourselves very shortly. So, we have ourselves bans coming on through, and we are deep, deep, deep into Fearless. 30 bans from the previous 3 games, and an additional 6 to start off. As a Kali being taken away from Weibo as a potential flex and AP option, because AP starts to become a bit of a premium here. Ashe still being removed, not given over. The Yone is still not being given over. And Skarner is never going to be seen in a competitive game here in the LPL if any of our teams can help it. And thank you very much for the sub as well, Chubby Seal, I see you. And welcome to the community and welcome to this game 4. It's a good time. Rumble Band, still not giving that one up. What? Oh, what? Oh, Weibo gonna do here? A couple bans that make sense. Varus, I think, is an option. Kalista, again, risky to give up. Been banned pretty much this entire series. Are you willing to try? They go for the Galio ban. Even with the Rumble in? Interesting. Aware, of course, that Shun being a Kindred player, Kindred Galio would be pretty deadly. But it's an immediate lock-in of the Kalista for Pays. Tried really hard last game. That Corki was desperate. Couldn't quite get enough done. So what's the response? Varus, I think, makes sense, but we see a lot into the Kalista. Pair it up with something else that can manage the lane, and you can at least try and poke out, have that early dominance. Lane swap an option as well. Especially before it gets banned away, as AD carry pools start to get very, very tight at this stage. You're locking in a support to go with it. You wait to see what the matchup is, bot. That's another question. Maokai, Sejuani, both up if you want to go the tank option. So is the Wukong, though. And Tien gratefully picks up one of the better champions on the patch. Shun. No Vi. Which is often the answer we see into a Wukong. Those two seem to be a matched pair. Renata, of course, is the quintessential pairing with Kalista these days. Bailout allows you to stack more spears even when you die. And then when your end comes through, it hits real damn hard. So that's the option. Where are we going from this, huh? What's the take? And Poltak, I appreciate you with the Chubby Seal sub. I see you. Coming over from Anivia's channel to throw some support over here as well. Greatly loved. Thank you for that one. Response early as well for the Ken for Arla. It is something he's played a fair amount of. We've seen some highlights of it already this year. I believe it was Arla playing it, if I remember correctly. It's always been one of his carry options. Now, if you're playing around this bot lane, do you have the tools to manage the cannon on the top side while you do it? Rel locked in. One of the few remaining engaged support options. Vi, Wukong, Varus is a super fine team fight combo right there. The pick and CC is good on the other side. Kalista, Renata with a cannon flank. Can definitely play out some early game objectives with that one too. Does Breathe have options into the cannon at this point? Because a lot of the way you deal with the cannon is outranging him, poking him, finding ways to get all in on him. Can be pretty frustrating. A Silas ban away. Starts to become more and more valuable as the game goes on. Azir, worth noting, not been played this series yet. And Scout and Xiaohu both proponents of the champion. And JDG could really use some AP in their squad at some point. So I wonder whether we're seeing a fourth pick Azir for Xiaohu. What is the other ban now for Weibo? Looking to pinch Scout's pool even more. It's 3 bans towards him. The Sejuani is, I think, another one of those valuable options. Shun is a big Sejuani player. Would allow some of that melee synergy potentially as well. Maybe it's just the Maokai angle then at this point. Feels like the last of the best remaining junglers. Well, time to find out what they want to lock in here. Top lane, I think, is an option considering you know you're into the cannon, unlikely unless there's some really weird shenanigans. But taking the Maokai away puts Shun in a very interesting spot. What do you have to play Lee Sin, the last of the skirmishing AD junglers available? Spikes at a similar sort of time to this Kalista. And in the rise, well, Doumbé popped off on that just yesterday. Lock it in. Lots of ways to try and get this Kalista rolling. Cannon flank, Xiaohu. Shun trying to make things happen with this Lee Sin early. Will need to. Now does Xiaohu want to lock in mid lane? Debating a LeBlanc. Locks it in. Wants the AP assassin. Xiaohu's LeBlanc. Ladies, gents, and anyone else, it's a big old burst combo. And I'm looking and I'm seeing 5 very squishy people in a lot of ways. Eventually, the Rise will get some HP to him, but everyone else will not enjoy a fed LeBlanc in mid-game. You got your tank and team fight elsewhere. I think this LeBlanc makes a lot of sense. Into the Rise, you've got to be a bit wary of the room prison if you overstep looking forwards. But I think you can play this one out just fine. I'm going to run and get my cup of tea. So I'm ready to go. But JDG, obligated with the Kalista Renata, with the Lee Sin, to make things happen early. You want to be stacking objectives. You want to be coming into mid-game powerful. On the other side, we have got ourselves a very solid team fight combo with a little bit of spice from the LeBlanc to find the burst onto a lot of squishy champions. I think, personally, Weibo's comp is better. I think that's the one I think is going to be easy to execute, has less obligations on the early game. But that said, Kalista is banned so often. Ala on a cannon could still be a menace. You have got tools to win this, but the window is a little narrower. Laning phase needs to be good. Early objectives need to be good. And JDG put themselves into a slightly harder to execute composition. Tea acquired. Jayo is done. We're ready for what could be our last game of the day. Scout locking in the Rise here. Saw it, as we said the other day, from Germany. It was a kingmaker in that game. Will need to be for JDG, I think, this game as well. Try and catch out the LeBlanc. Punish people overdiving with those room prisons. And again, you can get around the map so well. And one of the things we were criticizing, or at least I was criticizing about Weibo, not Weibo, JDG from the last game, was that Weibo were just faster to the plays. They were better in the rotations, more honed in doing so. Lane swap initiated, and the Kennen joins the Rise, but so does the Rel. Wukong going to be spotted splitting the map. Shun, that's the name of it, I need to call him Xiaohu, is already in the enemy jungle, having taken the blue buff and the wolves. To get towards the Grump, will be ready to dive on the bot lane very, very fast, and Kalista giving free time in the lane, the ability to try and get some early gold here is pretty scary. Breathe, what did you start with? Arla roaming as well. Here comes Hung at level 1. Has to be careful about how they get to lane. Here we go. The dive with 4 members is here. Hung is the first target. Shun steps forward onto it. Forces them away from the turret. Does not get to breathe on a decent timer. There is no top laner on the other side, so there's no one to counterplay as Breathe. They'll try and get as much of this as they can. Dive comes on forward. Flash gets level 2. Crashdown's not bad. First blood goes to Kalista. And now Hung is stuck here too. Oh dear. I think this will be a dead Rel 2. Scouts roamed. All 5 members teleport back. Hung stays alive for a moment or two longer. And Arla gets that kill as a teleport. It's just a slow TP into death. Breathe, what are you doing here? Xiaohu's roamed over. He might be able to get some value. The route is decent. But so is the Realm Warp. Sorry, the Rune Prison. And Xiaohu gets 2 with the help of Breathe. Flash is blown everywhere. It's messy. Feat of Mastery secured. I think Breathe just dies here as well, doesn't he? Oh my days. FaZe gets another kill. And JDG are 4 and 2. Well, we said Kalista needed to get rolling early. The lane swap was better played by JDG. They didn't have a top laner ready to be traded on the other side. They did have their better roam. Hung didn't get to tower in time. Stops the back from FaZe. Quite valuable actually with him being 2-0-2. This will be a mighty back. A mighty back. Oh, what is Kalista coming back to lane with? Ooh, full boots and a longsword. Oh no. That is not pleasant viewing. Hung's going to execute. Faster recall secured. And Breathe needs to leave on short order. Also worth noting that Arla, despite being in the lane swap, is 1-1 and 2. Picks up a kill, 2 assists, is quite happy. Well then, that is about as bad a start for Weibo as you could ask for, about a greater start for JDG as you could ask for. Yeah, you lost a couple kills. Xiao coming on over made things a bit messy. And again, this LeBlanc could still pop a lot of very squishy people this game. But that is not a guarantee. Not in the slightest. And on the other side, we're looking at a Kalista that is off to the races. 2-0-2, and a Kalista that gets to 2 items and then can start building tankier and tankier and tankier. Gets to play out this game very different to a Kalista that is stuck at Blade and Rage Blade. And doesn't really get to survive in teamfights versus a Wukong, versus a Rel, versus a Maokai, making sure that she doesn't get to hop for free. Grub spawning in about 20 seconds, just under that now. Lee Sin will be on that side of the map. Hasn't got all that much to him because TN got the better back in terms of the farming. So he's got a tunneler to his name, so might be in a better spot. But the problem is you're looking at this lane where Varus has not backed and has a Doran's Blade versus a Kalista that very backed and has a sort of Berserker Greaves and a Longsword. That lane is not playable right now. These grubs are not playable right now. TN cannot walk at that. Surely. Surely, surely, surely you can't do this, Tien. This is very bold. Stepping forward, the Lee Sin is here. The handshake is decent, missing. Gonna be jumped on, flashed away. Hung stays alive. Tien tries to get onto Pace. The chains of corruption come on through for the side of Light, who, despite being in the other side, was, of course, able to get more levels, missing a day to the Rune Prison. Keeps missing alive for a second or two longer, but Weibo Gaming, make me eat my words. I thought Pace, with all that gold, was going to be too much, but Light hits level 6 first. And the chains of corruption do what they need to do. Bailout wasn't enough. Pays on no HP. I don't think you can do this. Hang on. Hang on. Xiaohu's in danger. The health bars are really low. Spell Flux is really, really scary. Light could be a problem. JDG might be able to get at least one of these grubs. Make that 2, because, of course, Shun got one before all the health bars. And Scout having enough mana and damage with the Spell Flux is too difficult to deal with. But that was a scary play. And the LeBlanc picks up a kill. The Varus picks up a kill. And that changes the game again slightly. Goal back to much closer to even. 500 is all the difference. Let's have a look at this again. Light is about to hit level 6. Fantastic observing, showing when that comes on through. Missing at level 4. Does not have fun. The handshake is solid. Shun goes on in. But Hung getting out and the shield from the crash down keeps Hung alive. Pace does not reset. The arrow comes on through. Shun is the one that is bailed out. And that means that Pace here is in a horrible position. Has to flash away as Light was looking for the flash arrow. Hung finds Shun trying to go for the invade. I don't think you want this with level 6 and Tien coming up. Needs to be pretty wazy. Pace coming on down. Hung actually not in a great spot. Will flash over the wall. But the blue buff is still alive. Ow. Arla. Just get some autos down. Gets away from that one for now. And that, I suppose, is the price of Light being left alone in a lane. He got solo lane XP with no one forcing him off farm. So despite that slight gold lead, actually the Varus isn't as far behind as he might have been, despite all of those kills. And that is a little problematic. Especially with that gold coming on over. So, what do we do from this point? Xiaohu gets jumped on by Shun, but the turnaround with the ethereal chains puts Shun to about half. Can't quite get the second proc. And Xiaohu doesn't really want to defend that one too freely. Saves the distortion so Shun can't follow him with the Q. Oh boy. Back away from this one, I think, as Shun's coming on up. Dragon is spawned. And river control is currently JDG's. Chains of corruption. Little bold. Go wide. And that will surely give up the dragon to JDG. I see what you're looking for, Light. Hoping that missing steps the other way. Can't quite find it. Xiaohu needs to be a bit aware here, because there's going to be a Rune Prison coming shortly. There it is. Misses the overload, but the damage is certainly a little ouch there. Xiaohu now going to be forced to reset. Arla, on your screen right now, has really punished the Maokai matchup. I think it's fair to say. Is building towards the Liandry's, is double the CS. Near enough. Scout's going to need to realm warp out. Doesn't get to stay in. Now Scout's in danger. Will surely get popped. The Rune Prison will not keep people down. Hung, unfortunately, took just one too many turret shots. But still, the wave is lost. And that'll be a win enough for Weibo Gaming. And, of course, it's Xiaohu that picks up the kill. Scout has TP. Will be forced to burn it here at the very least. Realm warp down as well. Xiaohu leaves. Distorting away, missing. Gets the ward down. Will loyalty program. Can't quite find the handshake after, and Xiaohu will back away. This realm warp not working. Just on the edge. Trying not to get cancelled. And Hung can't quite get out of range. Oh man, that was 2/3 HP. More like 80% HP just dies from. Doomby would have clutched that. Yeah, he might have. He did it the other day, didn't he? Literally yesterday. Well, what a realm warp that was. Exceptional stuff. Still. The game remains close enough. 1,000 gold. just under is the lead for JDG. But is that enough? Is that enough? They really need to make this mid game work. Tien onto the grubs. Get at least one here. Does so. Holding on to the smite. Shun. Finds breathe. Hung also just gets chunked pretty low as the teleports come flying on forwards. The bramble smash and the nature's grasp come on down. Tien will get over the wall. And they'll gain 2 grubs, but not the 3rd. And leave us in an even grub state of affairs. Xiaohu just hops on forward with a sigil of malice. Pays, clearly eaten a bit of lethality poke from this Varus, who does hurt still. And Kalista, sure she gets to heal, but she has to walk up to do so. And if the piercing arrows keep landing, it's a bad time. Oh, hang on, we've got ourselves a bit of a play here. Scout. Missing's there. Flash for the room prison. Xiaohu gets handshaked back and goes down. Everybody flashes. And Xiaohu comes down. Nice rune prison. Do not pass go. Do not pick up 350 gold. A good punish onto this LeBlanc as well, who has been a bit of a menace. And they thought they'd caught a bit of a pick, but Missing was waiting behind. Nice read from the support there. And Shan was just in range as well to get over. Scout, though, gets the wave crash. Doesn't get too much more. All the while, though, Allah's going to get first turret, you have to imagine. That'll be feats of strength for JDG as they have the first 3 kills. And now the first turret to their name as well. Cannon getting a very fun lane at this point after the lane swap went the way it did. Got ourselves a minute until Dragon. Be second Dragon for JDG, so not a huge deal. Only the first for Weibo. But I wonder whether the teams are going to want to play around it. You've got the Kalista, you've got the Lee Sin. You want to be making as much value out of that as you can. Xiaohu. On that. And also certainly someone. An OG mod coming back to say hello for a bit. Nice to see you, someone. Scout. Phase rushes away. But of course, this LeBlanc's still pretty damn scary. Scout can run, but can he hide? There's a question. It's a little bit more important right now. Shun is around. Dragon spawning, but Shun wanting to make sure that Scout does not have a problematic state of affairs here. Hung. Hunshuk. Magnet Storm, though. Forces Shun to flash. The hostile takeover comes across as well. Realm Warp being summoned. Tien flashes away. So does Xiaohu. A nice couple summoners burned on both sides there. Shun down one. Ala also burning the teleport there. Scout now needs to be a little bit wary. Gonna try and get the ethereal change. Misses one. Could look for a second. Can't quite find it. Needs to pull back here. Oh, Xiaohu. I think they've gone too far. Scout's in danger. Cyclone's there. They're trying to pop him before it happens. Can't quite do it. Ala flashes for the slicing maelstrom. And Shun also joining to make sure that it happens. They knew they were kind of dead to rights. They tried to find something regardless. And JDG punished nice and quick. Overstepping for that rise. Missing Handshook out of the crash down. But unfortunately, Missing. Still not having fun. Shun safeguards to give a bit of a shield. The slow comes on down to find people alive. The bailout might come on through. The arrow is there. But Hung, I don't think can get up. Flash over the wall. Bailout's not quite there. Safeguard into a resonating strike. Brings down Shun for the count. But the flash not going to be quite enough. 1 for 1 there. Breathe gets the tier 1 bot. So Weibo at least finds something there. But 4,000 gold. 3.5. In the blink of an eye for JDG, having gotten a number of critical shutdowns and kills. So we look at this one. They went looking. That was the Mimic Distortion. There was only one chain to look. Tien didn't have flash. And Scout stands and delivers. And at this point, they're saying, look, we're going to get dove. We need to try and get one here if we can. Maybe we can play it from there otherwise. And nope, not going to happen. Ala comes on in. Nearly a Banshee's Veil, actually. Trying to make sure that the easy lockdown and CC isn't going to be there. Second dragon secured by JDG. Not on the fastest timer here. Be at sole point at what? 21-ish minutes, something like that, depending on the take of the dragon. And now we find ourselves in a state of affairs where this Rise is really annoying. Where the Kalista did play well early. Hasn't been perfect. Nuevo found some ways back in. And this LeBlanc, still not exactly unscary. The Wukong will still scale well. The Maokai will still be really annoying in these team fights. But if you need a mid game where you're in a good position, this is it for JDG. It was a requirement of the comp. And the requirements thus far being met. It needs to transition to something else for a win condition though. This is step one. Herald, another good one to go for. Getting all of these neutral objectives is valuable. A way to break through that mid lane tier 1 would be pretty great into this poke Varus. Light looks at the Chains of Corruption, finds it. That'll be the stacks of the Blight. Pays! Pays goes down! Cleanse out from Light. The teleport's coming on through, but that's not a great TP. Xiaohu's here to punish, and Scout needs to be very afraid. Does not quite need to do more than run away real fast, though, with the phase rush. Shun runs away. The Magnet Storm crash down from Hung. Doesn't land onto the people they're hoping for. But Pays goes down. Light in the 1v1 brings down the Kalista. Oh dear. Dragon, not going to be up. Second dragon was taken, but that's a big pick. Teleport down. Light burns both, so let's have a look again, because Light knows that Pays doesn't have a cleanse right now. And says, well, in that case, Ghostblade, Chains of Corruption. You are a dead, dead man. Gets the Blight stacks, flash on forward, gets the kill. Then begins to run away as that teleport comes on, and it's a bit deep. They'll still get the tier 1 with the Heralds. So JDG right back to their winning ways shortly afterwards. How far do they want to go? They can go pretty deep. Teleports behind. TN's here as well. They need to run warp out now. Nicely done. Good timing. Teleport popped. Tier 2 stands though. Unfortunately, Hung not quite in range. TN not quite in range, even with the teleports, to interrupt with a Cyclone. If that Cyclone had been there, oh boy, that could have got messy. Might come at cost of mid lane tier 1 though. Missing. Gonna know that people are here because of some good vision plants. Fight over the Raptors. We were saying this game should be close. This series should be close, and it has been. Xiaohu over the wall. Jumps on Pays, but doesn't have the cleanse. Oh my days. Mega Blast Cone away. Can keep running. Again, the AD carry is the threat point. The thing is, you look at the other side, and this Rise is continuing to do silly things in this side lane and being really, really obnoxious. Scout hasn't really been his series. He's been there. Had a great away game with Shun on the Nidalee in game 2. But games 1 and 3, he's just kind of been there. The Victor was decent. Did a fair amount of damage, but wasn't exactly the winning combo. The start, the Orianna was, well, perhaps best left unsaid that time around. This time, though, on the rise, nearly a fully stacked rower. We'll be looking towards, you expect, a Seraph second. Could, I suppose, be a Fimbulwinter, but no, there's the Seraphs we were talking about. Venus Codex made it pretty obvious. The Banshee's Veil completed as well, and makes the life of Xiaohu that bit harder. And they'll be wanting to kind of right the wrongs and bring us to game 5, because I think there have been some players, as we've been talking about across the series, who really want to show that they are truly elite, that they are worthy of being picked up, that the teams who let them go were mistaken to do so. Atakan now up. Pays a little bit humbled in that mid lane, having been caught out by Light, who 3-0 and 1. With a shroud of his own to keep alive. Need that spell shield to try and stay in here as the Atakan started. Remember, this is into a Kalista. It's just gone. There is no play. They're going to try and pick up Arlo before the withdrawal comes on through. Going to try and pick him up, but we get the withdrawals. Hostile takeover after. They don't even get one kill. That's so frustrating. Xiao has to run away. Ults come on down, interrupt the Realm War. Missing, now in danger, gets Fate's Call. Tien goes into the backline with the Cyclone. Magnet Storm afterwards, the damage is decent. Is there enough follow-up? Scout goes into the bailout. He's damn tanky, but they lose another 2 withdrawals. And Weibo Gaming will take that as good enough for now. Also means they're not around for this dragon. Shun is here. Can you get on into the pit? Oh, yes, they can. Pays here as well with his own withdrawal. They really want to play this. Maokai steals it. Scout in the backline will surely pick off Tien and does so. Breathe, flashing away. Teleport on the other side. Can look to W on in to Ala. Maybe towards one of these minions instead. Breathe, healed, stays alive. Scout gets stunned, needs to be aware. Can't quite get enough damage as Xiaohu eats a fair amount. But won't quite fall. Shun still with this withdrawal available. Can be very aggressive with hopping on forwards. Can't quite find it. The mid lane tier 2. Think will surely fall. Light can't get in range to get more than a single piercing arrow across. Bot lane tier 2 also in danger. It's a deep TP. Xiaohu is here. Have to be risky about stepping on forwards if he wants to distort. And the tower falls. 2 tier 2s fall as a result of the Atakan. And JDG now with a significant gold lead. Is there a teleport coming? Yes, there is. Behind. Breathe now here. Looking to find an angle on in. Can look to get to Scout, who's at half HP. Gets the speed up. Throws down the ultimate. Will surely run away. Get onto Missing, who will fall as a result. Phase Rush gives what the Rise needs to get out to safety. They'll pick up another kill for this LeBlanc. Hang on. Oh, Scout needs to not be there. Crashed out. Stepped away from. Rune Prism's there. But the Shattering Strike is Magnet Storm after forced the flash from Scout. But he stays alive. And again, Xiaohu's ethereal chain accuracy hasn't been it this game. Tien got chunked out in his own jungle by the looks of it. That looks like Arla went jumping onto the Wukong, who turned it around pretty well. Did he get the kill onto Arla? Nearly. Both people taken pretty low. Those ultimates were popped, but no one died. Getting that dragon prevented Soul Point. Getting some kills is pretty nice. Well, Scout didn't really get that much more value out of that side lane play. The tier 2s falling is still really frustrating nonetheless, and the tier 1s largely still tan for JDG. They've only lost a single turret in that bot lane, have not been able to return to the scene of the crime in mid lane. Missing. Hit by Light. And the jungle begins to fall into JDG's control. Pays second item, Rise second item, Shun second item, nearly a third for Arla there as well. Got the arm guard in for Scout, increasingly hard to pick off. That mobility, even with all the lockdown, keeps evading capture. How many times have they tried to kill Scout? I've only got him the one time. Weibo Gaming struggling a little bit to execute on the comp's premise. Xiaohu, still going to be scary. The Shadow Flame will not be kind to a number of these players. I think particularly Pays would love to get towards something a little bit tankier in short order. Scout is going to be the main carry at this point. The Kalista has handed on over the reins to the mid lane. Xiaohu goes on over, hops back on out. Handshake away from Tien, who starts going on forwards. Does not, or does secure the blue buff. Hostile takeover burned as well. I think that was Shun's kick too. It's a couple big ultimates. Tien doesn't burn his. Xiaohu's only burning a distortion, or a mimic rather, so not exactly the biggest cooldown burn there at all from Weibo Gaming. So you take those wins where you get them. Muramana now completed for Light. Pretty big spike for the Varus, who often goes that second, but has gone towards that spell shield just to make sure that they are able to stay safe and have been the shining light this game. Stable as ever. Gets that really good solo kill on Pays. The rest of the team now needs to kind of find a way to step up. Dragon in 45 seconds will be Soul Point for JDG, but Weibo might just say, look, we're happy to give this one up and just keep farming, try and get some of these turrets in trade. might be the angle they take. Arla on one of his more iconic champions here as well in this Kennen. Having a really good game. He's actually the majority of the gold lead. Nearly 3,000. In fact, 3,000 gold ahead of his opposite number. Is having a whale of a time. Despite a lane swap. Kennen not always the best in those scenarios, but actually in the initiation was part of that dive, was part of that play that got the Kalista rolling. And Breathe has had to be fundamentally weak side on this Maokai. Still with the Unending Despair and the Fimble Winter will be more than annoying enough. That combo is pretty damn busted on the Maokai. Dragon being started, and yeah, wonder whether this be the case. Weibo decide we pick up the towers instead. Root onto Scout. Needs to be afraid. There's the big old Realm Warp. They can't lock him down. They don't have enough CC. Ult for ult. Scout keeps going back where they were. And actually, the tenacity of this game is going to be really obnoxious. Scout keeps stepping forwards. Doesn't have the Realm Warp anymore, so needs to be a touch wary. But is real fast with the upgraded boots. And of course, the phase rush. Okay. Xiaohu finds Pays, gets the chains, will force the cleanse and a big chunk. Down to 20%. The teleport came on in. I wonder, especially with Scouts having gone the other side, I think Weibo can just force Baron. Oh, Scout, that was not the correct teleport. They're not going to force it. I thought they had an opportunity there with Scout TPing away. Instead, he's just taking jungle camps. Oh, man. This Rise is so annoying. Pays down low. Scout not available. I think you could maybe have looked at that. At least force some people to come on over. Try and get a teleport out of Arla or something. But if it had gone wrong, I know it would have been the end of the game. Pays. Still has the summoners. Piercing needs to be a bit aware. Ah, those piercing arrows hurt. Especially when empowered with a bit of blight. Breathe. Not in danger at the moment. Hung. Looking for an angle. Xiaohu has roamed down from that top side and got the wave shove. Scout also here. Arla looking for a flank. Xiaohu needs to be a little afraid. Gets over that wall. Shun looking for a sonic wave angle. It's only onto Hung, not the easiest. Shattering strike afterwards. Into a big chunk. Ah-ha-ha! Ignite as well. And again, you do still run into the issue that your mid game isn't what your early game is for Weibo. Yeah, you've got a good angle with damage from Prison. Xiaohu taken very low. The Rise is your carry at this point. Shun ends up taking out the clone, unfortunately. The ult from Maokai is forced. And Xiaohu survives. Flash was popped, though. And oh boy, that's giving JDG some license to start things up, hasn't it? Teleport will be quiet. Breathe, no ult. Oh, baby. Here we go. Remember, you're into a Kalista. Teleport behind. Arla is there. They know that Arla is there. Down to half. Run walk behind. They're wanting this play. Hostile takeover is alright. Xiaohu not found a great angle as yet. Breathe. Low, but not down. Get out on the other side. Pays down desperately low. Can't quite find the angle. Scout gets a big speed up. The Shattering Strike, not fantastic. Hung may need to crash down. On the other side, the Slicing Maelstrom from Arla gets Tien and Xiaohu. Miracle moment. Chains of Corruption land onto Scout, but they can keep on chasing. I think they've just got us to game 5. Scout might need to be a bit wary here. 18 seconds on Hung. They just go back to the Baron. They won't force too hard, but they were broken the base. They forced the teleports. Go right back to sender. Baron on top of everything else. With Soul in a minute and a half, I think that is the last draw that Weibo had. What an engage from Arla on the flank. Gets 2 when Xiaohu and Tien were looking for a flank of their own. Xiaohu comes over the wall. And then Arla on one side is doing that as Breathe does their absolute level best to zone out absolutely everyone, gets out. And then Xiaohu waiting. Blast cones. And Arla sees it. Flash, slicing Maelstrom just in range. The Shuriken afterwards. What an angle. What an angle. We could have been quietly mentioning that Arla had been building up lead after lead after lead. now 4,500 gold ahead of his opposite number. It's been Scout who's been on screen a lot because Weibo have been trying to kill him all the time to make success. Flash on forward for the Rune Prison. Tien gets brought down, but the turnaround might be pretty big. Not enough yet. Shao doesn't hit the ethereal chains again. Shun gets the kick across the whole team. And JDG finally get a team fight that wins them the game. Weibo will not be able to slide out of this one. Another flashed Rune Prism is what starts it. Shun gets a kick that ends it. And JDG are bringing it to silver scrapes. The early game lane swap worked out. The picks from Weibo Gaming just didn't work. They could not kill the Rise. They could not kill the Rise, and the early snowball worked like a charm. Going to game 5. It couldn't have really gone any other way with these two teams, could it? Are you entertained? No, I am. Not bad. Not bad. A reminder, guys, my name's Initialise. You can find me at Initialise Casts on pretty much everywhere. Twitter, Insta, Twitch, all those spaces. Please do follow me on Twitch. Please do follow me on YouTube and all those things. Really would appreciate it. I am Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends, specifically the LPL, here every day of the damn week. And it is a great time to be an LPL enjoyer. Nymaera's not here this weekend, so it means I'm picking up the slack. Happy to do so. We are here, very happy with the games that we've been getting. But please do follow the subs, follow and sub, and all those things you can to this channel, to the YouTube, to everything else. Hello to Anivia's chat as well. Pleasure to have you restreaming us. Hello to the YouTube chat for Nymaera as well. I see a lot of you out there as well. And of course, Twitch chat, the OGs. See you too. It's been a good time here on the LPL. Weibo versus JDG, of course it delivers. Of course it delivers. Could have gone any other way. Going to game 5 as well. Ah, fantastic. Is this the second Silver Scripts the split and the second one was the JDG? It might be. I honestly can't remember. Still think Scout looks so much better with agency and the ability to impact the map more. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think we saw that last game, right? There were some questions about JDG having tools to respond to the rotations from Weibo and not managing it very well. The Shun eventually got some cool plays on the Pantheon, but in the end, they were a little slow. Xiao, who was playing with them at points. Camille was really problematic in a side lane, and they didn't play the split map. They didn't play the globals very well. This time around, it's Scout on the Rise does a really good job. The Rise had to be a linchpin, and yes, there were some really big early leads. The Kennen got Giga ahead out of the lane swap. The Callisto got 2 kills out of the lane swap, and everywhere else wasn't quite the same stuff. And then the other thing is Weibo tried how many times to lock down and kill Scout? That must have been 5 or 6 attempts, and one of them worked. That was it. 1 kill on Scout. That cannot be the way it is. You're locking in a LeBlanc and you're not hitting your chains. Difficult. He played so such a confident Rise, so many flashes forwards. Oh, God, yeah. Look at that damage as well. Scout, absolutely MVP. There is no one else it can be, right? Absolutely none. Yep, you will find my name in the description. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. Maybe I'll put it up in the title here. There you go. I put my name in the title. There we go. There we go. But please do throw the falls my way. I appreciate it. It's been really good fun casting with you all. Thanks for looking after us. Missing more damage than Tien. Yeah, that's not great. That like This is the problem, right? This Wukong should have been killer this game. Should have been killer. A Rel plus Wukong with a Fed LeBlanc. You should have been breaking the ankles of all these squishy members. Instead, Wukong gets counter-engaged and blows up every time. Doesn't get a good ult off this game. It's tough. And don't get me wrong. Some of it is things like, look, if you're going to be playing LeBlanc, you have to hit your chains. Didn't hit the chains. And that meant that Scout got out of so many situations. And they spent a lot of time trying to kill the side of this Rise and failing. And that is what you want to see. Fearless sometimes does this. You get players who are offered drafts which are a bit weird and you become a linchpin player, a linchpin pick in those drafts that in another draft would have been a lot more manageable. Rise does it. Had some pretty good options this game. It's always been okay until LeBlanc, especially if you do feel that you can flash forward after the distortion. You can catch out a LeBlanc, chunk her out, force her back away. And I think also, like, don't get me wrong, Arla is another shout for MVP. That Kennen really took the advantage and ran with it. Really, really scary. Huge gold lead for themselves. Was unmatched. Was, you know, really good sort of like play around that Baron and stuff. But I still think Scout did so much in the sense he was so much of the damage, was so much of the attention from Weibo, survived nearly all of it, did all that damage regardless. You can't ask more of a Rise there, really. You really, really can't. Like the Kennen was also great. That's one. Just beat L intermediate bots. Where's my contract? Corn? Hit me up. We'll set you up. We'll get you out there. Player of the game. Is there any doubt? Of course it's Scout. Of course it's Scout. What a game. Nearly 40% damage. Holy moly. That's actually a really fun beat. I like that. Yes, actually, there's a big question in chat about Fearless work. So people have seen it with LDL. Obviously, if you followed me, you've seen me do LDL coverage where Fearless really had its big time in the sun before this year. And that was soft Fearless, as it's kind of been dubbed now. And what that meant, basically, is if your team picked it, you couldn't pick it again. But the enemy could. And that was kind of cool in its own way, because it meant that certain power picks, if you pick it and didn't get a win, and then the enemy got the draft with it, it's like, oh no. Could be really problematic. So things like Cassante, you not being able to pick it, and you're forced onto, I don't know, blue side or whatever. Or it's sort of like you forced a position where it's like, okay, enemy team gets blue side, can pick something else. You can't respond with the Cassante, and then they can Cassante blue 2 or 3. Really, really difficult. Just as an example. Or Callista, another great example on that one. And so you're forced into these really weird ban scenarios where you can't play a champion, but the enemy team can. And so you end up in these very difficult draft scenarios. And that's cool too. However, you did still see a lot of the same champions, just in more frustrating drafts. This kind of Fearless is known as hard Fearless, where if anybody plays a champion, it can't be played again. And that's very cool in its own way. But it means what you often end up seeing as everybody votes for Scout. That is my guy. JDG Scout is back. Where are you? Tell me they were here to see their goat pop off. Are you happy? Interesting. So, Poltak. So you weren't a fan of the LeBlanc. You think Ari was the better pick. Nymaera, Alex, I know you're in chat somewhere. Would Ari have been a better pick than LeBlanc there into the Rise? I feel like the Ari runs into a similar issue, though of course if you phase rush, you can run at Mach 5 into the enemy team if you're hit by a charm. And I feel like there might be some option there. Series over already? No, it's not. We're going to game 5. This is Silver Scrapes. Right, I'm going to refill my water so I'm good to go. I'm hoping we get Silver Scrapes here. Scout a bit of a hit and miss lately. I still maintain that the high highs. He could be straight at the best in LPL. Yeah, I agree. Scout is really good still. Azir is better. Azir might work. I don't. Okay, I think LeBlanc is fine into that comp if you actually execute on the picks. If Scout had died 2 more times, LeBlanc picks up 2 more kills, and is it Void Staff? Is it Death Cap? The Kalista doesn't get to play the game. The Lee Sin doesn't get to play the game. The Ryze has a lot harder time if like incidental damage from LeBlanc comes on through. But the thing is, you then have to execute, and that didn't happen. Very, very poor. Anyway, I'm gonna run some ads quickly before we get the get them in game, and we'll sort it out. And we get ourselves ready for game 5. I'm so excited. Five seconds, people. Here we go. Oh my days. Game 5. Silver Scrapes. Let me pop this back to full screen. Boom. Hello, folks. Okay, so we have seen the highs and lows of both teams. Weibo Gaming are in a much better position when Xiaohu is able to be more impactful on the map than Scout. And where Tien has got an idea and a lead about how he wants to play the game. JDG are kind of the same, but they are, again, pretty predicated on Scout and Shun being important. That game they were it was really, really good. And I think that mid-jungle combo on either side will be really critical to watch. Don't get me wrong. People like Pays aren't fantastic from behind. And that's also something of a litmus test. But I think with the way this series has been going, the mid-jungle with more agency, with the moves that have been working, have been winning the games. That'll be interesting to track, won't it? Bisto. Thank you for the resub, Jess is best as well. I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. And again, guys, I'm Initialise. I am Nymaera's older brother. I cast League of Legends. I cast a few other bits as well here and there. But we do the LPL together here on Nymaera's channel pretty much every damn day of the week. Please do throw some support in where you can. If you've got a sub, if you've got a follow, please throw it at the YouTube, at the Twitch. Hello to Anivia's chat as well. Thank you for the restream, guys. It's great to see you over there as well, having a great time. If you got the opportunity, my name's in the title. Give me a follow if you got the opportunity. If you can give me a sub as well, I'd love it. Be great, especially as it's great to kind of build my own channel a little bit where I get the opportunity to as well. Follow me on YouTube and Twitter and all those other wonderful spots. Especially we're heading into Game 5. Been an honor to be casting this one for you all. Hope you're having some fun. Having 3 chats open at once is a bit. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot, guys. But we're here. I'm ready to go. Man, oh man. Doesn't get more hype than this, does it really? League of Legends at its finest. Weibo and JDG throwing absolute slobber knockers. I'm hoping we get a tight last game. I'm hoping it's not just super one-sided. We've had a few of those this series where things have gone one way and stayed that way. Early on, people weren't as quite as clean at holding on to their leads, but it has started to level out a little bit more. Game 5. 40 picks off the table, plus the 6 from your opening bans. Weibo Gaming on blue side. JDG over on red, and their red side win rate has been very poor compared to their blue side. They were 100% win rate on blue side coming into this series, and what was it, 3-2 overall? On the other side, it was definitely a bit of a weaker option. That could be problematic for JDG here if that trend continues. The bans for blue side are focused. Scout Yone, Shun's Kindred. Makes a lot of sense. For Weibo Gaming, having Breathes Gnar taken away makes some sense. The Akali this late into a draft with some of those easy answers taken out. Not so simple. Skarner, never a lab 3. Rumble band. Galio up, though. Is it just a Galio first pick? To flex between top and mid. Hell, support maybe if you're feeling really bold. And immediately, the Galio comes in. What is the response? Thinking of Poppy. We're a little shy on engaged supports, engaged junglers. Poppy is definitely around and about. It'll be pretty annoying for the Galio too. You go on in and you get stuck there. Knock away some key parts for the combo as well. Galio comes in, you can knock him straight back out again. To flex between support and jungle. Tien, not a bad Poppy player either actually, so getting rid of that makes some sense. If they wanted to flex it into jungle, even if Poppy jungle hasn't really been the flavour of the moment. Ezreal for Pays. Been banned away a lot this series. Gets a hand on a champion that kind of made his name on Gen G when he came up. In that era where it felt like T1 was still trying to play comps that were all about first rotation, kill that first target, blow up the team fight before a second rotation is used, and Gen G was all about kiting back, playing for second rotations, third rotations of skills. Pays on that Ezreal was one of the very best. But my days, our champion pool in the bot lane is a little limited. Jinx locked in. You've got the Galio already, so ways to keep her alive. A couple ways to play the Jinx. You can either play her as your Juggermore style champion, or Lulu might be an option here, or you can play 4 resets. Viego works. Kill first target. Jinx gets excited. Viego gets a body. The Galio to back them up. Weibo's Gaming's comp is taking shape quite nicely there. JDG Still yet to really define what they're going to be doing. They've got a fair amount of keep away themselves with the Ezreal and the Poppy. It's going to be that easy to get onto someone to blow up. Looking for a jungler yourself, perhaps, here? Karma. A consideration. Strictly a flex, I suppose. Are we seeing the Poppy top, Poppy jungle, Poppy support? Are we seeing the Karma? In mid, top, or bot, Ezreal Karma, one of the most notorious lane bully lanes out there. Your level 1 before first back is about as obnoxious as it gets. It's been a while since we've seen it, but it was once upon a time one of Ezreal's absolute best pairings. Suggests to me the Poppy's going elsewhere. Luluban away from the Jinx. I think that's quite sensible. Milio might be an option here as well. Maybe a Sona. Sejuani, one of the few tank junglers remaining. One of the few top-tier junglers remaining, actually, as well. Jungle pool is limited at this point. A lot of the key options for both sides have been removed. What are you looking at here? I suspect Emilio might be a decent call. But we are getting through to the dregs here in Game 5. How deep is your champion pool? Hung's Blitzcrank. The X Factor removed, and that would have worked very well with a Galio and a Viego. I see that one perfectly. Thresh potentially begins to look pretty good here, actually, as a way to keep the Jinx safe, and another hook option, another pick option. Are we getting to Malphite points of the game? Is that where we're at? What is your last ban? Something else in the jungle, surely. Jarvan. Of course, Jarvan. There's another one of those remaining skirmish engaged champions down. Hasn't really been seeing that much play this season. Feels like the Vise and the Wukongs just do his job better right now. Lilia hovered earlier in the series. Don't know how easy a Lilia game it would be. A lot of people who can jump on your head, but hey, if you can dance around, prance around some of those melee options, could be difficult, and it gives Shun that ability to carry, and Shun on a carry has always been a comfort spot for him. Those Kindreds and Nidalees of old were certainly him. Of course, he's on JDG, the home for many years of Kanavi, who was pretty much the best Lilia in the world as far as I was concerned. So, no stranger to the organization at least. Zac, a consideration. Elise, a consideration. That support option has been hella obnoxious. Gets through to Game 5. I don't think we're seeing Elise top these days. So there's another bit of pick. Something to try and bring down. A good option for that Viego and Galio. If they lock in the Taliyah, it's putting the Galio top lane. And that it is. It'll be Galio top, Taliyah mid. Taliyah Viego with the Galio. You've got a very good global response system here. Potentially freeze up. A little bit of something, especially because the Lilia locked in forces the Poppy top. Galio's going to be okay with that matchup, I think. What's Scout wanting? A double AD carry comp with the Karma? Okay, it's Tristana time. Double AD carry. Lilia is your AP damage. Your front line is Poppy. You got Karma to back him up. Makes sense. Scout was one of our better Tristana players last year too. Weibo Gaming, though, it's all about the picks and reset. You hit one target. Everyone piles on them. Viego and Jinx get the resets. They get excited. They get to steal the souls and ruin whoever decides to be that unfortunate target. Do JDG have enough to prevent that from happening? They get to play out a standard 5v5. Actually, the damage is good. The speed ups are good. The range is good. Can they mitigate that engage? Weibo. Oh man, do you need those resets? If you don't get them, it gets ugly. But at least that high-end support that how many people have been playing right now, been a little bit volatile, I think it's fair to say. Could be an X factor here. The globals, that ability to move faster, the agency we've talked about. I think it favors Weibo here in terms of that agency, and that has proved to be a pretty key point in this series. In terms of how games have shaped up, the comps make sense on both times here, even in Game 5. But will it be enough? Did that Karma get flex top? I think... No, Poppy's still there. I just saw Karma getting moved around and I began to wonder on the screen behind. Just a second there. Not going to happen. Okay. Eyes on that bot lane early. Ezreal Karma. Very, very good shove. Are we seeing a lane swap? Elise phenomenal in the lane swaps. Could absolutely be an option. Jayo's the final time this series. Oh, the level 1. It's dark and full of dangers. Oh, there's a cocoon! Oh, Hung, you thought you'd had the angle. Walks right into the web. And still the cocoon misses. That's unfortunate. 5 members deep from JDG here. Jinx going towards that top lane. They are lane swapping. Here we go. Somehow Elise and Ezreal make it to game 5. They've been banned a lot this series, it's fair to say. But things eventually have to start slipping through 46 bans later. Breathe is going to find some enemies there. Gets hit by the blooming blow, just incidentally walking in to see what's happening. Arla will get a heroic charge, and there's a buckler toss, but doesn't really amount to all that much. Elise and Jinx shoving up in the top lane. Viego invading already. Lilia doing the same on her side. There is no match of the bot lanes. Both our solo laners in the mid lane together right now as Arla gets a shove back. And Scout goes jumping forwards, but it kind of forces Xiaohu a bit out of range. And Arla needs to be a bit aware of the damage he's taking back there. Winds of War with a level 1 option. Force the seismic shove off the level 2. Flash on Scout, who did not get level 2 in time. That one hurts. Arla and Scout, though, now level 2. Lost that race. Breathe, off vision. Looking to see whether there's an angle. Arla with the flash. You have to imagine with steadfast presence. Perhaps Shun looking for an angle on in. Bowling ball goes wide. Seismic charge isn't going to be necessarily there as Breathe flashes over the wall. Scout and Shun get first blood in game 5. The gank is swift enough. And despite what looked like decent disengage, Weibo Gaming still lose the play. Explosive charge, not seismic charge. Seismic shove. Combining 2 mid laners options. You'd think I'd get that right eventually there. But there we go. Xiaohu's back. First blood secured. Arla still there. Ooh, that seismic shove was nearly there. That could have hurt for Scout. With no flash as well, I think he might have been dead. Can't quite do it. First blood onto the Lilia, onto Shun's Lilia. Yeah, that one could sting. Top lane coming. Oh boy, Hung's got level 3. Chompers. Not used. Cocoon is solid. But Arla actually heroic charges out of it pretty well. Hung will repel back to the other side. And that was actually well done by Arla to buffer through a lot of that. Missing. Switching up. And there is a control ward in there. Where is Lilia? Going towards the respawns. Missing. Needs to be a bit aware here. Renewal's going to come on through. Shove away from Xiaohu. And the bowling ball once again go wide. Stood onto Arla, but missing with these mantra Qs. Doing enough to dissuade the dive. Elise, one of her main powers as a support is her ability to pull off very scary dives at that level 3 mark in the lane swaps. And Shun has just turned up for the 3rd time in mid lane. Looking to try and fight over these Raptors. Starts them off. Tien is there. Half HP, though. I'm not sure you have the HP to completely play this one. Raptors reset. And Shun still has a pot. I think you just have to give them up. Shun comes away with an early first blood. And the extra camp. Nice work. Hang now roaming mid. Remember Scout, no flash still. If this is a bad rocket jump away, Scout has a bad time. Can't jump. Can't jump! Then because he's on the unraveled earth to the cocoon lands. And Elise picks it up. The venomous bite brings low that Tristana. The early flash force is punished very swiftly, and you have to be so aware in mid lane, in these lane swaps, of how many people can be traveling cross-map through your lane. Shun did it a few times. Hung finally returns the favor. Well, well, well. What's happening topside? The Ezreal and the Karma finally in a lane together. Starting to shove on out. The Jinx moving away from that lane, does not want to deal with the poke. It's actually got mid, interestingly, and Talia's going on up here. And we have seen a little bit of this from some of the ERL scrims, where you send your side laners to side lanes immediately. You put your AD carry in mid lane where it's safer. If the Talia's happy playing up here, then works out quite well, especially when actually there's objectives on both sides of the map that you want to fight for early. That's part of the reason why bot lanes were bot lane for such a long time anyway, because people wanted to fight for Drakes early on, with Grubs being so important, with Atacam being a consideration on either side of the map. Considering putting your AD carries mid if your solo laners are at a point where they can side lane okay, can be pretty valuable. Grubs being started. Tien gets the first one. True Shot Barrage comes across. Teleport's now flying. That's pretty deep though. Weaver's Wall traps people on the wrong side of it. Here they go. Damage from Scout into the backline. But what about the turnaround? Massive takedown. It's a 1-for-1, but the jungler was the trade. Scout's feeling okay with that because there is no smite available. And that could mean that they can't really stick around to secure this final grub. Arla has turned up, and they can't walk through that bush. One grub back for JDG. Ends up being a 1-for-1, all things said and done. I chose the wrong moment to take a drink, as Arla's still here. Xiaohu flashed on the other side. That's a Galio. Well, Arla's now really deep. Needs to be really careful. Walks onto the chompers! And Galio picks up the kill. Oh dear. That one's a pretty one. An unpretty one. I could have... There's a better way of phrasing that, surely. Ugly one? That is probably the opposite of pretty, rather than unpretty. This isn't 1984. Double plus unpretty. Drake an option. And Weibo Gaming find their way to the feet of Martial Mastery nice and early. Galio and Talia up with an early kill. Slight lead over to this Lilia with the first blood and a slight farm leap. It's not that noticeable, and Tien now has ult to work with. Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout, hop away. Has got Buster Shot, maybe asked to pop it. Jumping on over. Massive amount of damage, flashes into the rocket jump. And is alive, but down some key summoners. Rocket. Light, light, light. Nice angle! Oh, Scout is quick enough, but that's interrupted the recall. Does he have the rocket jump back up and available? Flash for the Spectral Maw into the Heartbreaker. Tien just about gets out. Rocket jump into another reset. Hung executes. Well played, Weibo. Scout 1 and 3. The Tristana is just not working this game. Xiaohu finds missing. And I'm seeing... Oh, clean feed. Don't die on me. You stay very stable. Thank you. Nothing to see here, folks. Seeing some conversations in chat here as well. As I'm looking around, it's about conversations about... Okay, so... Does Ezreal just win this game? Was the Galio needed in this comp? And let's have a bit of a talk then about comps after this replay. Because obviously, back's interrupted. Scout doesn't get to go back. Healing best they can with the pot. The moment this happens, Hung throws a cocoon, forces Scout to back away. But it also means that Tien can flash Spectral Maw, get the kill, and we saw how that one ended. Now, let's talk the comps. We had a bit of a chat in draft as well, but let's have a little bit of a conversation here. The Galio works because it keeps the Jinx alive. It keeps the Viego alive. And Galio top right now is really, really potent. And what this basically means, you've got double global with a Talia and a Galio. You've got the Elise who wants to be making dive plays, and you've got two champions who want to reset. Galio, Talia are absolutely phenomenal at making sure Viego and Jinx can dive and get the resets, right? You can play WAPs wider. And with this, the way the series has been going, light is magic. Oh my days, 2 rockets, 2 key moments. Interrupt Scout's back. Steals the dragon. Oh my days. I mean, he's been Weibo's most consistent player for years, and sometimes he just has this clutch factor. And in Game 5, you steal a dragon like that, that gets in people's heads. It has been a tight, damn series. But moments like that can really hurt. Oof. Scout back on that side lane mess. Trying to get a bit of a shove on. We'll likely get a third plate. Not quite. Clear since the match. Hopefully we get a little replay of that one, because that was pretty... Hung's here. Sorry, I got that pronunciation correct. Paze needs to be very wary. That jungle support duo. Lethal. Paze. Oh, Paze, you can't walk that way. Did they see that jungle pret? Oh, Paze, you can't walk here. Can't walk here. Sped up. Gets to back away. Over towards the grubs we go. Shun, over now. We want to try and catch people roaming in to do the warding thing. First grub secured. First smite used. Weibo, pull away briefly. Grubs both now out of the pit. Hung punishes somewhat that arcane shift, but the shield is enough to make things tricky. Breathe. Now going to be in danger. Gets the Winds of War. Scout was taking a half HP, but trades it right back. And the grubs will end up being an even 3-3. Hung took a lot of damage from the Ezreal, who was given a lot of freedom. This is the replay. Hung, with the Spiderling, spots enough vision to know that they can angle the rocket and time it right. Observers showing off the fantastic bot lane synergy. And I think what it also potentially showed... Actually, that's probably exactly all it showed. I take it back. I was thinking, you can see the spikes on cooldown, but you can't see that as an enemy. The other thing, though, is we saw that Hung is still very squishy on this Elise. And if Ezreal's enabled to go forwards like that, the Elise doesn't have a very fun time. He needs to keep snowballing. He's done pretty well on that so far, but the gold lead is back to nearly even. And this double AD carry comp with the Tristana shoving away could still be really problematic. And Breathe, about to be on the wrong end of a dive. He can't Justice Punch away until just now. The taunt, gonna miss. And the shielded ram will not be enough, and that surely secures bot lane turret, I fear. Topside dive is kind of occurring. Not sure how this one's going to play out. Scout donated the kill. The assist going towards Shun. They'll get to play on towards this one. The rocket is blocked out by Shun. If that had landed on Scout, that would have sucked. But that is a lot of time onto a turret. Already those are the resets happening on the other side. How low is that turret to race for first turret? I'll interrupted. I think Tristana should win this race. Well, actually, I say that. There's not enough of a wave. Even with the explosive charges, split screen, production knows what they're up against. Arla and Missing doing their best to hold on. Shun is not there. Ezreal and Jinx trading out in the mid lane. TP bot, because Breathe has respawned, means that this turret stands long enough, I fear, for Weibo Gaming to get a hold of it. Maybe take a turret shot, though, to Xiaohu. Oh, no! Seismic Shove is wide. Arla should be able to speed up, gets a heroic charge in the slow with that shocking blow. Hammer shock. I apologize. And they get the kill. Oh, dear. Took the tower shot and dies for it. Really wanted that turret. And that is a mistake. Shun. Do they want this? There's a lilting lullaby. I don't know. Okay, can't quite find it. There is no red buff. And they back away. Hung needs to be wary of that bowling ball. Not going to quite land. Lands onto the scuttle crab, though. Was that? It's taken by Lilia Dream Dust. The Dream Dust took it. I knew it. You have to leave that one alone, or you have to smite it, Tien. And this Viego is trying to make a lot of plays, but all the while this Lilia is just farming away. Up a lot of gold now. That's frustrating. And that is going to be first turret as well. Job done. Although the wave cleared out by Breathe, holding on for a second or two. Still don't think there's that much that can be done about it. Weibo Gaming, you've drafted a comp that is all about these mid-game plays. Splitting the map wide. Doing what you can with this Elise, the Viego, the Galio, and the Talia. But yeah, you can just have that happen as well. Spiderlings help block out some of it. You still take a lot of damage, and this Elise hasn't made anything happen in the last few moments. Finally, Scout gets his turret. Back interrupted, stays alive. You've drafted a comp around resets. JDG got one about Scout in a side lane. And a lot of damn poke. A lot of front to backing. And maybe in this game 5, Maps that a bit easier to execute. I wondered, with the way the game had gone, about agency of mid-jungle, whether that would be more empowered for a Viego and a Talia and a Galio. But all the while, Shun has just been farming away. No! Shun, you have smite again! Shun, you cannot be dropping 2 dragons like this to incidental skill shots. Just singing his praises about how well he'd been farming. Oh, dear God. He had smite up. I see it. Unless there's a spectator bug, that should never have happened. And suddenly, Weibo Gaming have 2 dragons that they never, ever, ever deserve to have. That is a second steal. Hung dies, I think, here. Can repel to the blast cone. Still root up in time. And he just landed on top of it. Whee! Lilting Lullaby, I don't know whether it was required, but it is popped. And Hung dies. The spider is quite splatterable. We might see that a bit this game yet. Gold lead still pretty good. Herald started. Maybe wanted to play this nonetheless. The combo's here. Stun onto Pace. Has to cleanse and you keep away. Flash now. Pace down. Both summoners. That could be really dangerous here. Elise is back up and roaming on over. Xiaohu looking for an angle on the wall. Pace needs to get on the other side of it. Backs away, gets shoved, has to arcane shift, and that will be the Herald over to Weibo Gaming. Scout can't get to the turret. The wall actually blocked off him from getting there. TP bot lane as Arlo shoved out that wave a long way. Hung got slowed again. Hung, you've just died. Don't die again, please. Up into the air. Weibo Gaming want to play this. Is there going to be an ult from this Galio? No, he's gone to the other side of the map. What am I talking about? Can't get there. Had to flash, but gets out alive. And the range from this Ezreal, the slows from the Lilia, proving really problematic for Hung over the last few minutes. Over we go, fighting over the grubs. Again, Lilia wins that one. Just not over the dragons, apparently. 40 CS up in the jungle at this point in the game is monumental. Very frustrating for the Viego. Now we end in this position where the gold is still in favor of JDG. But being down a few of those dragons, this is just a blast cone. Or sorry, as Scryer's Bloom into this. That is... Why not smite? Why not smite? Shun? Now this one is like really frustrating. The blast cone respawns and Hung goes up into the air and immediately gets rooted. Whee! I don't think you need to Lilting Lullaby that, but hey. Job done. Hung dies. He tried to immediately go repel to the blast cone and get out. Couldn't quite do it. I think you probably have to just go up into the air, time out your tether, and then come down. Probably the way you manage that one. Would have been tricky nonetheless. Still, Blood Song complete. At least going towards with the Hextech Alternator and the blah 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 blah. Aether Wisp. I think it'll be the Storm Surge. Makes some sense. Pretty regular build on our support Elise, or just Elise in general. Does love that item. Hung again chunk low though, because Paze keeps hitting those Qs. As does this Karma. Over the wall, doesn't quite find the stun. The Galio ult will knock up Ale, who takes a lot of damage. The Buster Shot ensures that Tien gets a massive kill with the rocket afterwards from Jinx. Scout now having to flash away. That's the reset they were looking for. Burned a lot to make that happen as well, did JDG. Xiaohu looking to kind a bit more at the end of this. Pulls down the Weaver's wall. Can't find what they were looking for, though. Shun needs to be a bit aware. Doesn't quite get out. Gets stunned on up into the seismic shove. And Shun goes down. The golden moment. Has an arm guard. Will not keep him alive. The Lilting Lullaby procs. But it is too little. It is too late. The True Shot Barrage is wide. Herald summoned mid. And they can look to break this turret finally. That'll be great news for him. 3 grubs in enough time. And that'll be another excited Jinx. Oh, JDG, what a bad moment. You look for the dive and it all goes so wrong. Hung got out. The Galio comes in. Ale gets brought down even with the Buster Shot to knock people away. And the Super Mega Death Rocket is enough damage with Tien to claim the kill. Then Shun, how on earth do you get caught there? Flash, arm guard down. That surely is Dragon. 3, 2, 1. There's spawn. Still an ult. Sorry, a teleport on Breathe. No ult. Maybe down some of those key tools. What happened is Arla flashed over the wall and doesn't get the stun. Cleanse flash. Might have been enough to get him out of there anyway. But the rocket, with TN going forward, gets the kill. Flash to get another bit more out. Scout down some key summon as well. Could prove really problematic. Ezreal a lot less safe without that turret behind him. Atakan being done was a 2-man though. JDG, this could be a bold one. They don't know. It's happening. They can't go and stop it. They'll get a dragon. Sure, it puts them at soul point. But JDG looking for the Atakan. Could be the turnaround they need in this game. It's gone. And they're not taking enough damage here to stop it. Shun, low, but not out. Pulls away. Gets the bowling ball. Waits for the AoE zone control heal to be problematic. And I think JDG at this point have to know that Weibo aren't coming. Take away the Atakan, but they're going to try and trade it on the other side. Arla going to go down and immediately lose the withdrawal. They can't quite get the kill before that comes on through, but it should still cost them the tier 1 there. Scout taking the opportunity to shove on up with the Flicker Blades and the Kraken Slayer to get onto that tier 2. Breathe, left in mid lane, going to try and clear this wave out. Tanky enough with the rockets there as well. Rocket comes across. Doesn't really hit on anyone. I think Scout gets that tier 2, and that's a pretty okay trade. This Tristana still playing the side lanes pretty well this game. Not been picking up the most fun because died a few times, and that's been a bit problematic. Struggled to hold on to the flashes in the team fights. Still, soul point from Weibo off 2 donated dragons is problematic. And yes, you've got Atakan, but soul point for Atakan where you've got a tier 2, yeah, but you've lost one of your withdrawals already. You need to get more out of it. There are no dragons to take from it. What do you get? Can you try diving this tier 1 mid again? You need to get it to make this Jinx a viable target. And you're trying to do it when the response time from Weibo is fast. It is damn fast. Galio, Talia together on the same team, and then you're giving resets over to the Viego and this Jinx. Scary, scary, scary stuff. Cocoon into the zap, into the seismic shove. Missing is missing. Withdrawal popped. Nice pace. Yes, Ezreal's been trying. Hit 2 items at least. Farm and a storm. 40 CS up. Hung is dead. Flash away. Just about survives. Buys enough time. I think if that rocket had come down a little faster pace. Not going to get hit by the seismic shove. Nice arcane shift away. And Hung has been an attempted target multiple times from JDG. Got him a couple. And that is the price you pay as an elite support. You are pretty damn squishy. Missing. Stunned up. Even with the speed up on this Karma. Maybe that'll prove enough. An Ezreal and a Tristana with the Enchanter behind them. We've seen that combo a few times in the past. Scout gets on down here. The Weaver's Wall is there to make sure they can't charge for that tier 2. That's the Weaver's Wall down. All the while, you're still seeing the gold is JDG favored because this Lilia keeps getting to go into the enemy jungle, keeps stealing away camps. Scout has been absolutely unperturbed in a side lane. Unstoppable. Just continually shoving for tier 2s and tier 1s. Yes, behind a bit in the farm, but not in the gold. Let's have a look at the replay. What happened here? Whee! Just hit the minions away. Interesting. Not sure about that. Hung gets a ward down. Baron spawns in 45 seconds in this. Atakan doesn't really lead to all that much for JDG. And yes, you can get gold leads. But is it going to matter enough into a composition that is designed to be a little bit more efficient? Your Galio, your Elise don't need as much gold, right? Your Viego's in a point now where, yeah, a bit behind the Lilia, sure, but it's still going to be scary enough to get the resets. And you can steal all the bodies with all the gold. The Jinx is doing just fine. And JDG need this mid lane turret to go down. Not sure 1,000 gold is what they wanted out of this composition. Especially if JDG want to force the issue. It's not that simple. Stun onto Arlo, into the cocoon. Hung, junked out, goes up with the repel, stays alive, pulls the with angle by coming down on the minions. takes a lot of damage from the explosive charge. Does that mid-tier 1, and JDG can't quite secure it. I feel with the next wave they probably could. Dragon spawns in 40 seconds, so the resets might have to be a consideration, or at least fighting for that vision control, because now JDG are a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Giving up soul is never a good feeling, especially when you've gone for a survive comp that gets chem soul. You know what feels really good? A soul that's about you surviving better when you're low HP. Oh, he's struggling to make the picks happen this game. For all they've got decent damage. Xiaohu pays, gonna force backed away. Gets a bit of a speed up, courtesy of the Karma. Xiaohu down lower, but has the teleport in the way that Pays doesn't. Galio goes to get a hold of that wave at the tier 2. Lilting Lullaby onto Hung. Galio ult popped. Oh no, that's a big ult to burn. Hung gonna get chunked down to nearly no HP. Has to leave now. That is unfortunately dragging over to JDG if you're a Weibo fan. And JDG find what they need to. Weibo Gaming a little overeager in pulling those defensive tools. Mid lane tier 1. Looked at. The verdict from the keeper is abstained. Deferred sentence. Mid tier 1 finally falls. Gold lead extends just about. Again, is it enough? I just don't know. Tristana at 3 items. Level 15. Scout, despite the rough early start, it's back in this game. Very much so. Good ward behind there. Are they thinking of starting up this Baron? There's a ward that has been spotted. Pays. Could be really scary here. I think you jump on Light. Yeah, but I say True Shot Barrage into an Arcade Shift Q. Brings Light down to half HP. Scary, scary, scary stuff. Light doesn't want to reset yet. Wants to stay here. Try and pick up enough gold to make it worthwhile. I think he's looking for a rapid fire cannon third. I can understand why. Stepping forwards this game has been a bit tricky. Wants to be in range to just get enough damage for that reset. That's how Weibo work. You punish an overdrive or you dive yourself. You get a reset for Viego and Jinx. And you run down the rest of the fight. You can punish an overshove theoretically. You can collapse so fast with that Talia, with that Galio, with double TPs as well. It is hard for JDG to force as 5. They've been trying with the 4, and in fairness to Scout, he has managed to get a lot of those tier 2 structures. Come at a bit of a cost. But we hold the line. Third item for Ezreal. Oh my days. Shojin for even more basic abilities. Breathe. I think it's about to be jumped on. Lilting Lullaby, an option forced out of the shielded round. There's the Lilting Lullaby afterwards. Do they have enough damage? But that's going to be Baron on the other side. Surely it is. Hung low, as I think Pays managed to tag him. Down to 4,000. Oh, this gets dicey. This could be the moment that flips everything. Baron secure, but what about the fight afterwards? The teleport's come flying on in. Scout will secure the kill onto Viego. Light Cleanse is trying to run away, but will surely fall. The Weaver's Wall. Knocks Scout back on out. Light trying, but it's in the wrong end of Ali's big old gun in the form of a hammer. That weapon is Xiaohu, and Pays, hang on! Gets a kill, goes down, but they'll get everybody! Weibo get Baron, and everyone's dead! Pays does it! Finds the moment! And Weibo Gaming waits. Is that the end of the game? They had 2 members bot. Shun wasn't even there. And in the matter of moments, 10 seconds on Viego, 3 on Breathe. You'll have a Galio ult to work with. Do JDG feel like this is their moment to strike? They'll get at least 1. Not even 1 inhibitor. Oh my days. 2 inhibitor turrets, no inhibitors. And the respawns are just fast enough to prevent truly critical damage. Their waves won't be coming with super minions this time around, but oh mo. Breathe getting caught was pretty huge, but I thought 4 versus 3, surely you can play that, but it's not quite fast. Let's have a look. Hung down at 10% HP is not a champion, so it's really a 3v3. Baron secured. Light flashes away from Scout, put the explosive charge on him. And Viego can't quite get the resets, and this comp requires them. The Viego needs a new body. Jinx needs to be excited to play out these team fights. Xiaohu tries to get something with the Weaver's Wall and buy time, but Pays has a way or two of crossing walls. Gets a little bit bold here, but finds what he needs to. Flash forwards to get hung. Gets that one. Xiaohu finally burns out. I think it's missing. And picked up that kill, unfortunately, but a Mikhail's and a Shirelli is now on this Karma to be deceptively important for your double AD carries. Do not sleep on this Karma providing all of that extra value. Can't quite get Ala. The keeper's verdict is invulnerable by the Heartbreaker. Ala will surely fall. Big pick off. Been a while since Weibo Gaming have been able to make a proactive play, but a man down gives Weibo an opportunity here, theoretically. You've still got Karma, though. You've still got double AD carries. Pays. Here's the threat. This would be Elder Dragon, by the by. How long until that spawns? I think it's under a minute, according to the timer on the Rift. Nothing up on the top end of it. Xiaohu's teleported in. Galio's there. Scout has to flash on out. Stopwatch. Put Scout in danger. Buster shot out, but I mean, Xiaohu's dead. They've gotten the kill. It's not a great play. The lilting lullaby from Shun. Oh, I think they might have found the moment they're looking for. They went looking. And Scout survived. The Galio ult does not work. But wait, Scout! Just about alive. The taunt's enough. They've gotten the resets. And it's a moment of madness from Scout. The body is stolen. And Weibo Gaming have soul. It's not Eld, of course it's not. I thought they'd gotten it before, but of course they went for the Baron play instead. That's why I was so bait. Like, it has to be Elder at this point, doesn't it? No, just soul. Soul secured. And Ala's caught. And then Xiaohu's caught. Then Scout is caught at this game. It's going to lead to some very poor hearts out there. But look at the replay, because that TP goes real poor. Scout flashes on out of the Galio. Xiaohu goes golden, but does not survive. And then the problem is on the other side, you're thinking there's Ultra Lullaby. They think they've got a moment. Hung gets hit, but then they go so deep. Watch this from Tien. Catches Scout, who tries to jump away. The taunt mid-air secures the kill. And that is an excited Jinx. That is Tien with the stolen Tristana body. Soul secured. 4th item secured for Jinx. 3rd item for Xiaohu. Goldley's there for JDG. I don't know about the mental state. Reminder, 2 of those dragons should never have been Weibos in any number of years. A Rocket Steel into a Winds of War Steel. Yeah, you got double AD carries. Lilia is pretty damn strong at this point. The Karma, as we've said, backing those people up can prove really difficult. But you just feel that Weibo have gotten away with murder once or twice. Can they keep doing it? No Baron up for another minute. Elder in 425. Not quite the big time number. You have to wait a second for that. There it is. Weibo Gaming, squad that people thought had maybe seen its last in some ways, that they thought, hang on, some of these players are good, but what will happen this year? Will they really be up to snuff where some are starting to look so good? Some of these players have been some questions about, you know, will Breathe be enough, having moved over from a squad that was really struggling last year? Tien leaving, having had such a good regular season, but once again falling short when people were asking for it, and I don't think it was even his fault. We've already had that conversation. Bot lane, Jackie and Mako. What an atrocious summer playoffs they had. And somehow, some way, they're one of the best damn teams in the LPL. JDG on the other side. Change up a lot. They change up a lot. A squad that in 2023 was supposed to be the best team in the world. Couldn't Royal Road it. Fell apart, and then last year they had Ruler, of course, and now he's switched out with Pays. Shun's coming in, replaced Kanavi. Those are big pieces, big cause to your team. Scout joining is wonderful in many ways. He's a phenomenal player, of course, but how long was it Knight on JDG? Not last year, but the year before. You're looking at this and you're still looking to recapture some of that truly subliminal glory. They were so close to pulling off something great a couple years ago, and they've had to try and figure out a way to put other pieces in to make it work. They're in game 5 too. I don't think either team are quite sure who's in the better position to win it yet. Teleport. Whee! From Talia back towards the mid lane. This Ezreal could be a kingmaker here. Pays. It's going to be asked to be. It's his champion. This Ezreal. What he made his name for one in challenges. In Gen G. Certainly a composition where he can do it. He's at the point now where no one on Weibo Gaming can deal with that. Surely not. Baron started. Vision control is JDG's. Teleports begin to fly. You're in the pit though, and that gives an opportunity for the combo. Here we go. Baron stolen! What? What? How? How does it happen again? It's a red buff steal. I do not understand. I do not understand. Shun, is your keyboard connected? How can you miss 3 critical smites this game? It is going to cost you this series. There are thieves, and then there is abject robbery. There is no bank safe. I am at a loss for words. We need to see this replay because it said on the kill feed that Tien stole that. He just gets on in. He just walks in. Q smite. Arlet is late with the keeper's verdict. The lilting lullaby comes in, but Shun is dead to rights for it. Scout tries to rescue it. He tries to find something here, but it gives light. A moment to try and shine again. They die, but a 1-for-1 at this point is not what you need. Arlet goes over the wall and gets something, but oh, dear me. Pays. Gets over the wall just about. But again, the summoners are blown. Elder's spawning in 25 seconds. And you do not have flash on Pays, on Missing, on Arla. Problem is on the other side, Weibo are down every summoner except for Breathe's flash as well. You've got Baron, but can you play around the Elder? Did they get enough out of it? Did JDG actually disengage well enough to have another roll of the dice? Here we go again. Surely not a 4th time this game. Surely not a 4th time this game. Elder started. JDG are there. Galley goes looking. The keeper's verdict is good. Hung goes up into the air. It's dangerous. Shun flashed on forward onto Xiaohu, but the damage on Shun is pretty obnoxious. They killed off the Elise. Shun goes gold on themselves. Tries to bite down the rocket. Ensures that they lose the jungler. There is no smite. The problem is the rest of JDG are healthy. Reset comes on through. Galio. No ult, but get out here fast enough. Reset from Baron. They have to pull off the Baron with no smite available. JDG just can't quite do it around the objectives. Again and again, they fumble. The pressure gets pretty obnoxious. Pace hops forward, but it's got a Karma behind him, so speeds away pretty damn quick. Bit of NOS in his tank. It's not quite need for speed. Yeah, I need for a Mystic shot or two to land. Vision control is lost. Now Weibo are in the pit. No ult from Arla. No Shun for 8 seconds. Everyone is here. JDG have to fight at a man disadvantage with no smite. Hung jumped on. Will surely fall, but I don't think they care. Does that really matter? Hung stays alive? Hung is alive? No way! You can't even find the pick you're looking for. The burn from the Elder. Not quite enough. You lose Elder, you don't even get the pick. Weibo Gaming. Someone up there is looking out for them. I don't know what lucky coin they have, what cat's paw they've rubbed, what rabbit they have chopped off. The Aurora, maybe in game 1, was enough for Xiaohu to give that lucky foot energy for the rest of this series. But in a game 5, somehow, some way, Weibo Gaming have found every major objective that matters. A steal on 2 dragons. 2 steals on Barons. I don't know where to go, Shun. Another player who we have been talking about, who needs to prove their worth. You were kicked from BLG in a game 5 where you have been set up to be a carry, to be a clutch player. You have fallen on your face. It's not a kind thing to say. It's unfortunately true. Yeah, there are mitigating factors, but the fact is, you are 0% on contested smites. That will lose you game 5s. It will lose you this game 5. Hung has bought an elixir of sorcery. They want to end it on this shove. Baron's timed out though. That might prove to be enough, but there's still Elder to work with, and the Weaver's wall comes on down. Xiao into the backline, gets a lot of damage onto Pays, who needs to hop across the wall. Stunned up, but the turret falls. Health bars are high enough that they can pull back out. Pays, still scary, and the combo wasn't fantastic. Maybe against all odds they can still do it. Just this range damage and the poke is really good. Hung dies. This Elise struggling, went for the elixir of sorcery, not the completed Zhonya's. Maybe that will come back to bite Elise in the bum. And they can't break the base. And the Elder Dragon leads 2-0. 10 seconds on that. 41 minutes into the game. Somehow it's not over. Weibo Gamer, you just got donated a Baron and an Elder. You can't find the picks, and you still got Karma, who's continuing to get more items with 2 level 18 AD carries who are becoming increasingly problematic. Not again. Here we go. Again. Shun, you have to be able to win one. Maybe it'll be the mental game that wins it. Weibo Hung. Oh, Lord. Lilting Lullaby. Repel over the wall keeps Hung alive, but that's the Lilting Lullaby down. Hung will be looking for some empowered honey fruit, you have to imagine, to keep themselves healthy, but the Lilting Lullaby being down is pretty triggering. Could be problematic. Baron started. Weibo Gaming trying to get on over. Can they get there in time? Weaver's Wall is in. Galio ult will follow afterwards, you feel. Trying to find a moment. The rocket's there. This surely is a smite. Thank God it's taken. Scout somehow is the one that picks that up. But they're going to try and stop the end of the play. Here comes the teleports. They need to extract themselves. Remember, Shun does not have Lilting Lullaby. The AD carries on the wrong side of this. What's happening with the clean feed? They get the Karma. A lot of the power behind it. Scout into the backline. Flash on out with the cleanse from the Merc Scimitar. Trying to get the kill. They've got him. That's put him down. Pays. Alive. Healthy. Tien, though, stealing the body can be terrifying. The rocket on top goes down into the Guardian Angel. And despite the Baron, Weibo find the carries. It's not over. It's not over. They keep shoving. Yeah, you lost light. Everyone else is up. And you've got 40 seconds before Pays is there. 30 before Scout. Can you get melee range to clear out these minions? Weibo want to end it now. 5 seconds on missing. Can they get more? They have to keep looking, you feel. Will they ever begin of an opportunity where both AD carries are dead at the same time? 15 seconds on Scout. Lilting Lullaby on multiple people. Not going to matter. They can't keep going. The Lilting Lullaby, I think, buys them enough time. There'll be a teleport from Scout if they really want it. Base is broken. First inhibitor of the game falls at 44 minutes. How are we still here? How is this still going? Shun. Blast coned away. Hung needs to be wary. Tien. Do not get caught here. Oh, flash over this nice big shove. That puts Xiao in a difficult position. Flying away. Stay alive. Breathe. Now being run at. Remember, doesn't have a lot of mana. They've not reset after the shove. Breathe. Getting continually run at. Xiao, who is low. Justice punch away. There is no more mana. The speed ups with Lilia with her passive. Scary, scary, scary. But they don't find the picks before the Elder. Flash off Xiao. Pays will have his up. That'll be important. This Ezreal. No GA. That might be a small blessing for Dobo Gaming. Precious getting some of these mechanical options are a little bit questionable. 10 seconds to Elder. The reset's now 3. Shahu's got himself a Banshee's Veil. There's a Randuin's on Breathe. Full build on this Jinx. Elder again. We go. One more into the breach. Knocked Shahu away. That's big. Tien not going to be stopped on the other side. Scout has to jump out of the pit. Breathe in the pit himself. Still has the ult. Hung down low. Pays off on the side. Tien unknown. 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 Looking for a spectral more. Looking for an angle. Can't quite find it. The Elder is in the command of Weibo right now. Hung down to 1 very low. As the back end. Shun is low. But they've lost Hung. The Baleo ult comes on top, but it's interrupted! JDG have finally got a fight! They finally get the resets themselves! Elder is theirs, a clean team fight! And they get to end the game! 45 minutes, 46 minutes even! They will do what they have not been able to do for 15 damn minutes, and that's secure a neutral objective! Oh, Weibo. It was so close for so long, but the power of the double AD carries, the power of the scaling is too much. Are you not entertained? It is a Coliseum death match for sure. Jingdong Gaming finally win the knife fight versus Weibo. Oh my days. I am mildly in awe. Weibo Gaming just could not find a way to end the game. The lilting lullaby at the end to save the Nexus to prevent the easy access in, and one objective fight finally goes wrong for Weibo. And they can't do it. They'll be kicking themselves. Frustrating. There were some hero moments. There were some horror moments. But it doesn't matter in the end. JDG wins. Shun, I think it's into practice tool for you. You need to work on those smites. Oh my days. Thank you one and all for joining me. I've been Initialise. I am on Nymaera's channel. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast every game of LPL we damn well can here on this channel live. We will cast them for you. We're on YouTube. We're also restreaming over to Onivia. I see you, Onivia, out there as well. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. Please do throw a follow to me. My name is in the channel, in the title of the channels as well. So please do say hello. Please do follow me. It matters a whole damn much. If you can throw a subscription our way, either on this channel or mine. If you can throw a follow, it matters a whole deal. We care about the LPL. We want you to too. That was a lot of fun. Whew. Not even close, baby. And I'm casting again in an hour and a half. I've got G2 Hell this evening. I have got 2 best of 5s today. My voice is not going to be happy with me. I'll need to drink a lot of this and stop talking in relatively short order. I'm going to run and get myself some more water. I know we've got the highlights and obviously MVP coming. I want to see who that is, but I am going to have to end the stream relatively fast because I need to go eat. I need to go get ready for another cast. It ain't over. But thanks very much, guys. I really appreciate it. It was a great Ezreal getting pace tried. Scout. Some very bold plays forwards. Shun MVP. Yeah, maybe nearly for Weibo. I think Pays or Scout have some arguments for them. It can't be Shun. It can't be. This game was over if he just lands a decent smite. League of Legends is fun, guys. Holy moly, 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 moly. Hey, expert scientist. Good to see you, old friend. King of the Wisconsin Cheese Caves, if I remember correctly. It's good to see you. It's been a long, long time. Thanks, the cat. Thanks for coming on in. I appreciate all the support, guys. See you, Ted, Anna. Thank you for the compliments. See you on YouTube as well. I appreciate it. I do remember. Of course. Of course, scientist. Expert on cheese, apparently. Right, I need I need that drink. I know we've got MVP coming. I'm not going to disappear entirely. I'll keep the stream running until then. But I desperately need some water. Oh, man. Do we have MVP yet? Oh. CV Max is the coach? Oh, yes, he is. Never forgive him, especially what he did the team last year. Oh, my days. Very funny. Oh, Lord. Well. Got something there. Madre mia. How did Waver Gaming lose this? Inability to deal with the double AD carries in basically after the first kill. They couldn't chase them down properly. Super cleanly is the honest answer. They have a comp that's all about the resets, and Pays and Scout were tricky enough that it didn't happen. The Karma getting to late game also really hurt. And then bluntly, yes, you've got these objectives, but they didn't manage to sync them together, right? They got Elder, but not Baron. They got Baron, but not Elder. And it meant that, like, you know, that play when they try to dive the tier 2 and they don't get any kills, really, you are obligated to get one of the AD carries, or it's so hard to play out those extended plays, because Pays was really free-firing a lot of that game. Scout went in quite a lot, but also with the Karma behind him, got away with murder quite a lot too. It wasn't clean. There'll be some issues there. It wasn't always perfectly done, but it was well enough that I think Pays, with 41% of the team's damage, deservedly keeps them in this. If he had fallen more easily, this game would have been done. My days. Well, deserved MVP. I agree. He was pretty fantastic. All right, guys. With that absolute nail-biter of a best of 5, I'm going to leave you there. Thank you so much for hanging out. I've been Initialise. This is Nymaera's channel. I've been casting this. We're back tomorrow for some more games as well. Alex will be back Tuesday. But go follow me. I'm an Initialise cast. I'm in the title of the Twitch stream. Go find me on YouTube, on Twitch, and all those things. Throw the subscriptions at me and Alex here at this channel. We are casting as many of these games as we can. Thank you to Anivia as well for a wonderful, wonderful stream. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'll be back again tomorrow. And we'll go on from there. Until then, though, bye-bye. Goodbye, Twitch.